Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. It is time for the winter split, and today and the rest of this week is all about Europe, and a lot of big changes have come, but some have not. I'm Leaf, still here, hosting it alongside Gibbs. Unfortunately, we're still here, but we do have Achieves and Shogun to make it a little easier for you guys going forward. Achieves, it feels like it's been so long since Rocket League.
Oh, Cheese! Cheese is gone.
We already lost him.
Is this supposed to be meta? Which team is this?
What a great way to start the winter split, everybody.
It's great stuff. You know what, Chief? That's what we needed to get this thing started. I was gonna say we haven't had Rocket League or Fun Times in a while. At least it feels like it's been forever, because that last split of Chiefs, we had so much Rocket League, and not having it for 2 weeks in that capacity feels like it's been forever.
Achieves is gone. Something broke with Achieves. I'll take it over, Leaf. Achieves, winter split is here. We all love it, but we got to talk about what happened in the fall split, because obviously those points, they will still matter going to the World Championship. So let's begin all the way back. Regional 1, BDS versus the Top Blokes. That matchup was a bit of a surprise. BDS obviously was one of those teams probably in that top 3 or 4 for Europe, but they were climbing, but we never saw them take that huge tournament. And then they go on, they take down Vitality. They go on to play a Top Blokes team and maybe got a favorable bracket, but they've looked good with, of course, the man Archie. But BDS, they steamrolled through these finals, and obviously we kept seeing that throughout all of the entire split.
Yeah, and then we moved on to the next one, and it was just continued domination, really, wasn't it? The Giants tried to put up a valiant fight, but despite looking somewhat competitive in the first 2 games, it just kind of fell apart for them. And this was very much a continuing story throughout the season of whenever a team would play against BDS, they look okay to start with, but then they would just get figured out. That was all the way up until we got Endpoint showing off what they could accomplish. They came so close to getting themselves a regional title, a team that we thought was going to sort of linger around that 6th to 8th spot. They managed to get themselves all the way there, but this is where Vitality came into their own for the season, finally getting past BDS and making themselves a regional champion.
Yeah, no, that was the thing, is the story, Shogun, was BDS the whole time. Vitality was that final boss, and I think they missed that spotlight a little bit. You know, not that they weren't counted out, of course, but you know, they brought it back for sure by that last regional, and then of course in our major grand finals.
This is what we want to see. We kept getting this in the semifinals, and that's fantastic, but it always felt like it was just the finals whenever we got them there. Finally, we got it in the place where it should have been all along. Grand finals between BDS and Reno Vitality, and it did not disappoint. This was the one for BDS to fully cement it, or to have it start to be questioned a little bit, because we already know that Vitality are going to get better as the season gets more and more pressure to be a part of it. And it was Reno Vitality that ended up being major winners.
Yeah, no, it ended up being such a perfect story. I feel like this was the only way, Shogun, for Europe to really kind of bring itself back. You know, just like it was the only storyline I feel like that could have happened at this point, unless there's another storyline that could have happened. But I feel like BDS Vitality, Shogun, was the storyline for Europe to showcase here.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, we were looking the entire way through, just trying to figure out, you know, what exactly can teams do to try and beat BDS, because right now you're looking at the entire region and it's just like, all right, one of these 2 teams, you know, the rest of you might have a good showing, you might have the underdog showing, but it feels like the chance to get top 3 or a 2nd place, maybe if these 2 teams play against each other sooner in the tournament, it feels like it's kind of the other goal. There's 2 races happening right now. It's Vitality and BDS, and then everyone else trying to figure out what they want to do, and it's difficult, obviously, for everyone else involved, but they're going to have to figure out how to catch up.
And that's going to be interesting throughout this whole winter split. We obviously think Vitality and BDS are going to be very good throughout this split. It comes down to 3rd place and on, because people want to start clinching, or at least coming close to being pretty safe for a top 6 spot for the World Championship numbers. Because after split 2, we're 2/3 of the way done. We will probably know, like, as long as the team doesn't completely bottom out for the final split, they will be through to the World Championship. So teams like Top Blokes, who are sitting in 3rd, but anything can change, because again, with this split, with this format, every match is so much more important.
And I think that's crazy. By the way, I did misspeak earlier on. BDS was the one that took the major. It's crazy that at this point, they could have just not turned up today, and they still would be first place at the end of this tournament. That's the most ridiculous thing ever, how dominant they have been.
Well, now that we've kind of looked at some highlights, let's take a look at what that actually meant. All these teams are fighting for points over the course of these 3 splits to get themselves into that world championship contention here. And by the end of that last split, this is what it looked like. We talked about BDS, and there they are, Gibbs, so far ahead of everybody else.
1,600 points. I think they got like 93% of the total points that they could have possibly got throughout all of the last split. They only lost 2 series the entire way through. But as you go down the line, you have teams like Galaxy Racer, who had a really great fall split. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum. And of course, teams like Guild, who we questioned throughout, but they're still a top 8 team. And now we see the roster moves happen. Like, a lot of these teams have made roster moves to try and improve for the winter split. Now it's time to see it on the field and see if that's actually gonna happen.
Well, let's talk about moving forward now, though, because moving forward, everything has changed here. Let's talk about this new format. We were in a Swiss situation last time, which means teams had 3 chances to make it into further stages. That's all changed now with a double elimination situation. And instead of 32 teams, we're down to 24. Let's just take a look at this bracket. Let's take a look at all these teams, because Gibbs, this is a very large bracket here, but at least it looks familiar to what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, boy, howdy, look at that bracket. That thing is big, and that's only the upper side. There's still a whole lower side of the bracket. But in terms of what we'll see on day 1, we'll see the first 2 rounds of the upper bracket. Day 2, we'll see the first 2 rounds of the other side of the bracket, where we'll see 12 teams go home on day 2. So we'll cut the field down in half. Then day 3 and day 4 will continue on throughout the tournament until we get to a bracket reset for the grand finals. But when we look at these brackets, let's zoom in a little bit for the upper bracket. And one of the most important things that you'll see is that every single game has a stream. You will not miss any of the action. For day 1, we have 3 streams. Day 2 and 3, 2 streams. Day 4, 1 main stream. But every single match throughout the weekend will be on a stream.
Yeah, you guys can catch those as well. Of course, twitch.tv/Rocket League, where you are right now, and twitch.tv/UGC for some of those matches, and twitch.tv/The Rocket RB over on Rocket Big X channel. You can see them on screen here just in case you forget what they are. Make sure you have all 3 of those streams up, because there's a lot of Rocket League action going on, and we don't want you guys missing any of it, especially in this double elimination situation. Teams only have 2 chances, Shogun, to get out of this. I feel like this is going to be a drastic change for some of these teams, Shogun, to really wrap their head around. Obviously, it's something they're used to, but it's not what they were used to for the entire last split.
No, I feel like they've got used to all of the changes we've made. You know, they're still used to us maybe doing a round robin, you know, so getting used to the Swiss. But this is a format we haven't really used since the old Gfinity days. If, you know, Gfinity, your ESL tournaments, the stuff, very start of the tournaments where we had open brackets, you know, 32 teams would go in, we'd spend the whole day playing our way through, and then we'd find out who the winner is. So this is going back to the roots of Rocket League for these tournaments. You can't make many mistakes. You've had previous one, you know, you can get away with 4 losses and you still within a chance of winning it. This one, 1. That's what you get. I put the 2 fingers up there and then I realized it's just 1, but
well, 2 and you're out. So
yeah, it's a brutal format, and I'm going to look forward to every single moment, because for those of you out there watching, make sure you've got all 3 streams up, because a big result can happen anywhere. Anyone that's seen DreamHack tournaments realize that, hey, just because this well-known team is taking on a lesser-known team doesn't mean something crazy isn't going to happen.
I also want to talk about some other changes here. Also, welcome back, Achieves. I think he's done self-destructing over.
Yes, I am alive.
he's okay, guys. Let's talk about this. I'll go to Shogun first. You can talk on this too if you want Achieves as well. But let's talk about the grid changes as well. I mean, this runs supplementary to the RLCS. Obviously not on this channel until now with overtime, but there's a lot more Rocket League than just the RLCS going on, Shogun, and there have been some changes made.
Yeah, certainly so. So now the grid is going to be changing formats. It was previously a double elimination 4-team group to then move on through to a single elim bracket after that. Now it's across 2 separate stages. So the first one is 4 teams put into a round robin against each other. 10 points available for each win that you get in there. So if you go 3-0 on the day, 30 points, fantastic for you. And then the next day, no team is eliminated from that stage. The next day, all of those results are used for seeding to put them into a single elimination tournament. All 16 teams get in, and there is a lot of points available for those sort of matches. I think it starts up at like 10 and then up to, what is it, like 150?
141, I think, for first.
Yeah,
but
it's a lot of points. You don't want to miss out on them.
Winter Split is a brutal split. Like throughout the grid where you have to go into that bracket and not lose at all, then here where you only have 1 extra life, it's going to be brutal. Teams have to show up every day when they play Rocket League now. Before, we saw it in Swiss where teams, would go up 2-0, lose 2 in a row, and it's like, we're still alive, we can still play, and try and make it, and then it's like, all right, we're on Swiss stage 2. We reset at 0-0. There is no reset button now for Winter Split. You lose 1 on day 1. You have to win out to win the entire tournament, which is going to be so difficult to do.
Just before we move on here, Cheese, I want to get from you, what is 1 or 2 words that after now looking at the format and all this, moving on to this new split, what is 1 or 2 words that kind of summarize your feelings going forward? Because we come off so much Rocket League from the Swiss into this now.
Good swap. If I had to put it into 2 words, I like the idea of the regional just being the big double elimination, and then you make the grid sort of that longer format because it's kind of takes a lot of the pressure off of, okay, we got to go and be locked in even on the off days, So now you kind of split it up. It's a little bit easier to manage in terms of time control. So I think it's good.
Well, it's not just these points we mentioned before they're fighting for. There is money on the line. Of course, that's always an important thing to competition. The prize pool, $100,000 per split for Europe right here, and for North America, but for Europe here, that's what we're watching. $30K for that first place. And Gibbs, if I'm looking at this right, my memory's terrible, but it looks like the points have changed a little bit.
Yes, points have escalated just slightly. We had 351 for first last time. Now it's 401. So as we go on through these splits, the better you do, the more points you will get because you will be closer to a world championship, so you'll be more in form. So that's why the points just increased a little bit. So it gives teams that are maybe on the outside right now, maybe outside that top 16, well, they're like, hey, like if you come in first, we get a little bit more. And that's what we wanted to do throughout these splits of when we go to the spring split, it'll be even more. So we're going to see how teams fare, and it's going to be a lot of high pressure games because, once again, not a lot of lives here, but a lot of points on the line.
All right, we've held it off for long enough. We got to get to this next doozy of a section. It's rosters. Europe, along with the rest of the world, saw a lot of changes. Let's try to briefly go over these, talk about our feelings, just the facts about them as well. I'll throw them out there and then get you guys to discuss. Let's start off. Excuse me, I'm pulling a Chiefs over here on Barca.
It's not
Barca disbands their roster, picks up another roster, and then all those players go to other teams here. So let's talk about individually those teams. A big one off the bat is Ronicky onto Liquid in place of Cookser. That's right. If you missed the news, your mind is being blown right now. Cookser off Liquid in place of Ronicky Shogun. This was a big one.
It was, but I'm maybe going to turn this one around on you here, Leaf, because I know you're a massive Cookseer fan, probably the biggest that we have on the talent roster. How do you feel about this?
I didn't bring my tissues. I'm sad. I'm crying the whole time. It blew my mind. I think Cookseer is still one of the best players in Rocket League in general, just because I really appreciate his approach and his mentality to the game. He comes from an FGC background, and the way that he applies that into Rocket League is just, it's close to my heart because I also come from that background. So I've always loved his play style and what?
I got some bad news for you.
No,
he made a new team. He played with Flakes in the qualifiers. Well, guess what? They didn't make it here. So Cookseer not even playing in the RLCS for the first time in 5 years. This is absolutely insane. It was the first time he was trying to find a team because teams were always built around him. Now he looked for a team. It didn't work out in Regional 1. We'll see what happens throughout. But for Team Liquid, we're talking about Ronicky here. He's been one of the best players in the world, I would say. And this is a great pickup for Team Liquid. Maybe, we talk about Cooks here, maybe Fruity, of like, who should we replace? It doesn't matter because Ronicky, no matter who you replace on the team, is a huge upgrade. But for Ronicky's purposes, so you go from a team that was top 8 in points to a team now that barely has anything. They have to have a wonderful winter split to have any chance at a top 6 spot.
Cheese, I want you to jump in here. I saw a little bit of back and forth on that statement.
I just think
him.
huge upgrade is a bold choice of words.
Really?
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think Cooksier is absolutely an Ronicky is absolutely an upgrade, but huge upgrade is like, it's debatable, right? You got to see how it pans out before you say it's a huge upgrade. But on paper, I think I'm with you. With Ronicky, you really bring in a solid, consistent put away guy that can get the job done in defense, much like Cooksier did, with just the new age kind of approach to the game, so to speak. And I know Leafex approaches and enjoys Cooksier's approach, but Ronicky is different and perhaps more aggressive. So we'll see how that works.
Hey, I'm good to talk about Cooksier all day, but we have to talk about the other players that were on that team as well. Let's talk about Devo to Guild in place of Scrub, who joined Singularity. This was an unfortunate situation for Godsmilla again.
Poor Godsmilla.
Scrub off here. But Devo,
it's funny, but it's also sad.
It's man.
It's a meme, but we feel for you.
But this squad of Guild, we've talked about them a lot through the fall split, and not for the right reasons. They've had some issues, and I don't think that's only on Scrubco. Like, I think there's a lot that this team needs to work on when it comes to off the field, and then it bleeds onto the field. Now, Britton and Devo, like, I don't know if that is the player you want necessarily, because sure, like, he is a veteran, but he's a very quiet
reserve
player, basically. Like, he's just very quiet. Like, he's not gonna be the one to come in and tell everyone, all right guys, here's how we have to play, let's not have any of these issues. We'll see how this all works out, but I think right now for Guild, not a huge fan of this move.
Okay, well, I mean, we got to move on here too, but I'm just very curious your thoughts very quickly, Shogun, because I know you're an expert in everything Guild.
No, I am the reporter of Guild. Okay, I will be bringing us weekly updates on how this roster move is going, and it will be very impartial, as it always has been.
That's fair. Okay, let's talk about Itachi, the last one on that roster to move over to Giants in place of Tox. Honestly, this one surprised me a little bit. Achieves with Tox off, who's then joined Solary.
Yeah, really scratching the head. I thought Tox on Giants was a good fit. I thought Giants were playing well. Sure, maybe not winning everything, but you could always consistently count on them to make a solid run. So I think very surprising for me to see a switch to Itachi. Who knows the reasons why? Certainly not I. But at the same time, Itachi is a quality pickup. I mean, I thought he played well on that Bars roster, and he brought a lot to it. So I think Giants Gaming still has a lot of potential. It's just, how quickly do you make the adjustment for me?
Okay, let's talk about a team that's had some struggles. They've made some moves and it didn't quite work out. Dignitas right now, apparently Jack has been brought on there and Yukio has moved to Fadeaway. My bigger question here is this going to help them? Obviously Dignitas, a former Titan of Europe, has had some troubles reclaiming that status here. So I'll go to you, Gibbs, here first. Do you feel like this is the move now to really refresh them?
I don't know, because I think the one problem with this squad is anytime they add someone, they're like, well, we have to work on building them into the team chemistry and all that stuff. Well, there is no time in this winter split because Dignitas has to have a good split to be in that running for top 6. I am very concerned for them for this first regional because they picked him up, maybe like a week and a half ago, and now he's got to show up on the day. Like, I don't know. I think Dignitas is trying to find that Hail Mary right now, and I don't know if this is it just yet.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to find out, in all honesty, over time, because that's what I like to do to build it. But yeah, it's interesting. I guess something had to happen, and this was the they made with. But I guess we'll find out. And just to quickly mention here, because we're running out of time, just Queso is booted. Greasy Salen was added here. There's the last one we has as our note, but I want to kind of get from you guys a quick like who won, I guess, this offseason, these roster moves? Who had the best one in your eyes to impact them larger down the road? I'll just go down the line, starting with Shogun here. Very quickly, who do you think really came out on top after these past couple weeks?
If I'm going to say teams, I'm going to say Liquid. If I'm going to say players, I'm going to say Yukio.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we know his feelings on the Dignitas.
I feel like Yukio, just the fact that he's now not going to have that pressure on all the time is just going to be lovely for him. I think it might be a bit of a refresher to what he's doing. So I think he's going to be very happy on his new team.
Okay, Chiefs.
I think Shogun has the right idea. I think Liquid also probably got the best end of the deal here. But also going on the player's perspective, I'm going to go with Devo. I like the switch to Guild. Obviously, I'm not sure if it's going to work out, but I like it. I think it's good he's on a new roster, and I'm looking forward to see how he does.
Okay, fair enough. Gibbs?
Team Singularity and Team Liquid, I think, are both up there. Scrub coming in, that's going to be a popcorn move. I'm going to have popcorn ready because once they lose a series, I want to see what happens with that team. But that is a big pickup for Team Singularity, who is trying to just be a top 12 team at this point. And I think when you bring in Scrub, that should really help.
Okay, cool. It's honestly overall interesting. We'll see how that plays out very, very soon. But I want to find out some early thoughts on teams and how they did last time, how they're going to do here. Let's do some over/under. I need your thumbs ready. You guys got them worked out? Get them ready. We're going to get some thumbs up and some thumbs down, whether you think a team is going to do better or worse than they did last time. You think of the same, just level it right out. Put that thumb to sleep like it's laying down.
So this is for
here.
The whole winter split compared to all of the fall split.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, so by the end of this, how do you think they're going to be? Let's start with Dignitas. Why not? They placed 9th last time. Do we feel like they're going to do better, worse, or the same? This guy's 3, 2, 1, thumbs. We got 2 down, 1 mid. Okay.
Okay.
So obviously they don't believe it. I'm going to go with the Chiefs just because you were different here on this one. You feel like they're just going to kind of coast along the same.
Absolutely. I think the funny part is, obviously, we're not sure how apparently Jack is going to be able to replace Yukio, but Violent Panda and Jory still played well. I think they're still good enough to keep that spot. It's just a matter of does it happen. It's obviously got potential to implode, but so does everything.
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. This one should be unanimous, I'm thinking. Oxygen placing 13th last time. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, there's a double thumbs up. Yeah, okay.
Oxygen, please, for the sake of all of us, show what you are made of. Please, I think Oxygen will have a good winter split. I said that about fall split though too, and I was completely wrong. So, no. Yeah,
we don't need to dwell on that one too much. I feel like everyone in the scene is expecting a better positioning for this split here in the winter split. Let's move on to a hard one to do better than. It's BDS going in first place. Do we feel, well, obviously it's a stay or a thumbs down.
I mean, you could do thumbs up for the point difference, maybe. Like,
okay. Do they just extremely further their lead here? 3, 2, 1, BDS. Just the same. We got a first place, and a less. Gibbs thinks they're not going to get first again, which is fair.
They are going to get first, but only by a 200-point cap this time, not a 400-point cap, because you can't do that well again. 31-2, that's insane. That's never going to happen again. So I think BDS won't do as well, but they'll still be in first.
I should have expected that. Can we mute his mic now? Team Singularity coming in at 16th. Obviously, we just talked about that move with Scrub on there. Is this going to help him? 16th, better, worse, or the same? 3, 2, 1. We got worse. We got a right down the middle.
Yeah, there you go. There's the full spread.
We are full split on this one. Okay, I don't even know who to go with on this one. I'm gonna go, okay, Gibbs.
Hey, ready?
Gibbs is on.
For one reason, 0 points. That is why, because by the end of this split, Scrub will be off this team again. Team Singularity will be left with 0 points.
Well, that's a grim outlook. I need the opposite for approach to the Shogun. Why better?
Oh, no, I completely agree that they could entirely split by the end.
Okay, well, that's not helping.
But by the end of the split, they will have more points than they had last time, and then it might be gone. So I think me and Gibbs are sort of just debating on where the deadline is on this one.
All right, let's bust through these next two real quick here. Galaxy Racer had a really good place, 5th place. Is this kind of just a phase for them, or is it going to stay better, worse, or the same? 3, 2, 1. Chiefs wasn't sure they're worse, the same. Okay, maybe it's only like one worse. I feel like Galaxy Racer is a question mark. It'll be hard to tell, but hopefully for them, they're going to continue excelling and staying strong in the European region. I'm going to move on here. Top Blokes. 3rd place finish last time in the last split for them. Better, worse, or the same for the Blokes. 3, 2, 1. Right.
I'll put one here. Just.
Oh, this one's split as well. Achieves, you were hesitant. Sorry,
I kind of wanted to say the same, but like I think they drop, but they don't drop far. You know?
Okay.
Because obviously I'm expecting Liquid and Oxygen to step it up, so that's why I went down.
Shogun, you're thinking the opposite here.
I feel like maybe points-wise they might end up obviously lower than 3rd, but I also feel like they're going to get something that they might consider more important to them right now, which I think with this format, they might be able to squeak out a regional win. So I think they might pick up one of those, but then maybe falter in other ones. But at the same time, they're hard teams to gauge, especially when we don't know what's happening around them.
Okay, well then with that, I want to get a quick early prediction for you guys. Who wins this first regional? Way ahead of the time. Let's who takes this one? Just go down the line. Well, let's start with Shogun. You had Blokes potentially. Is this their regional?
No, I'm gonna do something crazy here. I'm gonna say BDS.
What?
I know. The boat has been thoroughly pushed out here, lad. Achieves, gives. Good luck. You know.
Further into the ocean, also BDS.
If also PG. All right, are the sails going up right now, Gibbs?
I'm swimming to that boat. I'm going BDS as well.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? Let's just give that boat a jet engine. I'm on board with BDS as well. This one. Okay, well, you heard it here. If you guys have different thoughts, of course, go on Twitter at RL Esports. Let us know if you think we're all wrong about BDS if they're taking another one. But let's take a look at the schedule. We're getting that much closer to kickoff here. On this stream, we have 2 matches we know of already. You can see those last 4 games are waiting for opponents because that is the upper round at number 2. We'll see those later on. Of course, Liquid and Denied will be the second match coming up. First is going to be Team Singularity versus Rix GG. Let's talk about this one here. Team Singularity, of course, with that change going up against Rix GG. I feel like Rix going to be that the underdog, at least in this matchup here. But there are some familiar faces here. Gibbs, is there a chance that Rix GG pulls out a surprise win?
Absolutely, because 2 days ago, they got that surprise win. It went to 5 games to qualify for this event, and they did take it. Magnus, he is now on that squad trying to lead them. One of those veterans that's still around that wants to lead these guys. I think it's possible, but I think Team Singularity, like as this goes on, I do think Scrub will be a good thing for this team. I just wonder at the end of the split what happens.
Well, it's time for that fan vote. Let's get your thoughts on this one, guys. Singularity, Rix GG. Gibbs just talked about that that matchup already, going in favor of Rix GG. They have the chance to take this one, but Singularity now achieves with this change. Which way do you think chat is going to go with this, and which way are you guys going with this?
Well, chat's definitely going to pick Singularity. No question, I don't think. And I think you do have to favor Singularity as well, just because, obviously Hibs and Breezy been around. Yes, they make the roster swap with Scrub Killer. Man, having a good morning.
It's a great day.
But I think Rix GG, it's tough to see how they're going to be successful against Singularity. Yes, they got the surprise win to qualify, and yes, it could happen. Maybe Scrub gets annoyed at Hibs and Breezy and tries to win the game all by himself, and that's how Rix wins. But I still think Scrub is good enough to get it done on his own sometimes.
What's it going to look like, Shogun, on the field when these players hit the field? Like, what play style wise, what are these teams looking to accomplish here?
I think Singularity will obviously need to start establishing what they are going to look like for this season because, as Gibbs mentioned earlier on, teams don't have the luxury this time around to try and settle down across multiple weeks. You've got to start performing well, especially if you are a team that has made roster moves. As for Rix GG, I think there's a lot of eyes, not only on Magnus to see whether or not this is the move, because I feel like we've been waiting for this move for ages to see whether or not he can step up, but for Dead Monster as well, he'll want to try and show what he can do.
Okay. Well, while we wait for those predictions from chat to come in here, give me your thoughts. Who's taking this one? Let's just get it out there on paper. Gibbs, start with you. Team Singularity, Rix GG. Who's taking this one?
So this was my Halloween costume. I just put it on my face like this. Who am I?
Hibs.
Hibs?
Hibs. Perfect. There you go. Team Singularity wins.
He's had that ready to go all stream.
Yeah, no, he definitely didn't just do that now. He's preparing for days. He's a dad. Do you know? Achieves. Team Singularity or Rix?
Singularity, 3-1.
Okay. Okay, down to you, Shogun. Is it going to change up here, Singularity or Rix?
Singularity, 3-1. I'll go for Chiefs.
Okay, well, am I gonna curse this one here by picking Singularity as well, or should I go for Rix? I'm gonna pick Singularity. I feel like this move is good for them. In all honesty, I like to see it as long as, again, Scrub can keep it together. Chat thinks it as well, 75% in favor of Singularity, but we know Rix has that potential to take this matchup. So don't sleep on them quite yet, but we're going to find out in just a few moments, not before you guys get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. It is now time to start our winter split, and Europe is going to bring you the action over in the Skybox.
Thank you very much there, Leaf, and hello there, Corelli. How are you? Hopefully you won't cough enough to break your entire audio setup, but I suppose we'll find out. How you doing, lads?
I hope my audio setup doesn't do that, and I'm doing well. Shogun, we don't get to cast too often. I think a lot of people expected Johnny Boy. I apologize. I do not have that lovely Scottish accent, so I will do my best, though, to fill his spot.
Yeah, but I feel like our duo name will be much cooler. We Corgan. Or Shirelli.
Yeah, I think
much
we'll work
better.
on that.
Much better.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, jumping into Singularity and Rick's GG here. I like what you guys were talking about on the desk. I think there is a lot of eyes on the roster changes here. But I think the Chiefs actually made probably one of the better points here is I think Scrub's coming off a team where there was a lot of individual play. And I think that's where Scrub actually feels the most confident. But it's really going to be on Singularity. How often do they want him to be unleashed, and how often do they want to stay in more of a controlled team environment?
Yeah, has been a consistent issue as well with Scrub Killer teams about those double commits and where they're coming from. Hibs, on the other hand, one of those players that has really started to show up in terms of Europe, and is definitely one that is seen as one for the future in the scene. That's Rick's GG. A bunch of players here that either coming through or in the form of Magnus just wants to re-establish himself. Winner of this one gets the joy and the privilege of playing against Team BDS.
Oh, what a prize. What a prize.
Hooray for you, and almost a hooray for Dead Monster. Or slice that one right through the middle.
Still, no shots coming out from Singularity either, and this is a team that's just trying to stay in the conversation as well. They don't have that many RLCSX points. They're coming up at like 140. They're thinking the Scrub pickup's going to help. Hibs has been a fantastic player for this team as well. Really, when you take the pieces of Singularity, I think there's a lot of good players on this team, a lot of good skill, and it really is, like I said before, finding that team synergy. What does Singularity have that can take down these more top teams? And this is a matchup where I feel like both teams have to win. If you're going to come out and say, I'm going to win this winter split, you have to beat teams like Rick's GG, and Rick's GG has to beat teams like Singularity.
Absolutely, and this could be an opportunity. Magnus making sure the shot cannot be followed. Both teams definitely looking like they're still trying to find their footing in terms of overall rotation, who's supposed to be going for what. And if we were to describe last season as anything, it was probably the endurance season. Breezy looking for his chance, and Hibs wanted to find Dead Monster on the bump, couldn't quite get it. But if last season was the endurance season, this one is all about getting the results as quickly as you can possibly get them. There are very few second chances.
Yep. You've got to show up on the day every single day. And I know that's kind of a corny thing to say, but like you said, you got a little bit of an extra leeway, an extra loss that you could have had in the format before. And in this one, you only get 2 and you're done. And it kind of goes back to that point of, you have to find that team synergy. You have to find yourselves very quickly here because you don't get a lot of time, and that's maybe a good opportunity here for Team Singularity. Still a little bit dangerous as Breezy tried to land back down. It goes in for him. An own goal from Rix, and Singularity in the lead.
Oh, dearie me, Polar. He set it up for the opponents, and then he helped them out. He was a full-on, full-fledged member of Rix GG. Well, for Singularity, I should say. And he is not going to want to see that one back. It is now 1-0. Singularity get the goal. Maybe not the way they were imagining it, but certainly will not complain with the situation they find themselves in. Now Scrub Killer looks for the infield pass. It's another double commit from Rick's GG. They've now got to reset themselves. Looks like maybe crisis management, not the best part of their game so far. As Scrub, we already know one thing that Scrub will always be good for, and will never change with any team he is on, is his ability to transition solo. He can just pick up the ball in the corner, stick himself with 100 boost, and he's very difficult to get the ball off. Now, what happens after that has always been a bit questionable, but the specific part of the play where he can get rid of his team's pressure is so good.
Yeah, he's a guy who you can count on to beat that first man and buy himself a little bit of space. He's good at staying behind the ball as well, just to create a bit more chaos and uncertainty on the defender side of things. He's very tough to get past as well, and I think that's really what makes Scrub such a great player here in RLCS. And Singularity trying to harness a bit of that. It's a great touch by Breezy, especially with Magnus coming through on the demo, and Polar couldn't get around to it. Magnus will put it away in a tie game.
That is a huge bump as well. Breezy tried to get rid, and they realized Scrub's going for it. Oh, not anymore, Ian. Magnus can easily slot that one in. A fantastic response from Rix GG, and one that they definitely required. With 50 seconds left, who can pick up that goal that can take them this first game? Scrub Killer clears long. Polar realized he doesn't really have a passing option for himself, so instead clears to Breezy. Breezy might actually be able to go for the double tap. He's gone for it, set up for Hibbs, and he will score it.
What a touch from Hibbs as well, right in the face of the defender, but great setup from Breezy. Beats the first man in Dead Monster, buys himself all that space in the box. Magnus can't get up fast enough, and Hibbs was following all the way through, and great placement by him to put it home. A late go-ahead goal now for Singularity.
Polar wants to try and get something going nice and quickly, but it's another great clear from Hibbs. Dead Monster might not have the recovery. Magnus tries to come in and help out, but the challenge is very early from Breezy. Drops down again. They cannot afford to drop this offensive possession off the crossbar, and it's in, 2 each.
Oh, Dead Monster gets some help off the crossbar here, and Polar actually, I think, had faked out Hibbs. Hibbs thought maybe Polar was going to get there a bit faster, and Scrub Killer, that's a tough one to save as Dead Monster puts it off the crossbar and in. 20 seconds left, we're tied up.
Both teams looking pretty scrappy, especially in defense, but has made this a lot more entertaining as we head into the final few stages. Scrub Killer, he has got Hibbs in the infield, and Dead Monster was able to cover the option. Had to make sure he was ready for both infield and the potential that Scrub Killer might try and 1v1 him. Did well. Breezy looking for the backboard. Dead Monster up, cannot afford to miss touch, and he did well just to put it into his own corner as we have got ourselves overtime in the first game of the winter split.
And we wouldn't want it any other way, as it has been very close. It was a bit of a slow start for both teams, nothing really happening for either side, and then all of a sudden, offensive explosions, whether it was defensive blunders or a couple of great shots. Now you find yourselves in an overtime in game one, and I do get a bit worried just from looking at Rix in the first game here. They leave a lot of space for Singularity, especially past that halfway point where it feels like Singularity are able to take advantage. You've seen Breezy do it a couple times. Scrub has been in there as well. So I feel like Rix has to kind of clean up that midfield play a little bit, find themselves behind the ball a little bit more. Otherwise, Hibbs is going to have free reign as a big clear comes out from Polar.
We saw earlier in the game a couple of double commits from Rix, and it feels, especially to your point, Corelli, that the correction to it has been overdone by Rix GG. Now they're pulling back a little bit too much, but they might have a chance here. Magnus across the face of goal. Polar not far enough up to really do anything with it, but Scrub's got a couple of options. That's too far behind Hibbs to take it on the first one, but he'll happily recover it afterwards. Flip reset, not quite, too far forward on the car. Couldn't get himself the extra touch after the fact.
And double commit again by Rix, so they didn't have a quick follow-up on the second chance, and again, you're seeing Singularity kind of retain possession because of it. Scrub isn't going to get the touch, but neither is Magnus, and Rix now trying to solve the puzzle that is their defense right now as Singularity are breathing down their necks, and Magnus actually gives it up to Scrub, and he might have opportunity here in the box.
Drops down, in comes Breezy, but pretty easily beat by Dead Monster to that one. Hibbs going to take his turn. Looking very confident at the moment when it comes to his individual play, and he's getting a lot of space for it, so that confidence will grow. And Breezy, huge dive in. That could have gone very wrong for him, but was able to get the car just in the way. The demo by Polar looks to try and find the one gap that Breezy wasn't covering, but that's a bit unlucky really. Scrub Killer spawns on that left-hand side.
And Rick's still struggling to break that halfway point now, and you're starting to see Singularity have a bit more control as well. Even with Rick's players on the ball, it's Singularity player after Singularity player in their face. This one comes out to Scrub, shot on target. It was off the post, but still goes in for Scrub Killer, and they win it by one after 2.5 minutes.
And Polar, his miss will completely ruin the good work that they had in this game. Rick's GG will look back at this as one that could have been taken. Singularity did not look great here, but Rick's just collapsed so often in defense.
And, you know, I agree. I think, as much as I hate to say it, I don't think a lot of the goals at Singularity were super strong. You know, obviously the own goal, even there, that last goal, that ball was saved off the post. It still bounced in for Singularity. So Rick's, they're there. They have the players in place. Obviously a few blunders here and there, but I think for Rick's, this wasn't the worst game in the world. And honestly, I think they played a lot better than I expected to against the Singularity team. But you're seeing that speed really come out from Singularity, where I think Rick's is really starting to falter. And that's where they're being beat right now. That speed between that halfway point and the top of their own box, Rick's is being beat to the ball quite a bit. And Singularity have taken advantage. Like you said, they have a lot of players that want those solo plays, and they're taking advantage every single time.
Yeah, if they are going to cause any major fault in Singularity, it's trying to take advantage of what might be a little bit of selfishness when it comes to play style from Singularity, because we've got a lot of players there that like to try and take the ball solo. The passing plays that we did see them attempt, and they did attempt a couple, weren't very accurate. But if Ricks are going to cause that to be any sort of issue, they have to have some sort of pace of their own. And every time they've attempted pace, they've ended up double committing and they retreat straight back into their shell. So this is going to be up to game 2 to see whether or not they can make that adjustment.
Right. It's been a double commit, or for Ricks, they just haven't been able to keep the ball is another thing, especially moving downfield. It's either a panic touch to no one or the ball just getting away from them. Here's a good couple of attempts, though, to keep possession that final third. And I think this is really where Ricks has struggled in the previous game, where maybe they could find some form early on as Polar tries to set up his team and Breezy there to clear it away.
Yeah, a good couple of passes happening this time around. Could have done with a couple of boost steals as well, but they're holding on to offensive possession and eventually get the result they were after.
And this is what we're talking about with Ricks. They keep that pressure on, wait for a slight mistouch from the defense of Singularity, and that's a great cut from Polar and a good pass from the corner, and Magnus is there to close. That's a great start here for Ricks.
I want to keep that going. Don't quite know if that was an intentional fake kickoff or whether or not it just ended up being that way. Either way, Singularity having early possession of the ball, taken away from them. There's that double commit yet again from Ricks. It's definitely not been a rare sight, but something that they would also like not be a rare sight is these shots on target. Magnus can't quite find the demo he was after. Now for the backboard, nobody following up for Ricks. They've got their goal lead. They don't want to overcommit for it, but they don't want to allow the individual brilliance of SNG to start showing itself. Hibbs flip reset. He's going to start dancing around everyone, but Dead Monster, if there was anybody they want to 1v1 him right there, it was going to be the Italian.
I love seeing that type of skill come out. The fake as well, and then using that flip reset to really just get your wave dash to keep with the ball. Still Hibbs here. He has another flip reset. It does come out to Breezy. This time Scrub's going to take it and completely dunked by Dead Monster. This could be opportunity for Ricks.
Well, it could have been, but then they had no car on the ball anymore. Breezy going to have a chance to move in and get it. Instead, it's Dead Monster. Well read by Scrub Killer. Knew exactly where he wanted to take that one. A booming clear from Polar. Maybe not the best touch from Breezy either. Instead, Dead Monster tried to set himself with a double tap. The first touch got away from him. Straight down again. Dead Monster clearing long, but he's also not being challenged all too often. If you can get that first touch correct, then it might come down to the execution of the second one, and maybe we'll have ourselves a 2-0 lead. Dead Monster off the backboard. Needs more power. Instead, Hibbs has got plenty of time to reposition his car. And that's a pass straight up to Scrub Killer. Polar makes up for it. Wipes out the car of Scrub. Magnus looks to go solo. He almost has done so. Swapped past 2 players, but the third, just too much for him.
Yeah, I like the little 1v1 play there. It looked like he might have faked the musty flick and kind of backflipped. Oh, that's a tough touch, though, for Magnus, as that one dropped in front of Singularity players, and Hibbs puts it away for the equalizer.
And Riggs GG will only have themselves to blame. Breezy believed he had it.
Oh, great.
That's the reason why he backed down, but that is a phenomenal pass. Straight into the middle. Hibbs, it's one of the easier goals he will score this split, but good positioning from him nonetheless. 1-1. And these two teams very close together here across this series.
Yeah, we are obviously in for a very tight series here, like you said, and I think Rix has really turned it up a notch here in this game in particular. I think that first game, maybe they had to kind of feel out what Singularity was bringing to the table. I think they know exactly what they're going up against here now, today at least. You know, it's an on-the-day type of thing, and this is the Singularity they have to play against, and they have really picked up the pace and have honestly looked better than Singularity here in Game 2.
Certainly have, but they need the win to go with it, otherwise they are going to be requiring a reverse sweep to keep themselves in the upper bracket. Magnus, not too sure what he's after here, really, but it might work. Felt like the infield pass might be the more obvious option. Maybe he thought it was a little too obvious as Dead Monster moves in one more time. Dead Monster's clear game has been fantastic. How's his shooting game? Won't even need it. Magnus has his chance. It's a double commit from Singularity, but Hibbs is there to help them out.
And I gotta say, you know, Magnus, there's been a couple awkward touches from him, but man, is he in the right spot every single time Rix needs someone to have that finishing shot. He seems to always be in the box, ready for any garbage ball that pops out from a challenge that pinches across the net. He seems to just have that sixth sense of where that ball's going to go.
Might very well come down to experience. A lot of players, you know, they get to this level, they think, oh, okay, pro-level game, not a single mistake can ever be made. Magnus has seen every mistake that is possible to be made across his very long career. He knows what the worst-case scenario can be, and he will set himself up for it. Magnus again now on this, having a lot of success individually. Trying to take it past a couple of players. Dead Monster, on the other hand, is going to put Polar in a tough spot. And Scrub Killer will spot his opportunity, dropping down, Hibbs waiting. Dead Monster much more confident on the air dribble out, and instead going to try and go yet again solo. He's got a block, in comes Polar, and it's a huge save from Breezy.
Oh, Breezy wanted the pinch out as well, but Magnus does such a great job to shut that down and keep his team on the attack. Still very dangerous. Can Magnus get around to this? He tried, and it would have been a top 5 play for sure, as Breezy and Scrub Killer look to kill it overtime once again, Shogun.
And this is the one that Rix GG needs. Scrub Killer jumped up early. He sent Breezy, who can slot it into the open net. All came down to 150-50, and Scrub Killer made sure his team was in the better spot.
And it's not even that bad of a challenge. I mean, Magnus has challenged that, but nobody back yet, obviously because of the kickoff for Rix GG. And so quickly this game ends, and it's another one, Shogun, that tastes real bitter for Rix GG because they were so close, even closer, I think, this time around because they played a more full regular time game against Singularity, yet still come up short.
And this is huge right now as well, because the further you go in that upper bracket, you are skipping low. For those of you out there that are only seeing a double elimination bracket for the first time, the further you get, you are skipping lower bracket matches. That means you are skipping tiers as well when it comes to money and when it comes to those all-important points to get yourself into the majors, to get yourself into a world championship. So for Rix GG, this is a close series, but it's a close series that's going very wrong at the most important moments. So we head over to DFH Stadium. They are going to need a reverse sweep, otherwise they'll be dropped down to the loser's bracket.
And I don't even think anyone on the Rix GG side, at least in that game, were playing particularly poor. It felt like everyone had contributed something to the attack and on defense as well. Singularity just able to edge out there in the overtime, and here we go. Rix, can you do it? You've been so close in 2 games now. You know you can beat this Singularity team. It's definitely within their grasp, but again, still haven't been able to close out a game.
So we have not. Scrub Killer gonna try and take it solo now. A lot of individual plays that we're seeing so far. I think Scrub and Hibbs definitely the 2 most prevalent for it right now. Into the midfield, Magnus not able to read it, but it's a mistake, and Magnus tries to go for the setup for Dead Monster. It's a very difficult angle to work with. This is very similar to the start that we got last time around. Can they get the same result? A goal straight in the first minute. It's not going to happen this time, as Crossbar will deny.
There's Magnus again. He's always there. Singularity, I've got to keep track on him because every time that ball comes across, Magnus is barreling down to put something on net. Here he is again, just looking for the back wall this time, but it's Scrub to pick it up for Singularity.
Scrub don't really have too much in the form of support, and almost caught out both the players. Magnus, he's completely whiffed on it. A chance not only to score is gone right, but now we have got Singularity the other side of the field into the mid, and Magnus gets a crucial touch away. But they've This goes back to the last game, Corelli. You pointed out Magnus was having a couple of awkward moments, and he's had a couple more here.
Yeah, I mean, from otherwise almost perfect positioning on offense, there's a couple of weird touches, or at that time, just a massive whiff from him. And he had the setup there. He was looking for that pass across. I don't know which of the two from Dead Monster and Polar it was to his left, but still, that's a huge chance for Rix that they just couldn't get a hold of.
It's those sort of huge chances that have put them into the situation they're currently in. Trying a reverse sweep against a new-looking Singularity squad. Breeze would be very happy that the pass to Dead Monster not as accurate as it should have been. But he'll be looking to see whether or not he can reset himself in time. Gets at least a bump on Scrub Killer, so a chance to build here for Rix GG. And getting themselves into this final third, but not too much beyond that. Hibbs, maybe a double tap attempt. No, first touch got away from him. Decides to back down. Scrub Killer setting up. Feels like both teams struggling right now to really get that second man up as quickly as they need to, because they're getting the awkward touches from the defenses, but then there's nobody to pass to on the infield as Polar decides to just launch it this time around. Maybe this is the better answer.
Singularity looking to counterattack now. Hibbs tried to pick it up as well, but no help from Singularity, and Rix afforded a lot of space here. That's a great pickup from Polar. Unfortunately, Breezy got a piece of Magnus is there to follow up for Rix, and Singularity still able to get out of their end.
Scrub Killer, second touch, almost got them out. It was a double commit yet again from Rix GG, and it has put them a goal down.
And it's off the post again. So close for that last defender in Rix to make the save. Polar launching himself across the box. Singularity finally cracked the defense of Rix. And we haven't really seen a lot of sustained offense from Singularity here in this game in particular, but they are able to crack them in 4 shots. And now a lot more pressure on Rix. If there wasn't before, there is now. You're down by a goal with 1:45 left.
Oh, and that just really hurts for Polar. Decided to launch it, and following car of Singularity just landed directly on it. 90 seconds for Rix GG to find themselves a goal. Might be able to get something here. Drops down. Magnus just wants to keep some sort of pressure on. He's done well with this. 2 players down for just Magnus. Gets a bump on Scrub Killer. He'll be looking for some support somewhere. It's now up in no man's land. Dead Monster, has he got the reset? Will he be able to take it? He did have the reset, but all just in such an awkward spot.
Magnus, an absolute cyber bully there in the corner, bumping the Singularity players around, and Polar might have a chance here if he can get back to it, but that's the type of nitty-gritty play that you like to see from Magnus when he's in the conversation, especially on the offensive side of things. Scrub almost able to get over the first defender there in Rix, as Singularity wanting one more for that cushion going into the final minute.
Hibbs tried to tap it straight down. There would have been anyone available to him. That's a good habit just to get into. Has very much been a recurring theme of those infield passes, not really having anyone available to put them on target. As here comes Breezy. Magnus, has he got someone available on that far side? He did, but it was well covered by Hibbs. Gets himself a second challenge. Now who's coming in for it up next? Breezy just keeping the pressure on. There's no reason for Singularity to put any more than 2 players forward right now, but there is every reason for Rix Ronde to send the house at them. A couple of bump attempts from Magnus, and it ricochets off Polar over to the other side of the field. It's all to do now for Rix GG.
And it's going to be the length of the field for them if they can do it. Breezy's looking to kill it. It's going to go off the side wall. Magnus, can he keep it up? He does, but it's in a very precarious spot for Rix GG. That'll do it, a 3-0 for Singularity.
And they will take it. Maybe one that you'll have to look back at in terms of how it was able to happen. I'm very, very excited to hear later on what the desk makes of this particular matchup, because honestly, Corelli, we were just sat here, we casted 3 games. I really don't know what to make of either team. I feel like there's certain strengths I'm seeing. You know, I really like the Hibbs individual plays especially, but I'm not sure about some other spots on these teams.
Yeah, you know, again, these teams are fighting to stay in the conversation. Singularity does get the job done, and on paper, you say 3-0, fantastic, look at us, we did it, but they were not the prettiest of games, and I think it was more, a few of those goals were more off the back of Rix GG defensive blunders rather than Singularity really looking like the stronger team.
So our first win of this split is going to be going over to Team Singularity. Their reward is a match later on against Team BDS in the second round. So hopefully you're all looking forward to that one. But when we come back from break, we're moving into our second match as we've got Team Liquid against Denied.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching. The winter split in Europe has hit the field. We've now gotten a little bit of a taste of what this split is going to bring us. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Turtle, to talk about that last match and what's going forward. So let's talk about Rick's GG Singularity. Turtle, we all predicted Singularity on this one, and it went exactly that way.
Yeah, and I think it could have been a lot closer. I'm looking a lot at Polar. I think he had a frustrating series. I mean, he started off with the own goal. Then in game 2, in the overtime, he was the one who decided off the cheat to go for the bump instead of turn around with the safer rotation. And then in game 3, right here, Scrubkiller gets that ceiling pass out, and he tries to react, but he just pops it to the striker. So I thought Polar, it was a frustrating game for him. And overall, Singularity, they were able to capitalize on those missed touches.
2 overtimes, Scrubkiller, 2 big plays in both those overtimes, so making an impact right away on this team. But again, Polar, last time we saw him back in Regional 1, he had problems as well, but then he bounced back later on. Nowadays, obviously, that 1 life is going to cost you for this entire tournament, so we'll see what happens going forward for that squad.
Well, they'll end up down in that lower bracket there with 1 life left to spare. If they lose that one, they will be done. But let's take a look at the bracket and just see how things kind of unfolded here. Not a lot of matches are fully completed yet. We still have to see a few of them go. Solar and Drifters are still playing down there. But Dignitas taking a win there to move on against Fadeaway, Gibbs.
Oh, that one's going to be juicy. Yukio going to be playing Dignitas already. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. That is the 8th and 9th seed, so both those teams are right on that cusp of doing some good things, so that's going to be a lot of fun. And then obviously BDS waiting on team with Scrubkiller now, with Team Singularity. So that one's going to be fun as well. BDS, they were so dominant in fall split. See if they can continue it in the winter.
Turtle, I feel like this is what double elimination format is kind of good for. Swiss is great to really see which teams have that just energy to push through so many different matches. But this sets you up with some juicy storylines pretty quickly on.
Definitely. Yeah, especially with all the new roster changes. This is going to be putting a lot of different aspects to the test. And what I love about the double elimination bracket is, sometimes with the Swiss format, you'd get tired. You have to test your stamina, especially as a player. You're running through such long days. And now you come out here, you use all your energy, all the skill, all the practice into what, 3-4 series, maybe most. So you're really coming out here trying to prove yourself.
Now there you saw it again before Singularity goes to face BDS, and now we got to find out who's going to face Vitality, because our next match is Liquid versus Denied. One of these teams is going to face Vitality. That's a daunting task you got ahead of yourself, but this is the task at hand. Liquid and Denied, I feel like coming into this, Liquid is going to be the clear top dog in the situation, but they do have a new roster move they made. Turtle, Ronicky has been brought on in place of Cooks here, so obviously they have some changes they need to deal with here.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how Ronicky fits in with this roster. I think that he's overall a fantastic pickup, one of the best strikers, and that's, hands down, somebody you have to respect. And it's all about the warm-up. I've talked a lot about Ronicky coming into a series, and I want to see him as warmed up as possible. His striking has got to be on point. He's got to be in free play before obviously getting warmed up, because if you take a while to get him going with the striking, that could be your downfall and your demise. So Ronicky, come in hot, come in swinging, and I think they got the series.
Ronicky, it's all about him. We talk about goals per game. Over 1 goal per game from him alone. Speed and Fruity, with them, not even 1 goal per game when you combine the 2 of them. So Ronicky's coming in to make this offense work for Team Liquid. I believe he will. So I do think he's one of the best players we have right now.
Well, is Ronicky going to be the answer here for Team Liquid? That's up to you guys to decide. Use those hashtags down below. Or will we have Denied getting an upset here? Let's get your thoughts. The analysts, the experts here. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you. Liquid or Denied here? We talked about which ones has the upper hand. Do you believe in that upper hand?
Leaf is just laying out that trap. I'm going to go Team Liquid. I think this team will do great things this split. I think they'll be at least top 8 for all of winter. So I'm going to go Liquid.
I've got high hopes too. I'm going to have to, unfortunately, agree with Gibbs. I think Liquid are too good. Denied, there could be a chance, but I honestly expect a sweep. I think Liquid are going to take it.
If Cookser's team had made this, I'd be 100% against them. But I'm going to go with Liquid because I do think that I still think it's a good, like Ronicky's very good at Rocket League, and this should do good for their roster. So as much as it hurts me, I think Liquid will take this one, and chat is almost 100% confident that Liquid is going to take this one. 91% denied. You got some people to prove wrong here. Get on Twitter at RLCS, hashtag RLCS. Let us know your thoughts on this one if you are voting behind Denied on this one. But will Denied be able to get the upset over Team Liquid? Let's find out now in the Skybox.
So, probably one of the most anticipated debuts that we are going to be having during the winter split is the idea that we have now got ourselves into this one where Rick's Ronde is going to be able to show off what he is capable of doing. And we should hopefully get to see that here. 91% Corelli. Too high, too low, or just right?
You know, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. You know, when you look at Team Liquid, they're a team, again, you know, I talked about for Singularity and Rix, they're teams that they have to beat each other. I feel like there'll be a lot of Reddit comments if Liquid don't win this matchup, because you bring on a player like Ronicky who has that shooting, like Gibbs pointed out. You have to take down teams like this. The expectation is there, and I think the 91% is completely fair for Liquid.
Yeah, I feel like we have the nicest thing here, Corelli, because we can just hit number 1 on our keyboards and just sit on Ronicky camp
right.
for the next 15 minutes, 25 minutes, however long this is going to take. This is all very curious, but Speed will not keep out the shot, and I think that this is what a lot of the Team Liquid supporters are going to be saying right now is, bruh.
Exactly, and that's a great bump from Justice, and that's really what opens up just that bit of space for Bra to put the shot on target. And unfortunately, that last defender in Liquid couldn't get around to it. But it really does come down to that bump from Justice. And, you know, the physical game is never a bad option. It doesn't matter what type of team you are. It always works out if applied properly, and you see it there for Denied.
No, but will they be able to keep this one out? Speed kept the pressure going. He didn't believe in his first shot, and he was very right to go with that assumption. A good start here for Denied. And you do get the feeling that, you know, a lot of people are looking at Team Liquid last season saying, well, they create space, but they don't finish it. And who better to get in for that spot than the best finisher in the current European climate? As Bra now all the way back to decent roll for him, so he can leave that for Chippy or take it himself instead. Leaves it for Chippy. Fruity has got options either side, but he's not got anyone that far back for him. Ronicky into the midfield yet again. Fruity to try and turn around with it, but no further than they really wanted him to get to over on Denied. It's been a very calm affair so far, but that might be about to change. Instead, Chippy to guide this one out. Team Liquid not willing to give up what they have worked for, but they might not have an option.
And there's been a couple times Liquid's been able to slip one by the defense of Denied and really pulling out that last man on the goal line to make the save, and they got to be careful of that. We've talked about Ronicky, but, you know, Fruity and Speed are just as capable to obviously be faster to the ball and have some more creative shots as well, just like Ronicky. So for Denied, yeah, you're setting up 1-0 here. You are feeling a bit of pressure from Team Liquid. It does feel like that momentum and that control is swinging into favor of Liquid at the moment. You can see a lot of Denied clears are just down the field to Liquid players, not a lot of intention behind them, just trying to relieve that pressure. And that's where I think it gets a bit scary, especially when a missed touch comes out. Ronicky lets it go, so smart. And Fruity here on the follow-up with the pass off the backboard, can't put it on target. And I think Denied get away with maybe a defensive mistake there as Liquid couldn't convert.
Yeah, Team Liquid try to communicate to let the next player in, and they did manage to do it. They just didn't manage to do it well enough. But Team Liquid's seeing a lot of the ball here in a game that they are currently trailing in. Just need that one big chance for themselves. Justice over to Bra. Looking for the backboard. That's going to be unchallenged. A chance for Chippy on target with it, and Fruity will finally land. I was wondering where he was going to after the original challenge. Just available to drop down in the nick of time. So far, Team Liquid, this is not the explosive new restart we were expecting from them. Just easing into this series. Speed to Ronicky, but that's another good interception. Denied doing a great job of not trying to follow the plays. They are just anticipating where the passes are going to go.
Yeah, and that was exactly the point I think I was about to make was I think Denied is actually playing Liquid pretty well here. You know, like I said, there are a few of those clears where there's not much behind it. They're just trying to get out of their own end and Liquid cleans it up. But Denied are playing up to the speed of Liquid. So I think, you know, if you're a big Liquid fan thinking, you know, who the heck are these Denied guys? You know, they're playing up to the speed of Liquid, and it's very tough to execute that game plan consistently from Liquid, no matter how good you are, because of Denied actually having a pretty good defensive stand right now, but maybe not for long as they pop that one up towards their own net, and Chippy with no boost, just slowly trying to get this one out.
Yeah, and Ronicky didn't quite figure out that Chippy he didn't have anything for a little bit too long. Justice's first touch cannot be followed, but he won't care about that right now. He'll care about the fact that his team is 1 goal up, 40 seconds left. Not going to be a shootable chance for them here, but every single time they play us from left to right, that's more time off the clock. Much better first touch this time around, but a lot of boost wasted. He's going to land in the middle of no man's land as well. Drop down. There's another pass. Just Team Liquid are determined to get these passing plays going, but there's nothing there for them at the moment.
And now they're feeling a bit of pressure. That was a couple good passing plays, but here comes Ronicky. Couldn't get over it all the way. They're very quickly down the field, and now it's up to Team Liquid here with 10 seconds left. They got to find the back of the net. Here comes Ronicky. Can't get to it. Chippy off the backboard in the clear. Maybe one more try for Liquid if they can get around it. And this one does come out to Ronicky, and he'll pop it up. Speed's there to drop it over to Fruity. Met by 2 players. Ronicky still able to keep it alive. Can he follow it up towards the net? Cleared over Speed and Denied. We'll take game 1.
You know what? Full credit to Denied there. I know we all came in and it sort of was like eyes all on Liquid. What are Liquid going to be looking like here? But for Denied, that was just so good the way they approached this game. They didn't take any risk that they didn't need to. They weren't looking overly fancy. They just made sure, hey, you've got a player behind the ball and you've got a player over at this left boost in the midfield. You're probably going to him. I'm going to make sure I've got that covered off at the very least. And Team Liquid, they were trying to go for it. It did very much look like a team that was trying to play a little bit more safe, a little bit more fundamental, and it just wasn't quite working. If they are going to beat a very game Denied here for me, Corelli, I think they've got to now start relying on the speed advantage that Team Liquid might have and cause a little bit more chaos.
Well, here's the thing, too. The defense from Denied was actually quite proactive in getting in front of Liquid players on the shot. That's why we didn't see a lot of dangerous shots on target. It's credit to the defense of Denied. They did a great job. We talked about Liquid getting a lot more control here in this game, but quite frankly, even with that control, Denied did a great job of slowing down Team Liquid and not letting them have a lot of chances.
I think in a game where you hear that sort of description about an opponent's defense, oh, wait a second, that's going to be one to try and run back for. Liquid down by 1 again!
Oh, Justice! This was so smart. The pinch from Bruh all the way down the field. Fruity, he could actually get there, but Justice reads the clear and puts it to the back of the net. I think Fruity probably knew he was getting dunked there. He had no choice but to hit it straight over to Justice. That was the only way that was going to be saved. And just like that again, Denied up 1-0.
Just taking the chance that they've got. Now might be able to go up by 2. It's off the crossbar. Chippy will steal himself a 100 boost. Still waiting on that first Team Liquid goal. On the other hand, it might be a third one. It's off to the far side. Justice picking placement over power. Not the right answer this time around. Ronicky hit the ball a bit further, but Chippy happy to take on a couple of challenges. He's got 2 players just for him. It seems like they're settling down again.
Yeah, you know, I do get a bit worried for Team Liquid. We're not seeing a lot of chances come out even early on. Maybe this is their best chance after that ball gets pinned against the back wall, but not a lot of Liquid players being involved on offense. You know, even that pass just a moment ago from Fruity, no one there to follow up from Liquid, and there's a lot more urgency behind Denied when they get to the final third.
Yeah, if I was to sort of describe it one way, it just feels like Denied want to be at every ball. Whilst Liquid seems to be trying to be playing for the perfect ball, and it just hasn't been available just yet. Maybe this time around it will be, and it's the pass to Ronicky. Team Liquid fans will want to see more of that this split. It's the first time Ronicky has scored a goal for Team Liquid.
And beautiful flick from Fruity. And you could tell by the way Ronicky was approaching this ball, it was going to be hit with power. Tough to react if you're a Denied defender there. Even with that ball really not in perfect placement, it's just hit with so much pace, it's tough to save.
Oh, finally on the board. Can they get themselves another one and take game number 2? Justice has his way. It certainly will not be the case. Ronicky passes it across field. It's a lovely prediction there from Chippy. It just doesn't seem very reactionary right now from Denied. They are trying to figure out what the play is, getting there before it's even hit. Justice has got Bruh up in support. Speed. Probably being very happy with the way that bounce went for his team.
Oh,
double tap from
do it to
Chippy.
him, Chippy.
That is fantastic.
Oh, beautiful touch from Bruh to set up Chippy here. Fruity sees it all the way, but just couldn't get up fast enough. And Ronicky, he is dead to rights there on the goal line. It's tough to make a save when that double tap with that such a sharp angle down. Chippy does a wonderful job to get back over it on the second touch. That's a beautiful go-ahead goal for Denied.
But they might be able to give it away. Speed. Put something in, but that might be the last of it. Here's the shot, and it's away once again. Justice can get himself in front of the follow-up from Speed. Also, on the last play, I thought, once I saw the ball roll up near the wall, I thought, you know, chance is over. But players over and Denied definitely had different thoughts on that one. And it is Team Liquid trailing yet again. They might be on 3 match pointers for Denied if this stays the same. But Ronicky tried to Doomsday dish it in. Couldn't quite find the angle required. It's Team Liquid that have to chase, and Chippy is having a very good performance for himself.
Chippy! Go on, big fella, downfield by yourself, and he had only 13 boosts coming off that wall, beats Ronicky by a country mile and throws it to the back post. That's well done from Chippy. That's 2 goals now from Chippy that are done in spectacular fashion. Not a lot of options there for Chippy on that last shot, and makes the most of it.
And they're both shots that really come from out of nowhere. So good at just spotting the angles so quickly. Here's going to be Justice looking to try and set up right down the middle. Chippy, double a tap attempt one more time. Instead, drops it to a teammate.
Oh, man.
Bruh will put it in. It's a hat trick of goals participated in for Chippy, who is looking outstanding here.
Phenomenal performance by Chippy so far. Give credit to Bruh for the finish, but man, oh man, Chippy is looking good. You said it, the last 2 goals he put in himself. This third one, he's feeling a bit charitable as he dishes it over to Bruh, and a 4-1 scoreline now for Denied. They are in control.
Ronicky tries to pass it straight to Fruity, but he was too far in the middle. You need to be hooking in from a wider angle if you're Fruity on that one. And it's all about just maintaining a 3-goal lead. You'd expect Denied to be able to do that, but they've left a lot of space for Fruity on the shot. Double commit. Fruity with a follow-up yet again. Speed can't take it. Instead, it's Justice that gets rid. And that is when you start to get very, very worried if you're Team Liquid, when the massive mistakes are still not going punished.
Yeah, 2 players diving at that ball from Denied, and like you said, not punished with that ball just sitting on the goal line. And you come now to just over a minute left here, and you're kind of scratching your head if you're Team Liquid, because Denied have played so well, and it's not that we thought that they were going to be a horrible team, but I think really it's not in the script. It's certainly not, and I think really the biggest shock of this isn't that Denied are playing so well, it's how poor the offense has been from Liquid, at least in the goal-scoring department.
It's going to be a pass over to Speed off the backboard. That's not an option. The infield passes have not been an option. Individual plays have not been an option. Denied shutting everything down to pass to Fruity off the backboard. Instead, left Ronicky's coming in, but he's coming in so late. Pass back to Speed. And again, it's red.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit more obvious there on that pass. Denied hanging on for this last 20 seconds, and it's going to be tough for 3 goals to go in for Liquid. Denied looking to go up 2-0 in the series. And that is oh my, Chippy's done it again. He slipped it by the defense once more. I don't think this goal matters too much, but Denied, man, they look good in this series so far.
Yeah, hat trick hero for Chippy against Team Liquid. That's something that you end up remembering. Remember even more if they can go on now to win this series, which they are very much now favorites to do. 91%
He's gonna get another
favored Team Liquid for this series. The 9% out there are feeling like geniuses right now. Just 1 more game needed.
And there's a lot to talk about with this Team Liquid team. They got another game to get through here to keep their series alive. And look, I think there was a lot of great ideas from Team Liquid. And I think you actually hit the nail on the head, Shogun, when you said that they're going for that perfect pass. Well, the issue with that in a lot of the cases is that there's no one there to receive that pass, or it's maybe not as good of a shot that'll come from it. Maybe that extra pass wasn't needed. Maybe you had to take the shot earlier. And I think that's been the biggest difference here for Team Liquid versus Denied. They're making a lot out of nothing on the Denied side. And Team Liquid are trying to set up the perfect play, but they really haven't gotten it yet.
And this is usually the moment where I turn around and say, all right, give the ball to Speed, let him go for dribbles and challenges, and then play for the open ball after one of those eventually, ends up being a 50-50. But when I say that out loud and I say, all right, well, who's going to get to that ball first? I instantly go to Denied. They have been so quick across the field. Every time we had the ball in the final third and it looks like it's being a little bit chaotic or maybe they've made the mistake, they are still the team that is able to get to the ball first and start to clean up. Liquid needing a reverse sweep. Otherwise, they will drop down to the lower bracket. Everyone out there, if you want to know why Double Elim is always so exciting, this is exactly why, because this is a result that it will not get wiped away in days 3 or 4. It's a result that stands and would affect them for the entirety of this regional.
You're absolutely right. Liquid lose this one, they move down to the lower side of things, and that is a long and arduous road for any team, no matter how good you are. And for Liquid, not the way they would want to start off their winter split.
It's a very curious kickoff there. I don't think I've seen that one, but Denied full of surprises in this series. Here goes Roniki. Looks to try and find the launching pass in field. And that glimmer of hope that came when Team Liquid got their first and what has been this point their only goal, very much gone away.
I think something else that's just kind of plagued this Liquid team so far, at least in this series, is there's these oddly missed touches, or they're too slow to the ball sometimes on defense. And it's really on the defensive side of things where you start to see it, because they've had a lot of, good setups on the offensive side of things, just not the execution. But it does feel like they're a bit slow, and like I said earlier, that urgency from Denied is really paying off because they're putting on that pressure with that quick speed and slipping into the gaps of the defense of Liquid, and even just putting shots to the back post where Liquid players didn't really expect it and they couldn't get to it fast enough.
Well, let's look very quickly at the positives right now for Team Liquid as Fruity tries to rush this one down. Is they have been getting in a position where they have been allowed to select the play quite often and not having to react to it all too much. So if they can start figuring out what they want to do and executing on it a little bit better, that becomes a very solid way for them to move through for the rest of this series. But right now, it's getting to that point. It's figuring out what plays do Denied not expect and what is the weakness in their defense, because Team Liquid haven't found it just yet, but Justice and Team Denied are finding plenty in Team Liquid's.
Yeah, this is some great pressure from Denied, forcing Liquid to maybe not have the best clear there from Speed, and Justice so quick to that ball once again, just kind of playing with what Team Liquid give them. And it's not the prettiest of setups, but it's a fantastic finish from Justice. And that's kind of the difference maker right now, is that those offensive attempts, they're scrappy from Denied and they're able to finish them.
Just shots because you can, I feel, from Denied at moments, and they are working. Doesn't have to be a 90% likely chance to score, just something to make life awkward for Team Liquid. Off the backboard, Fruity does miss the double tap. Roniki has to come in at an awkward angle, cuts in, and Justice instantly takes it away. Might even have a little support coming up with him, but it was Bruh, who was the remaining player straight down the same side of the field as he was, so not really much of a passing option. Half the game gone here, and it might be to 2. Double tap scored!
This man is popping off today. You gotta hand it to him, man. Even if they get reverse sweep, you can't say that Chippy didn't put on the best performance that he possibly could in this series. It's a second double tap for him, and he's just at the right spot at the right time. The execution is there. The defense of Liquid left stunned every time he's on the ball.
And I just tabbed to check out some of the score right now. Bra is on 14 points, and it's the happiest 14 points he's ever earned. This is fantastic for him to watch Chippy deliver this level of performance in what is arguably the most important game that he has seen so far. Now a 2-goal lead, and it goes from what seemed like at the pregame impossible to improbable to looking very likely. It's almost completely turned on its head as we come in for the third one. Justice just going to try and buy a little bit more time. Bruh feels like he's got the boost to keep this one going. Probably could have left it for Chippy, because now that goal is open and it's scored by Fruity.
Well done here from Liquid. Denied botches their opportunity on the offensive side of things. That clear perfectly over to Ronicky, a great touch that can act as a pass or a shot, and Fruity's able to follow up, tap it into net, and the important part of that play was Ronicky putting that ball on frame as well. Fruity able to follow it up, of course, but Ronicky putting the pressure on the defense to make the save, and I think that's really where Liquid need to be. You have to force Denied to make some saves here.
Gonna drop down. Speed. Touch straight over to Chippy, and Fruity keeps it out. That's crucial for Team Liquid. Cannot afford to go down by 2 again, but these constant missed touches mean that they cannot transition out of this side of the field. Speed. Right down the line. Ronicky will be the next player up. Hasn't got anyone to pass to, so instead it's straight over to Bruh. Bruh to Chippy. Up to the back yet again. Just over a minute left now. And Team Liquid.
Double demo.
They wanted to get away from the nightmare of last split. Well, it looks like the nightmare might have just begun. Instead, they're going to now break away. Speed, what's the bounce going to be? It's the worst one possible for him.
Yeah, he really needed that bounce to do basically anything else. Ronicky almost able to put it away. Chippy, huge save on the goal line, though, to keep his team alive with less than a minute.
Chippy, he's got Justice, who wants to go for the bump. Couldn't find Speed. Now Speed recovers over to the wall. Not a good touch from Bruh. Denied, showing some weakness here. And they might get caught, but it's Chippy yet again, making himself big enough to stop the shot.
Making up for Justice missed there. And still Justice in a tight spot. He got turned around, and Fruity's going to tap it to the right side for the equalizer.
It went full calamity for Denied. Chippy makes the mistake. Justice still not able to recover. I don't think he was expecting Chippy to make a mistake at all, given how he's been playing this series, so no real fault of his. And Team Liquid have managed to get themselves a lifeline here.
And boy, do they need that. Now 20 seconds left on the clock. Can they steal away this game? Overtime definitely looming, but I think Liquid would love to not have to have that pressure of 1 goal making the difference of staying in the upper bracket or not.
It's a booming clear from Fruity. Speed will look to see if there's any mistakes. This time there's not going to be. Constant pressure downfield. This might be the opportunity. Justice not in position. And 1 goal for Denied to pull off a monumental upset. To do it in a sweep as Chippy stops the first shot, but expect Team Liquid to keep attacking. Booming clear. Chippy looks to give chase. I'm going to get it before Speed. But it's a huge bump by Chippy. On target now, and Speed recovered.
Oh, Chippy got all of the defense there, throwing that first man that was going up for the clear. Liquid had to collapse onto their own net to make sure that ball didn't go in. Chippy's still on it here. This guy is just pacing up and down the field. Bruh gonna drop it down. Chippy now on the shot. It's gonna be high. And Denied waiting for their chance to shine as Liquid trying to hold on.
Justice to Chippy. It's become the feed the Chippy game, but he might have just fed the game over to Team Liquid. Not the best touch. Ronicky now puts it back on target. Again kept out. 50 seconds of overtime played. Bruh to Chippy. Doesn't have much boost, so he decides to go straight for net. I would have hit the crossbar anyway, but Speed not taking any risks. Team Liquid need to now rely on that experience. Every player they've got here has got a wealth of it. They need it to now come into play to take them to game 4. Far side, Bruh. Only as far as Fruity in the midfield, but Fruity in the missing. Now Ronicky, bit of an awkward spot. He decides to slow play it, just get his team back into position. That ends up being the right choice.
Great challenge by Justice there as well, but now Fruity trying to set up Speed. He did get a piece of it. Actually, Speed was the one who popped it up. Here comes Justice. He doesn't get the touch. Not a lot of options here for Bruh with low boost. Liquid trying to fight back, but now Justice looking for the back wall. Speed, not the best touch. Justice still keeping it alive. Is it going to crawl in? Speed backflips above his net to clear it away, but only for a moment. Chippy on the ball. Bruh's there. It's off the crossbar from the save, and still Denied. Trying to put it away. It's off the backboard again. Chippy's there to put it away. Who else for Denied? And a 3-0 sweep for them.
An MVP performance. A star-making performance for Chippy. And he will take it for Denied. They move on through to the next round. And for Team Liquid, it's deja vu all over again. They are down to the lower bracket. Corelli.
Wow.
Wow. I do not know what to make of this, dude.
I can tell you one thing for sure, Shogun, is Chippy had one of the best series I've seen from a player like him in a long time. That was a phenomenal performance, and I don't want to downplay anything that he did for his team here. And Justice and Bra were great support for him, but after that first game or so, he really found some form, and boy, is he a big reason why Deny win this series. But overall, I think that they stuck out as a team really well against this Liquid squad, who just struggled to put away a lot of the chances that they had, or just to generate those dangerous chances.
I mean, Denied limited them to just 3 goals across 15 plus minutes of gameplay. That is absolutely incredible. And I think a lot of people were looking at this sort of new format saying, well, maybe I don't need to tune in for the first day. It's going to be easy games, isn't it? Lads, have you ever met Europe? Europe doesn't do easy games in the earlier rounds. Europe does the script and then they burn the script and we just completely ignore it. But we're going to take our opportunity. Corelli, I think we need to just go and chill out for a little while. And when we come back, we're going to hear how the desk made of that previous series, as well as move on to the next match.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the European Winter Split Regional #1. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs and Turtle, where we sit here in absolute disbelief by the match that we just witnessed before. Liquid dominated by Denied, led by Chippy.
We forget that, you know, you have this team of Team Liquid. They now have Ronicky. He was a great player throughout all the fall split, but it's still 2/3 Liquid. And they kind of showed up today in the worst way possible. The defense was a bra moment for sure. And Team Liquid basically not looking any better than where they left off. And it's a little bit unfortunate. But on the other side, with Team Denied, they looked pretty good for what they had to do. They played a Team Liquid that were not looking good on the defensive side. And Team Denied, they scored what they needed to score. They didn't have to do much more than that.
And Chippy. That's all we were saying. I was listening to the cast. Shogun and Corelli were just talking about this man popping off in every single game. The backboard was like a blank canvas for this dude. He could do everything off it. He could get those passes directly across or drop it down with the double taps. Chippy, going forward, you got to give him respect now. That was such a fun performance, and you love seeing showings like that from an underdog team, even in this format.
I just got to say, Cookser and Cookser fans are sitting out there saying, nice. But at the same time, you don't want to see this for any team. I never like to see a fall apart like that. I do like all the other guys on the roster, but you hope to see them bounce back. This was definitely a rough showing. So I'm sure, given time, they'll be able to pull us back. They have another life in that lower bracket. Speaking of, let's take a look at the bracket right now just overall. This is a massive bracket, but we do have a lot of these matches done. Some of that winners round #2 is starting to fill up right now. And you can see, we already know that Fadeaway Dignitas there, Endpoint Oxygen there, Renault Vitalities, and Denied. Denied's going to have quite the matchup going on there, and Guild Solary right below that. So things are moving along here, Gibbs.
Yes, one thing to keep in mind, we're showing the upper bracket round 1 and round 2 today. So even if you do lose like Team Liquid did, they don't have to play again today. They get to take the night to think it over, and they'll play tomorrow. So at least that's a benefit, I guess, for losing right now. But everyone wants to go through either 2 on the day or 1-0 if you're a top 8 seed, because they want to make it into that third round of the upper bracket. Because once you make it that far, you have clinched at least top 12, which is huge. But if you lose in either of these rounds, you play in the first round of that lower bracket, which means you can still come in last. So that's a big matchup coming up with Team BDS versus Team Singularity first up.
And you can see we do have multiple streams going on. We want to make sure you guys aren't missing any of the great Rocket League that's happening during this winter split. You can catch the other matches on twitch.tv/UGC and twitch.tv/TheRocketRB. Just look on the screen there. You can see which matches are being broadcast where they are. Mainstream, of course, is right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. But let's talk about our next match coming up here. It's Team BDS versus Team Singularity. We saw Singularity play today. Rix GG they played, and they got a 3-0, but now they're going up against the European champions in Team BDS. Turtle, this is going to be a hard match for Singularity. Scrubkilla now on the roster here. Good start, but of course the test really happens here.
Yeah, and I think that 3-0, while it was a impressive feat for Singularity, especially considering the fact that Rix GG had beaten them previously and had gotten the upset, for them to come back out and show that they're making improvements as they're in the roster, I think that's a fantastic sign. But you also have to consider the fact that Singularity were scoring a lot of punishing goals, which is good against Rix GG, but they are not going to get the same opportunities against BDS. This is going to be a much faster team, and one that is going to be nearly impossible to force those mistakes. So Singularity have to create those out of passes and have to create it with Scrubkilla going forward with the solo plays. I don't know if it's going to be possible for Singularity, but I still think the chance is there.
Fan vote is live right now. Get your thoughts in chat with the hashtags below, BDS or SNG, to choose for the respective team. Let's get our predictions out here real quick before kickoff happens. Gibbs, start with you. How do you see this match going?
We talked about it a lot. BDS 31-2 in the fall split. No one's ever been that dominant before. That includes teams like Dignitas back in Season 5 and Season 6. BDS is really, really good, and I don't expect that to change, so BDS is going to win.
Turtle.
You know what? After seeing that Chippy performance, something, I don't know why, I really want to go Singularity. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to go BDS. The safe bet here is BDS. I'm going to go with them. But Singularity, I think it'll be a closer match than we think.
You want the underdog story here, but I don't think it's going to happen either. Team BDS is going to be my pick. You saw during the pre-show, man. We pushed that boat way out into the ocean.
Yeah.
It's sailing. It's self-sustaining at this point. It doesn't need anybody else. So BDS is it has to be my pick. I can't change that at all. Because this team has just been solid. They always find a way through. Even if it comes close, a lot of times they'll have matches that go to game 5, and this could too, but they always find that one little change and adaptation they need to make as it goes through. I expected a bit of support here for Singularity, and that's kind of what I expected here. BDS always on the edge, but I think they'll squeak this one through. We're going to find in just a minute, but not before you guys get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS to get your thoughts on the internet as well as in chat. Well, I guess that is the internet. Let's head over to our next match here. BDS versus Singularity in the Skybox.
Funny how that internet thing works, but we've got an exciting game to focus on. Scrubkilla in his debut with Team Singularity, or RLCSX debut, performed quite well getting a sweep, but now I think everyone's expecting this next round to be a little more difficult.
Yeah, here is the test, so to speak, right? Up against unquestionably the strongest team from Europe in the fall split. And let's see what happens.
And I think you're right, Chiefs. It's tough to imagine a tougher challenge. BDS led by Monkey Moon. Many people, if you ask them, will say that he's up there in conversations for best player in the world. Frenchman has really made such an impact, rising through the ranks of the rival series, and then getting to the top of RLCS where he's been staying with his team. BDS, absolute domination as of late. See if they can keep it going. Rebound out to Mark by 8. He doesn't waste any time. Team BDS take an early lead.
Answer is, can they keep it going? 100%. Mark by 8 towards the backboard. Breezy doesn't get all of it, and Extra was playing the miss. And so Extra thankfully didn't even really have to go for it because that ball just got tipped away from him, so decided to drive off, and Mark by 8 had time to come all the way back down because they didn't get that perfect clear off the backboard.
Extra going for the bounce shot. Rebound out to Mark. Breezy will get a long clear. Scrubkilla off the wall. Catches it into Breezy, and Monkey Moon had that play read. Couldn't get the pinch clear. Hibbs challenged by Mark, who used up all his boost for that challenge. Monkey Moon, look at how much time he had there, and he was able to take it and beat multiple defenders. And it's that patience, execution that makes Monkey Moon such a unique player, such a special player when it comes to ability. This from Extra in the corner. Monkey Moon had the outlet. Off the ceiling now to Extra. Another bounce attempt. Rebound comes out. Scrub beats Mark to the ball. Stays with it. Monkey Moon off the ceiling. Rebound out to Breezy, and Breezy will tie things up.
Got to give a lot of credit here to Scrubkilla, just able to twist around people in the air, but it's that challenge that tips it right back up into the ceiling that really made it count. Breezy had all the time in the world to take the shot in the 1v1, and he's not going to miss that very often. So Singularity, credit to be able to battle back here in this one. Keep it tight with 3 minutes left.
Monkey Moon tried to take a bit too much time there. Hibbs with the dunk. Another ricochet double commit from BDS. Ball out to Breezy. Breezy, first touch control. Flick to the middle. But Hibbs was too far out of the play. However, Singularity had possession again. Extra with a good challenge in the corner. Singularity, a bit scrambly, but recover quickly. Hibbs, ooh, you can see, jumped up a bit early, didn't have a line on the ball. Singularity now then find themselves on the defensive end, trying to keep BDS at bay. Breakout play, Scrub to Breezy, who hits it to the corner. Monkey Moon, right back to Mark by 8. Already seeing some long back and forth clears, but now a 2v1 situation. Hibbs with boost. Breezy goes for the demo. Mark dodged it and got a piece of the ball.
And those plays are always so tough to execute because when you see Hibbs not initially pick up that dribble cleanly, you think there's just too much extra time, and yeah, they're waiting for the demo, but this one's off the backboard. Extra can't score it either. And BDS not able to convert what probably could have been a decent goal scoring chance either.
The BDS recouping had a ton of boost for this counter. Mark's able to stay in the play. Monkey Moon gets demoed from behind. The tables turn quickly. Extra shuts down Scrub. Breezy goes for the backboard pass. Monkey Moon has the read to the corner. Monkey Moon will have to stay with it. A bit slow to the challenge. Mark out of boost here. Needs help. Does have the boost respawn underneath him, so he'll be able to help out. Jumps on that play. Catches Hibbs out. And BDS, they quickly turn things around.
Catches Hibbs out is right. He's definitely thinking that Scrub's got this one off the backboard, and he turns forward, but then it kicks straight down and doesn't realize how hotly contested it's going to be before it's too late, and you can't blame him. I thought Scrub was going to just pound that off the backboard.
Mark taking that prediction play and making it work. Was able to cut that pass off, and BDS was in a situation where you thought that Singularity might have a scoring chance developing, and were able to get a free goal there. So that was a big play from Mark by 8. Monkey Moon had Mark in the middle. Mark gets bumped, will retreat now. Extra comes in, a huge dunk from Hibbs. Mark will have to make the read. It's awkward. Monkey Moon helps him. Scrub to the corner, has a second effort. It's rolling around. Monkey Moon gets bumped. Up to Hibbs. Hibbs, center ball. Nobody was there yet again. And Mark also there to start the counterattack.
Yeah, Breezy just got demoed. He would have been right on top of that pass, but Mark by 8 able to find him in the middle of the box and take him out. Pass down to Scrub, and it's too far out of place. Scrub had to catch it and tip it out to the side. So Singularity, some good drives to be fair. Scrub another chance here and tipped up towards the ceiling.
Mark by 8 on the wall, throwing it into reverse to get that touch. And Singularity convert and tie this up. We're running out of time. Long shot. Mark will put it off the backboard. Goes for the double tap. Ends up hitting it to the corner.
See the next level of double taps. That would have been it.
Ambitious, to say the least. Now, miss there. That'll end it. Team BDS, a close win in game 1. Weren't necessarily out matching or outpacing Singularity, but Singularity, just those few moments, just made a few mistakes. That hit down to Mark. Mark was, it was strange positioning for Mark, but he was expecting that pass down, and that it paid off for him. But Singularity had a lot of possession that game, it seems.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the biggest selling point for BDS in that series was their ability to recognize when one of their players was definitely going to be in trouble in some of those transitions coming out of Singularity. Playing defense with the ball coming over your shoulder and things like that. And they were able to very quickly ascertain whether or not they needed to go up and make the touch, even though their teammate is theoretically the first one in position for it. So BDS able to pull off a couple of really scary clears, not necessarily saves per se, but some big touches from teammates, able to really quickly determine how dangerous things are and what needs to actually happen.
Yeah, and a very good performance from Mark by 8 in particular. Both goals coming from his bumper. Air demo from Scrub. Extra will take that touch down. Gets the demo on Hibbs, but Hibbs got a piece of it. Shot coming in. Double commit from Singularity. Things starting to heat up for BDS. Hibbs will clear it down Main Street. Mark to his own corner. Monkey Moon will pinch that downfield. Breezy going for the air play. Gets the block. Mark getting that boost. You saw him whip it around to get that boost and still able to make that play.
And Singularity kind of picking up right where they left off. To be fair, they're really pushing BDS fairly consistently back onto their own half. I mean, Breezy here putting pressure on Monkey Moon, and BDS kind of scrambling. I shouldn't say scrambling, but they're really having to play solid defense here because Singularity is really not allowing anything.
Singularity, a lot of possession, but do they have the creativity to make it past that final line of BDS?
Yeah.
The speed of their challenges has been there. They've been keeping possession, but we haven't really seen BDS be forced to stretch to make that save on the goal line. They've been stopping the chances pretty early. ball into the middle. Extra low on boost, says, you know, got to come get it. I'm not going to hit it to you.
Always a good play as well. Nothing wrong with just forcing a dribble and a challenge on no boost. And actually, it's turned out quite nicely for them. They're finally able to at least get the ball over onto the orange half and have a chance of sticking with it.
Second effort from Monkey Moon, almost connected. Scrubkilla did clear it off to the side. A light tap will get it by Mark by 8, but Mark's upfield now. Puts it off the backboard. Shot coming in from Monkey Moon. The low shot couldn't beat Breezy, but it was close.
You gotta love that coordination from BDS. I mean, that pass goes up to the man on the corner, and everyone's kind of wondering, does that go off the backboard hard, or is it coming right back out to the one who just put it up? And that second man just immediately dove out for the demolition to let the midfield guy come up and try and take the shot. So even though it gets saved, it's that understanding about what they want. Monkey Moon is denied as it's kicked off the post. And BDS starting to flex the offensive muscles a little bit more here, but still nothing going.
The extra getting demoed. He was trying to take the light touch around, going for the dribble. That is one thing BDS is very good at, is slowing down the pace when they've got possession and really making that high percentage play, the smart play. Scrub, his own corner, will flick it now to the middle. Mark there to block it, extra in support. In the corner, going for that last bump, but he couldn't connect. Still dangerous, ball high up in the air. Monkey Moon stays in the play. Breezy, a light tap. Mark back to the middle. Monkey Moon turns, chaos, it hits on Monkey Moon's back and pops straight up. That was almost something special.
Extra that whole time was sitting behind everyone that play like, do I go for it? I probably shouldn't go for it. And then he just left.
Sometimes it's better to just turn around. Retreat and try again.
Yep. That one got a little too chaotic.
A little too dicey. Now things might be getting dicey for BDS. Mark on his own backboard, looking for a clear. Scrub waiting. Centers to Hibbs. Hibbs shut down by extra, but Breezy will now have a chance. Hard hit. Monkey Moon got up to the ceiling quickly. Still confident in that read. And I just checked the scoreboard. 0 shots so far for Singularity, and we have less than a minute left to play.
But to their credit, also playing pretty solid defensively. Obviously, they'd like to find more clears, and here's a chance. Hibbs only in a one-on-one, but he doesn't really have anything, and he's going to need a lot of help from Breezy, but a chance to maybe get something started with 30 left, and they have to play defense instead.
Hibbs beats Monkey Moon. Awkward for Mark, but a good kick out to extra. Extra chips it to Mark. Mark back towards net. Was a little too far out ahead of extra. You saw the angle that he was going for.
They got one more shot.
That clear. Extra will get a hard hit. Last chance. Monkey Moon wanted to center it. It gets over Scrub. Mark with the corner pass. Shot from Monkey Moon and shut down by Hibbs. And we've got overtime. First goal of this game will win it all.
Scrubkilla missing that ball makes everybody's heart kind of just stop for a moment. BDS, you thought maybe here they go again. Instead, they'll have to wait to overtime. Pass to Mark by 8 and not able to find contact. Monkey Moon will drill it into the top of the net, though, and it only takes 10 seconds. BDS gonna win another one.
It's funny how that works, right? You know, you spend 5 minutes of regulation, no one can score. 10 seconds into overtime, and it ends. And you saw that defensive awkwardness. It looked like Hibbs and Scrubkilla were both eyeing that ball. Neither one of them making that first move, and you wonder if Boost had a role to play in that situation. Normally, you'd see a player up so quickly, but a lot of times after kickoff, that's when you can be hurting for that boost.
Yeah, that's really a lot of the situation that tends to happen, because you have one guy that splits off, one guy obviously going for the ball, and the other guy following close behind. And if you get that ball just tipped over you at the wrong moment, and you haven't had time to go and collect boost, you're going to be out of position. That's always how it goes. And BDS able to string together a couple of dangerous looks. The best one here at 0 seconds turned aside, but you'll see it because there's Scrubkilla going for that ball, and then Hibbs just knows that I have nothing because I really needed my teammate to get a touch there. And, you know, it comes down to placement at that point. And if there's one thing BDS has, it is putting the ball where it needs to go.
Especially if it's Monkey Moon taking the shot. Monkey Moon, he even challenged the keeper earlier with that low shot that almost made it in. So Team BDS, the expected result so far, a 2-game lead, but it hasn't really been a blowout. Singularity keeping these games close.
Singularity. Did they ever register a shot on target? I don't think so.
I don't think they did.
It's the squeaky clean shutout.
Extra. Bit too high on that one. Needs to get his knee over the ball. Mark gets blocked out. Scrub is in a race with Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon delays it. Scrub does get a pass infield. Good win from Breezy as well, but Mark has a ton of boost. Couldn't get it around Hibbs. Chance potentially gearing up for Singularity. That hit off the backboard. Scrub Killer does well to shut it down. The second effort couldn't get the block. The shot comes in off the post, and Hibbs was stretching but couldn't get there in time. Extra will score for BDS.
Man, that bounce off the post is brutal. One great shot from Mark by 8, but it's actually got an orange trail on it, so not off the post, off of a car. And that makes it almost even worse because it goes right into the waiting arms of Extra. It turns it into the bottom right corner.
And Extra, I mean, they started out this game with that strong shot.
Yeah.
The shooting starting to warm up. Monkey Moon gave up the ball in the middle. The shot was handled by Mark. Extra running on small pads. Does get the challenge. Mark up quickly. Scrub will win it over to the corner. Hibbs, see what he does with time. Gets blocked by Monkey Moon. Extra really wanted to get that mid boost on the play. Infield pass shut down. Extra off the ceiling. Monkey Moon had a lot of time for that. Hibbs was very far out of the play. Breezy out of position. Now Extra almost was able to score that one. He was waiting in the mid. Monkey Moon found him, but it was a bit too fast.
And it feels like Scrub trying to find that extra gear, maybe trying to do a little bit too much. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing yet, because nothing's worked so far, as Extra will turn in another one. This one came off the backboard of...
And, you know, I was just watching Scrub Killer's player cam. He pre-jumped so early because he knew Monkey Moon was going to go for backboard. He knew it. And Monkey Moon still threads that needle between him and the ceiling and gets that perfect bounce.
Infuriating to a player like Scrub.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, he's just sitting there like, man, saw it coming, still couldn't stop it. And that just grinds on a player like him.
Monkey Moon, enough boost. But Hibbs did well to defend it. Looked like he still got bumped, however, was able to get the block anyway. Extra, light tap. Breezy couldn't get the save, but Monkey Moon hit it wide. Extra, shot towards net. He hits his target. A hat trick for Extra.
The first redirect doesn't pan out off the post. Monkey Moon, I think he was going for that top right corner, but, you know, you'll take the pass back to Extra because it ties the defense in all kinds of knots. And this time with a little bit more sure footing under himself, he's able to square it away.
Extra having a game. Hibbs forced to make a lot of goal line stops. Hibbs couldn't get the dunk either. Mark with full boost slows down the play, gets dunked by Breezy.
What? Okay, so Scrub is going to score this goal, but the fact that he pops this into an air dribble with a completely open net right here, like, it's not an air dribble, but you know what I mean? Like the net was completely open, and he just short hops the ball. And I'm like, why are you not just smashing that into the net?
Because he got a style.
He's got a style on him.
At this point, it's not enough to score. You got to break down the mindset.
At least he turned it in, because I would have just been irate had that ball not gone in the net.
And it was also, it was a good mind game as well.
It was.
You know, it was a lovely first touch, but it was a risky first touch. Scrub. Looking for Breezy. Mark cuts out the play like he's done so many times this series. The pinch almost finds its way in as well. Hibbs, last one back, gets a pinch off the wall himself. Scrub going for the block. Extra off the pass from Monkey Moon. Will hit it into the mid for Mark. Mark low on boost, does enough to get the backboard pass, and Monkey Moon is denied. But another good scoring opportunity. And now we see a strange play. Scrub will get credit for this one. Looked like it was a pinch attempt, and it worked out.
Yeah, real fast transition. They both come diving across, and just that angle from Scrub is just wild. I mean, you think about how early he flipped his car forward so that his car starts angling down so that it hits that back wheel. Oh, man, that was pretty.
That was. I was sitting on Extra's player cam. That ball came out so fast it looked like a pinch, but just a close range pass struck very well by Scrubkilla. Mark to the middle. Singularity. They've shown some fight, but Extra, he's having none of it. The fourth for him.
Wow. What a massive goal from Extra. I mean, he really is just camping the clear there, and you gotta wonder why Scrub pulls himself off the goal line, because, I mean, my only explanation is he might have lost track of Extra there, because I think he thought his teammate might have had it, so he started driving forward and then realized that one step too far that, hang on a second, it's Extra's ball. It was too late.
Extra, a scoring spree. He has been red hot in game 3. And now the fake no boost. Oh, yeah. Monkey Moon steals it. Monkey Moon. What? Why?
He wants that MVP. That just put him over the score. Wow. 635.
Let him get 5. We could have seen a double hat trick.
Disappointing. There's still time. It can still happen.
You know, maybe Extra's just hedging his bets, you know, trying to get some assists as well.
Don't want to fall too far behind and all.
Don't want to be too lopsided. BDS, 2 close games. We even had that 0-0 overtime. But in the end, the scoreline we expect. A nice play at the end, but it doesn't really matter. BDS sweep Singularity, and they'll move on.
A very pretty sweep combined with a very pretty goal to end it. Nice shot from Breezy, but as you said, counts for naught. Fantastic show from BDS. Singularity, I thought, actually played very well early on in the series. It was really just that game 3. You could tell that, you know, something flipped in Scrub's mind, and he just started getting real aggressive. And to be fair, if he was making those touches, I think it would have been another close game for Singularity, but I think just in game 3, he didn't quite come up with those, threw his teammates off a little bit, and BDS was able to capitalize.
But, it was also achieved just another typical BDS performance where it can be a slow start. They still got the wins in the close games, but that game 3, they really put the pedal to the metal.
Yep.
Extra scoring goal after goal after goal. So BDS, I think it's fair to say that they're still on top. Crushing performance over Singularity. Scrubkilla, I think he'll be happy with his team's performance, but that's going to be a tough challenge no matter who you are trying to take down BDS.
Yep, and off to the lower bracket for Singularity. Shown promise so far in the 2 series that we've seen, so Scrub at least showing there is merit to the roster swap, and we'll see more of them as the tournament goes on.
And the tournament will go on. We've got Endpoint going up against Oxygen, and that's coming up after the break.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am Leaf. Alongside me is Jorby and Gibbs. We're going to break down that last match there. BDS is doing what they're supposed to do, Jorby, and they plow through Singularity.
They plow through them, and convincingly so again. I think that Singularity, obviously still, trying to find their way with Scrub Killer, but I think they had some good moments in this set. They didn't take a game off of BDS, but let's be honest, how many teams are going to be taking a lot of games off of BDS? And I think that this is just par for the course. BDS, they had to come out here, prove that, yeah, we're just going to waltz through Singularity, and that's what happened.
Hey, we saw game one, it was 1-goal game. Game two, once again, a 1-goal game. So that's a good sign for Team Singularity. BDS, though, obviously, they don't lose. So what are you going to do for Team Singularity? So they'll go down to the lower bracket 1, but they'll have a better seed because they won that first round matchup. So they'll get a little bit of an easier opponent when we see them tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they're going to be sitting there pretty all nicely in the winner's quarters. Either Fadeaway or Dignitas will join them. Let's just take a look at the bracket right now to give you guys a bigger picture, because, of course, we do have a lot of matches going on, not just on this stream, but over on the Rocket RB and UGC if you want to catch those matches. But coming up next for us is going to be Endpoint versus Oxygen. But look at this bracket. It is massive and it is moving.
Beautiful. Now, one thing to keep in mind with we see Team BDS, they're into round 3. Once you hit round 3, you finish top 12. That is a huge spot to be in. But if you lose the round before, you can still come in last. So these round 2 games are so important because, once again, you only have 2 lives, and we've been saying that throughout. But when you're in the upper bracket, every time you win, you skip a lot of those lower bracket games. So for Team BDS, we expect them to be a top 12 team, but now they are officially a top 12 team at the very least.
And Jorby, we talked about this before too, just about the difference in this format now is, these teams that have lost and are down in that lower bracket only have a single life left. They don't have 3 anymore. Do you think, a lot of teams are going to be refreshed that this is a familiar format for them, or do you think it's a little more worrisome for some of them that they don't have those extra opportunities now?
I think it might depend on how they perform, on how they feel about the format. If they win and get over to day 2 and 3, then we love this change up. But if they end up going 0-2, I think they'll be a little upset that they didn't get another try after split 1. But this is I love the change in format just because it double elimination just requires you to be constantly focused, because losing one match could actually just be the difference between you getting to the upper bracket quarters or just going 0-2 out. It's a very difficult format mentally to go through, and I think you'll see different teams shine in this format than you did in the first split.
And again, you saw there, if you want to see which team's going to face BDS, Fadeaway Dignitas will be on the UGC stream, but make sure you have them all open. So you're watching all the Rocket League you can. But here on this stream, on the main thing, twitch.tv/Rocket League, we have Endpoint versus Oxygen. Let's take some time to break this one down right now. Endpoint, Oxygen. Oxygen having a rough first split. That fall split was not the prettiest of things we've seen from them. I believe it was a 19th place finish, I think, from those guys. It was not good from Oxygen. This is where they're looking to turn things around. We know they're a solid team. We know they can perform really well. And maybe looking at a familiar format, they might be a little more apt to do well in this. I mean, that's why they did well, I think, maybe in the grid, because that was that familiar format here. So now we find out if this will be. But Endpoint, Gibbs, also a very solid team, making it into that third regional finals.
So we look at this on paper. We have the 4th seed versus the 13th seed. And if we didn't see fall split, we'd be like, all right, that's Oxygen as the 4th seed. Endpoint, they would be that 13th seed. But like Oxygen, they completely failed in the fall split. While Endpoint, they exceeded everyone's expectations by finishing top 4. They obviously made one grand final. They did well in the major as well through that playoff bracket. So now it comes down to, how do these two teams begin the winter split? Because again, everyone expected Oxygen to just clap people throughout the fall split. And they did that in the grid, but they didn't do it where it mattered most. But Endpoint was the complete opposite. Didn't do well in the grid at all. But when it came down to the regionals, when they needed to win, they got it done. They beat Top Lokes twice in playoff brackets, which was fantastic. So sure, it's 4th seed versus 13th seed, but I think it's a lot closer than that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said 19th. That didn't even make sense. 13th seed before. For this, I'm curious what you guys think about this one. Jorby, for you, Endpoint or Oxygen? Don't give me a prediction yet, but who's really kind of got the upper hand going in based off what we've seen from that last split?
I do think that momentum is a thing here for Endpoint. I think that's what gives them the edge here. Oxygen have really struggled to get on the rails and actually keep things together. They haven't been able to put together a consistent streak of wins really for a while. I think the most that they have is a two match win streak in their last 10 matches played. And then even before that, they only had 2 wins before they had another loss on top of it. Endpoint recently have had a nice string of victories. I think they've also evolved a little bit. Metzenaris especially has really gotten involved on this Endpoint squad. Virtuoso has transformed from just a demo specialist to a really solid, especially in the first man role. Virtuoso has been excellent for creating opportunities for his team. And Relating Wave, who at times has struggled, had really started to solidify his spot in the rotation. I think this Endpoint team has evolved over the course of the entire split, and I think that's going to pay them dividends here.
Well, it's time for the fan vote and our predictions here. Make sure you guys get your predictions in chat with the hashtag and/or hashtag OXG. Let us know what you think. Is Oxygen going to bounce back this time, or is Endpoint going to continue to evolve and adapt their play style to stay at the top here? Gibbs, what do you think it's going to be in this matchup?
I can't believe I'm doing it. I'm picking Oxygen once again. Like, I think Endpoint's one of those teams where when we see them in Swiss for top 16 rounds, they finish 3-2. They barely scrape it out. They have been clutch in playoff brackets, but I think eventually Oxygen's going to turn around and show that they are one of these top teams. I think it might start now. I've said that probably 5 times in a row and it hasn't happened, but I'm going to go with Oxygen.
All right, Jeremy?
It's Endpoint. Endpoint do well in playoff brackets. Gibbs kind of contradicted himself, in my opinion. I think Endpoint, this is the type of format that they're going to thrive in. I have Endpoint.
For me, I'm going to go with Endpoint as well. Endpoint, you guys know I've loved the play style. I love just that Virtuoso demo style playing. I love that they've adapted around that. They know when to go for them, because it's not always good to just go headstrong into a battle with your sword out. Sometimes you need to choose when to sheath that and when to pull it out. So I think Endpoint's evolved really well here. Chat does as well, the 64%. We'll see if Oxygen can start to turn things around. Let us know your full thoughts on this matter on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But now we find out if Oxygen is bouncing back or if Endpoint is going to continue strong over in the Skybox.
And this is a pretty fun matchups that we've got here. We've got Endpoint, who by all metrics has exceeded expectations, and then Oxygen, which has fallen short of quite a few. So this will be a very important series, I think, for both of these teams. Endpoint trying to prove that they're still a team to be respected, but Oxygen really trying to live up to that expectation so many have placed on them.
Yep, and definitely a clean slate in theory, but there's still a lot of expectation here for Oxygen to come out here and show that they can beat a team that played above their station, so to speak, in Endpoint. It's like, if you want us to seriously consider that you've turned the corner and you've really developed into that top-level team that we all know and have expected for so long, then you need to beat Endpoint here.
And I like that attempt from Relating Wave, trying to get up to the ceiling to get his jump back, set up a shot. And good defensive touch from Virtuoso. Numbers advantage. Metzenaris trying to get this ball around Farah. But the laying his life down for that demo. Another demo for Relating Wave. It's getting aggressive already for Endpoint.
Definitely that strong physical start that you would expect from them, to be sure, but managing it well is Oxygen. Astral taps to Chaussette, and this one's probably going to stall out here. Farah just needs to play for some time.
Relating Wave directly off the wall. Metzenaris was quick to get there. Virtuoso will swoop in past Astral. Farah in the corner. It's dunked on by Virtuoso. Shot from Relating Wave just high. That was a great scoring chance. Now the net vulnerable. Chaussette was on empty. If he had a lick of boost, he might have been able to score on that open net.
You can see just some flaws in the approach for Oxygen on that transition. Not necessarily even the fact that they were no. Forget all the offense. The defense is the problem here. Farah jumps up for this one, can't quite find the first touch. And then the guy behind him as well, not able to just make contact. And Relating Wave able to just walk into the net.
Now, Farah decided to stay on the ground and jump. If he decided to go on the wall a bit earlier, I think he might have been able to get there in time. So a bit of a defensive hiccup. Oxygen giving up a few chances as well. You even think back to when Relating Wave banged that shot off the crossbar.
Yep.
Endpoint, multiple quality chances so far. Demo from Virtuoso. Sure that won't be the last time I say that.
Guaranteed.
And that was a very good demo because that player was coming in for a shot opportunity, but Endpoint made it fizzle out before anything got going. A good read off the crossbar. That was a chance. Chaussette was just off.
And the thing that makes that sting even more for Oxygen is Chaussette read that play cold. I mean, he saw exactly where that one was going, positioned to catch the clear and everything, knew he was going to have the uncontested shot, and that one is just off the mark. And the fact Chaussette didn't put that one under the crossbar is so frustrating.
And he misses that, putting Astral in an awkward spot. Infield pass, Virtuoso out of boost. Astral testing Relating Wave. Very efficient on his boost usage there. Relating Wave. Strong defensive presence. Chaussette to the corner. Bounce right to Virtuoso. He'll stay with it. Delayed pass. Endpoint. Playing keep away. Now the shot. Chaussette gets the save, and Farah will be able to come in and help out. That is a tough save to make when you're falling into net like that. To not only get the touch, but prevent that follow-up.
Yeah, honestly, didn't think he would be able to get enough on it to even push it out, but Virtuoso now double tap denied by Farah. Demo at the top of the box puts Metzenora in time control mode. He'll throw it out to Virtuoso as everything, I think, can stall out a little bit here, and they have an extended stay in the corner.
And a dunk. Metzenaris. Who was that? Was that Farah that was trying to dribble this out, and it just didn't work?
Yeah, Farah definitely catches this one, and I think he kind of got blindsided there from Metza because he was following that ball all the way down with ball cam, and by the time he makes that first touch and really gets his bearings, Metzenaris has already cut across him and just takes it away.
That ball cam, you know, if Farah took ball cam off for a split second, he might have seen that Relating Wave was there. Farah getting bumped from behind as well. Relating Wave up to Virtuoso. Chaussette last back. Will he make the stop? Yes, he will. Virtuoso let that ball get away from him.
I think Virtuoso was actually trying to make it look like he was going to go for an air dribble to open the space, but Astral's going to take it on transition, turn it into a goal, and keep it tight with 36 left.
And that demo from Farah prevented that that third man from being in position to get the stop. Astral, the net was open. I was a bit worried when I saw him go for that backboard hit. But Astral has those double taps locked in. And Oxygen still within striking distance. Shot set hard off the ceiling. Farah, low hit, and Metzenaris will clear it downfield. Astral needed to get that boost. That'd have been an awkward ball. Lots of time wasted on that play. And now the goal from Relating Wave. That's going to put it out of reach. Too much time wasted in the corner. And eventually, Endpoint closed in on him.
Yeah, Astral really trying his best to just give them a little bit of space to work with. Unfortunately, it doesn't go out to the corner. It kind of just floats out towards the middle of the pitch, and Relating Wave jumped all over it.
Shot set, blocked by Metza. And game one, all Endpoint. That was pretty one-sided for a majority of it. Endpoint, multiple scoring chances, demos coming in. Endpoint, they really looked like they outclassed Oxygen in that game. You know, Gibbs predicting Oxygen. He's got a lot of faith, but Oxygen just can't seem to find that rhythm.
It's really quite fascinating for a team like Oxygen as well, because I was with Gibbs during the pre-show. I was like, Oxygen, you're going to do better. And to come out here in game one, and to be fair, I think this one could have went differently, but like those key shot opportunities that Oxygen were able to create, they really couldn't score. I mean, it took Astral scoring that tight angle for them to get something in. Like the shot that sticks in my mind was when Chaussette just read that clear miles away and then just punches it off the bar, and it's like, how are these guys not scoring those?
Well, but at the same or on the other end though, Endpoint also hit the crossbar as well. Relating Wave starting out the game hitting the crossbar. I think they could have put more goals in as well if they were shooting perfectly. So Oxygen is going to have a lot to figure out. I think they struggled quite a bit, especially on the defensive end, whereas Endpoint looks strong throughout. Farah the drop down, Relating Wave first to it by a mile. Astral does get the double tap, and Farah get a nice touch, but opted not to go for the shot there, and the pass was easily blocked. Now double commit, Astral bumping into Chaussette as well. Farah in the midfield will try to slow things down.
And that's that kind of disjointedness that's really costing Oxygen a lot of chances, you know, because if you've got Astral, wait, what?
Relating Wave.
Relating Wave here.
Yeah, if you watch him, he turns a bit early. You can see him come out of net. Yeah, you want to be more on the goal line. Left too much space above his head, and Astral spotted that mistake.
Oh, Relating Wave. I think everyone knows that Relating Wave is a lot smarter than that. I think every now and again, you know, you just go full bonehead. That was it.
It's easy to do, especially if you lose track of where you are on the field.
Yeah, could have thought he was closer to the goal line or something.
Or perhaps it was just arrogance. You know, there's no way Astral will shoot this. Perhaps trying to get down in case it was an infield pass attempt. Who knows? Relating Wave couldn't go for that pass. Opted to get the boost instead. Virtuoso, low boost, flick denied by Chaussette. And now Astral off his back wall. Bumped Metza a bit. Relating Wave goes for the flip reset. The dunk almost had it on the goal line. Relating Wave trying to make some plays.
Going for redemption, and the pressure building from Endpoint here, and another big block from Relating Wave. Chaussette is caught backwards, so they're still going to be able to build some pressure here on the Endpoint side, but getting that ball into the corner is extra time that Oxygen desperately needed there.
Very good challenge from Chaussette as well. Got the big clear, got that touch as well. That saved Oxygen some trouble. Corner pass attempt. Relating Wave, an awkward line on it. Hit it off the ceiling, but Metzenaris so close in support. Metzenaris seems like he's always there to help out, no matter what kind of touch comes his way. That's up. Finds Relating Wave. It pops straight up. Low boost for Virtuoso. Still gets the hit downfield. Farah. Let that get away from him. Astral is way out of the play. Virtuoso misses his infield pass. And now Chaussette gets blocked away. Oxygen maintaining this 1-goal lead.
Oh, this is really awkward here. Oxygen, they're willing to risk it all. Like Astral going for this. I mean, if he comes up empty, you said it earlier, he will be way out of the play. But so far, Oxygen starting to press decently well on Endpoint. Endpoint not really having much command of the ball, definitely playing very reactive defense here, and that's a big clear to at least get them some field position to work with.
Infield pass, it was the right idea, too far away from Relating Wave. Now Astral with room, so good in these situations. Lets it drop down, goes for the shot, but it was saved by Metza.
Like you said, the guy you need at the time you need. Farah with a chance to put one away. Virtuoso called upon to make a desperation touch with his teammate missing it right here.
Yeah.
And Farah ate it up.
And that's not much you can do there. If you're Virtuoso, you're expecting Relating Wave to get a touch on that. Virtuoso only had 10 boost as well. Farah, big goal, however. Getting an insurance goal for Oxygen. And Oxygen now find themselves playing defense. Numbers advantage. Farah has Astral in the middle, and Metzenaris will still make that stop.
Like you said, you can always depend on him. If you need a touch, he will be there. Metza reading the 2-on-1 very well. Chance here for Endpoint. There's the bump on net, and it tips into Metza. They'll turn it in.
Oh, Virtuoso gets a bump in the corner on Farah. Picks up a pad, bumps Chaussette. It accidentally hits it into Metzenaris for that goal. Virtuoso, I love his approach to the game. You know, just go in, throw some punches, see what happens.
You said it. That won't be the last time you'll say bumped by Virtuoso, and it wasn't.
Endpoint. Move things to within 1. And Oxygen, with how good these players are on paper, you got to think that, you know, perhaps there's something on that mental side that is holding them back. Whether it's confidence, trust, something. They're going to have to get this win. That would be disastrous if they give up that 2-goal lead late.
Oh, they might have.
Astral, patience on the backboard. Relating Wave will have Virtuoso in the middle, but it's cut out. Metzenaris will make that save. It's a good challenge as well. However, Astral goes towards net. Relating Wave hard off the corner. Virtuoso taps it up to Metza. Metza off the backboard to Relating Wave. Relating Wave, the drop down! Save on the goal line. And Chaussette will clear it downfield. Oxygen, hold on, but it got dicey near the end.
Hold your breath, but let it out, because they pull out the victory, if only barely. At the end of the day, though, a dub is in there. It's tied 1-1. Oxygen fight back. A lot of saves to be made. Endpoint with some good presses, but there was a point in the middle of that game where I was actually really liking Oxygen's approach. Oxygen's approach on offense. Despite having so many saves in this game, there was a point where Endpoint really had to think about how they were playing defense and what they wanted to accomplish in terms of getting the ball out of their own half.
And that's, I think, exactly what Oxygen needs to do is have Astral, have Farah, Chaussette, not be afraid to move up and go for that shot. Take a few risks. You can't play incredibly slow, especially against Endpoint. Otherwise, you've got somebody breathing down your neck looking for bumps and demos. You just got to speed it up and get Astral or Chaussette those shooting chances in the middle. Farah coming through in a big way as well with that insurance goal that ended up being the game winner.
Well, you said take a few risks, James. I think Astral is the guy that's 100% willing to take all the risks.
Oh, yeah.
And he will depend heavily on how Farah and Chaussette are able to follow up for those.
And if you got a guy with some space and boost, Astral is one of those players that you hope is the guy in that situation. Endpoint, however, last game, especially on the replays, we saw Relating Wave. Big defensive mistake that led directly to a goal. So Endpoint not playing perfectly either. Still almost brought it back in those final seconds. Early on, we see Oxygen maintaining possession, trying to wear down this Endpoint defense. Low boost. We see Virtuoso and Metza both on 0. Finally, Virtuoso will pick up a corner boost to come in to support Relating Wave. Might have a shooting chance, but good speed from Chaussette. Metza floats one over to Virtuoso. Virtuoso had the shot, but it was a bit predictable. Chaussette with the challenge. Virtuoso on the dribble. High flick. Farah to the sidewall. Metza to the corner. Virtuoso couldn't get the touch. Virtuoso turns quickly, however. Finally, he'll retreat and leave things up to Relating Wave. Oh, and the missed boost steal from Relating Wave.
Yeah, it could have paid dividends because look, Astral's the one that picks it up, and now he's got free reign to just punch that ball over the side. You know, a lot of people don't realize just how inconvenient it is to miss a boost pad at the top level of play. But if you drive for 100 and you miss it, oh man. Like, you already know that you just lost all the pressure.
You know, I
Like, you can
I
get
do
away
that all
with
I drive around boost like it's my job. And it hurts every time.
You can get away with it early, but up here, oh man, it's bad if you have to waste those seconds to either let the other team have it or back up to go get it. Because the rotation, everyone gets a little confused, like, why are you late? And then you just kind of scratch your head and go, because I missed the boost.
And not only that, but it was Astral that got it. So,
Yeah.
you know, you're playing with fire. Team bump there from Metza on Relating Wave. Astral lays it up. Metza out of boost. We've seen boost struggles. Again, Virtuoso and Metza empty, but Metza gets that mid boost. Perhaps that'll be something for Endpoint. Oh, Virtuoso had to get a big challenge on the goal line.
I am always impressed with anyone who can make a save in that scenario where you've got the guy facing straight towards the net and you're sideways. Pulling those goals off the board is truly a defensive feat because all the momentum and, you know, all the drive on the ball is headed towards the net. So to keep that out like that is no small ask.
It's treacherous. You know, it's like you're walking on a tightrope. You have no room to make a misstep. Still scoreless. We're under 2 minutes left to play. Relating Wave tries to switch the field. Astral had that play read, however. Virtuoso, strong hit downfield. Relating Wave will take possession. Going for the block. Astral, light hit. Good challenge from Virtuoso. He's going for the backboard pass, but Chaussette will break things up. Lovely infield pass from Metza, and Relating Wave is denied by Farah.
Real well defended there from Farah. It was a good setup from Endpoint. Just Relating Wave didn't have enough space to really decide which side of the net to put it towards, and Chaussette on the breakaway will force Metza into an awkward position.
And so many times this game. Oh, and now an awkward situation. Metza on no boost. I was going to say, Metza and Virtuoso have been on empty so much this game. And this lack of boost was the reason Astral was able to get it around Metza. Metza was on the backboard, but had nothing to get the stop.
Combine that with a real nice touch behind him as well, and Metza knows he has to commit to just trying and blocking the shot. And Astral, a real nice bit of acrobatics in the air, and he's got an open net here, and it's off the bar. Chaussette will not be able to secure the 2-goal lead, so Endpoint still alive with under a minute.
And now Virtuoso! Full field counterattack, Relating Wave. That was an excellent pass and an equally excellent finish.
Oh, and Astral, I think as he rotated into the net, I think his wheels might have clipped that lip going in, and I think he might have lost control. Otherwise, he could have had a shot at making that save. But either way, big equalizer from Virtuoso. Chaussette tries to get it done off the kickoff, slams it off the wall.
Virtuoso will fling it downfield. That's not the greatest approach. Chaussette with the challenge. Astral going for the double. Hits it at that angle. Astral, what a shot.
Oh, man. When you score redirects like this one, that is... Ooh. I mean, I swear every defender in this game is going to think, yeah, that's going to hit off the backboard. There's no way you get on top of that one enough to keep it on target. But Astral continues to prove everyone wrong, despite what everyone knows he can do.
Astral, without a doubt, he is an impact player, and that was an impact goal. Huge double tap. That was a tough angle. Made it look easy. Oxygen will now move ahead in the series 2-1 endpoint. They kept it close, but ultimately Astral was just too much for him.
When you rip off a double tap like that one to secure a game win, ooh, you're right. Plays like that determine who impact players are, and you can always believe that Astral, even if it's not going to turn into a goal, is going to make you sweat. And ever since he's entered the scene, just dazzled people with his mechanical prowess. And that is exactly what brings them the victory here.
And that was an action-packed final minute. All 3 goals of the game coming in that final minute. And then that finish as well. Astral, he lives up to his reputation over and over again. And now a kickoff goal opportunity. Chaussette will get there in time. It was a race to the ball, and Chaussette will win it.
Chaussette's had a hit-or-miss series so far, I think, but able to flip around Metza, and really the ability to just make sure that that one got going the right side of the net there to beat the last guys. I think the best thing that could have happened for Chaussette, because I definitely think he can tell himself that he's not playing good Rocket League, but when Astral picks the team up and gets a big win, and then you start off hot with a big goal to kick off game 3, it'll be looking pretty good. Or game 4, excuse me.
And he really didn't have much space to work with. Had to dodge that bump. Speed flipped perfectly over the bump. Got to the ball quickly. Actually landed and jumped into the ball as well. And I think that was necessary to get that extra speed on the ball. There was a defender streaking back that I think would have been able to get that stop had Chaussette not played that perfectly. Farah will test Virtuoso here. Virtuoso dribbling it to the corner. Again on empty. We've seen him struggle with boost. Him and Metza, so many points in this series stuck on empty. Farah will take things back, wrapping around his own back wall. Bit of a collision there between Virtuoso and his teammate. Metza will leave this for Virtuoso. Off the corner and down. Astral with a booming clear.
Man. You'd be surprised at, those clears are the ones that never show up on the stat sheet, but those are the clears that every team wants to be able to make 100% of the time. Those strong timing-based clears off of those walls that just punch the ball all the way to the other side of the pitch. Doesn't even matter if you hold on to it. That's a valuable touch.
And that getting it to the open space as well. And Astral, he reads the double tap off the arc. We saw him at the crossbar in the last game. Gets another chance at it, and he hits that shot. Oh, man.
No boost either. I mean, talk about understanding the timing of how that ball is going to come down and being in the exact right time at the right place. Just incredible.
No doubt, Astral, world class. Astral breaking up that play as well. Chaussette chipping off the backboard. Virtuoso will get the challenge, but it's down to Astral. Astral will backboard pass, steal the boost. Farah shot, bounces in. Relating wave was awkward on the goal line, and Farah will get the 3rd for Oxygen.
Brutal 3-0 lead. Relating wave, like you said, the wheels go up on the sidewall. Really makes it near impossible to have any chance except to try and save the shot. Farah uncontested, just make sure it's got a decent bit of pace on it, and it'll be tough to save. And 3-0. Endpoint falling apart here.
Judging by game one, I thought that the desk was going to be right. Was it Jorby and Leaf picking Endpoint here?
Yep.
Gibbs, the sole Oxygen believer. And as the series has progressed, Oxygen playing better and better. And really, I think a lot of it, you have to give credit to Astral.
You have to.
Some huge plays.
He's the one who's got him this far for sure. But to be fair, to their credit, Farah and Shawset have hit two big...
Look at that.
How does that one find its way into the net here?
Let's take another look.
Poked forward, and Farah just goes for a challenge, and every now and again you get lucky. Goes straight in.
Tough break there for Endpoint. Farah will pick up his second, and you know, you're right, Achieves. We saw that the goal from Farah was a game 2. Got that second goal, the insurance goal that ended up being that difference maker.
And Shawset starting off game 4 here with that kickoff goal, really kind of getting them set up for success.
All around a team effort. But in those big moments, you know, you're not afraid to pass that ball over to Astral and see what he can do with it.
Oh, yeah. Never be afraid to feed the hot hand, and Astral has absolutely had that today, that's for sure.
And this is, you know, if Oxygen can get one more, certainly that would be, even now, 4 goals, with less than 2 minutes left. A tall order. Oxygen, they started out a bit shaky, but so far have been picking up speed with every game, and now they are starting to pull away big time.
And if your Endpoint kind of left scratching your head a little bit, they really didn't make, you know, the world's most egregious mistakes. I mean, if you think about all the game-winning goals, I mean, Astral has one with the world's sickest angle double tap of the day. And then you also have goals like this where it just runs away on them because they know they need to score. But it's really just been Oxygen has made the big play when they really needed to. And that's what's put them ahead in this series. And game 4 started off poorly, and then you try and do too much and it gets out of hand.
Now that game 3 goal, that game 3 double tap by Astral really, I think, will be the defining point of this series. Oxygen looking very good, and 2 challenge goals from Farah this game.
Yeah.
That dunk on Relating Wave and then speeding to that challenge, getting there first. Farah amping things up. And now another double tap attempt. Rebound will come out to Farah. And Oxygen, there were some questions, I think, going into this matchup. You could tell even by the desk's predictions. But Oxygen answering some questions here with a strong Game 4 win over Endpoint and a series win 3-1.
Try to put a little cherry on top there was Astral, but Endpoint, you know, sometimes it happens. Oxygen able to come through and have a fantastic series despite the poor start. Like you said, mostly on the back of Astral. Shawset and Farah doing their part, picking up everything as it needed to be picked up. And like you said, when you need a guy to take risks, let Astral take him, because more than often than not, he does not come up short.
So we've got back-to-back wins now for Team Oxygen. Maybe Gibbs is right. Maybe this format is something that is more up their alley. On Swiss, they struggled a bit at times, Achieves, but this Oxygen team, do you think they've finally started turning it around? Can we expect more of this from them?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 1 win is good, but we need a series of them.
Well, you know, 2 for the day is not bad. And against an Endpoint, which has been playing pretty well as of late, you know, maybe we're starting to see something. And
it is kind of what we said, you know, if Oxygen wants to say, we're at the top of the table, Endpoint is a team that you need to win pretty solidly against. And they did that here. Poor start, but then, like you said, they ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to play the winner of Galaxy Racer and Team Queso. So we'll see. I look forward to seeing that matchup, but we will have to wait. And you know what? Let's just go to a break. We've got more RLCS X coming up. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You are watching the start of the winter split, and Europe is kicking us off. We have a few matches down under our belt already. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, and it's Cheese now to break down one of the matches that we did just see as Endpoint versus Oxygen. The question we had at Cheese before this was, can Oxygen bring it back from their disappointing results in fall split? And it seems like they're on the right path.
Answer, yes. Slow start to the series, but Astral, kicked it into, the highest gear I've ever seen. That double tap was that was pretty sick. And then he went and did it again here as well with the timing in Game 4. So Astral having an absolute monster of a series. I think Farah and Shawset took a little bit to settle in, but after that, they really stepped up big as well. So a fantastic series overall for Oxygen.
I was very scared. That game 1 didn't look good from Oxygen outside of Astral doing what Astral does. But man, we need a backpack sponsorship for Astral because sure, the rest of the team did well later on, but oh man, Astral is so good at Rocket League. Like I actually just ranked top 20 players for someone else, and I had Astral like 13th because I'm just like, we haven't seen the results, but when you see him on the field, you're like, no, that guy is easily top 10 in the world. He knows how to do things that no one else will do in Rocket League, and we saw it throughout that series.
To talk about their turnaround, Farah is actually joining us on the line to talk everything Oxygen. Farah, thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hello. We got to start off. I mean, obviously, we talk about our expectations for you guys. We know you guys are a good team, so obviously, a 13th place finish is a little below expectations. What changes have you guys made now coming into the winter split to make sure that you guys can perform where we expect?
Not so much. We were really disappointed after last split, but there were improvements, throughout the split. We didn't have like any of our finishes wasn't enough for us. Even the major or the third regional, that wasn't enough, but that was still better than the first week. So there was an improvement, and I feel like it took us a long time for us to get settled as a team, especially under a very competitive and under very high pressure environment as a team. And we still kept believing that we had a lot of potential. All of our practices show that. There's a lot of good signals everywhere, and we just need to show up on the day, and that's what we did today. So we're pretty happy about that.
All right, Farah. So we talk about potential with this team a lot. We haven't seen it yet, but is now the time? Like, is winter split the time we see Oxygen be one of the top teams in Europe?
I don't know. We have to, right? We have some ground to catch up with the top teams in terms of points and stuff. But we're taking it, one regional at a time, and we'll see how it goes. Right now, today was a pretty important day because we didn't want to miss out and start again the split in a bad way. I hope with this good start, it's gonna give us more confidence coming into this specific split, and hopefully we'll do less mistakes than the last one, and we'll get better results. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that kind of leads similarly in a different vein, but same area. Like, how do you feel about the format changes? Instead of having to play Swiss, 3 wins and you're in, 3 and you're out, just back to double elimination. Do you feel more comfortable, or did you like the split with the groups?
Yeah, I feel way more confident, way more comfortable, because it's not about your progress carries out throughout the bracket, right? If you win early on, you move forward pretty easily. The issue with the Swiss system that we had is that even if we had a good start, like say 2-0 or 2-1, at the end of the day, it didn't matter if we kept losing, and we had to play a lot of games, right? 5 series. Out of all of the days, I think we played all of them in five series except one, and that's very taxing mentally. So like this format with where we play on 4 days but very little game each time, and we can focus on one specific game at a time, it's pretty good for us, I think. And it's starting well, so pretty happy.
I'm going to let you go in a second here. Just want to quickly ask, Galaxy Racer and Team Queso are playing each other now. Who do you think is going to be facing off against you guys? Because the winner of that faces you.
Probably Galaxy Racer, I'd say. They've been pretty good recently. They've beat us in in the game 5 overtime last major. And we've had some troubles against them, but we had some troubles against Endpoint as well. So we'll see how it goes whenever we play them.
Cool, Fair. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the good start today. This is what we like to see, and hopefully it can continue for you guys.
Thank you.
And there's Fair from Oxygen talking about just their success. They've been making those changes over the last season, and it seems to have been carrying through into this season as they continue to make those changes. So looking good for them. But we're going to move on. Let's take a look at the bracket now. I did mention a team or two teams that were just playing there, and that was Galaxy Racer and Queso. The winner of that will play against Oxygen. Obviously, in the upper side there, you have BDS and Dignitas facing off. Dignitas taking down Fadeaway 3-0. to move themselves on there, and then the rest of the bracket still trying to move along there, Gibbs.
That's a huge win for that team of Dig, where we think that team is going to try and grow into it. They get rid of Yukio. He joins Fadeaway, but Dignitas with a big sweep there. They get to play BDS tomorrow, or actually that's on day 3. So that'll be a big one for sure.
All one-goal games, though. It's close for Dignitas. Yeah. They do get it done.
Yeah, and this is a huge thing for them. I mean, that's a major move for them, bringing Jack on and Yukio. And again, I guess for Dignitas, extra dub on the day, taking Fadeaway, which took Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So it's vindication for their decision on that one. But again, a lot of other matches here that are streaming across multiple different broadcasts. Of course, if you guys want to watch them, twitch.tv/the Rocket RB, which is Rocket Baguette's channel, and twitch.tv/UGC. We have Rocket League all over the place. Make sure everything is up. But we got to talk about the match that's coming up here on this channel, and it's Denied versus Vitality. People have been waiting to see Vitality. We got BDS out of the way early on, and now it's Vitality's turn to show us what they got into this winter split achieves. Denied, well, they had an upset today. The question is, are they going to get 2 upsets in a day?
A whole different league.
Yeah.
I think to be fair, to their credit, Denied played really good Rocket League against Team Liquid, but you got to do that and more if you want to beat a team like Vitality. Yes, they're not the kings of Europe, to be fair, anymore. BDS definitely holds that title, but Vitality is a pretty solid second. And I think despite how much we enjoyed seeing Chippy run circles around Team Liquid, it's going to be a lot harder here.
With fan votes going on down in the chat, make sure you guys get them in there while we do our predictions here. Players are about ready, so let's see how we think it's going to go. Gibbs, is Denied going to get another victory over Vitality, or will Vitality deny them that victory?
One interesting note here is the top 8 teams, they obviously will come into the series cold, like Vitality is right now because of that bye. Right now, those teams are 1 and 2, with BDS being the only team that was top 8 that have won. But they were the 1 seed, and Vitality is the 2 seed, and there is a reason for that. Vitality will definitely walk away winners here.
Jeez.
Yeah. Vitality. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we have to go with it. It's really, I don't think we were wrong in picking Team Liquid, and that's why I'm going to pick Vitality as well, because I think Denied was having a special kind of moment. They capitalized on the problems that Team Liquid was having, but I think that could shut down here. We know Vitality knows how to maintain a certain level of consistency that doesn't really falter that much. So Denied's going to have a hard battle, and chat thinks the same thing as well. We're going to find out in just a moment, not after you get on, until after you get on Twitter, though, at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. We're going to head to the Skybox for our next match. It's Renault Vitality against Denied.
So Denied gave us a fun primer against Team Liquid, but now they're up against a whole different beast in Renault Vitality, which is the only team that could consistently take this team down is Team BDS. I think the desk eloquently put it, Turtle, and there's certainly a big hill to climb for Denied in this match if there's hope for them as we get started.
Yeah, we need to see the same performance we saw at Chippy, who absolutely impressed. I think everybody watching, not many people expected that out of him, and also this, I would say, relatively fresh roster of Denied. And you can see Chippy, if he just has a solid performance, keeps doing the things he does best off the backboard, that's where he's going to thrive. And I'm excited to see if he can implement that same type of mechanical play here, because against Vitality, they're going to be on the backboard so much more. They're going to have booming clears that they can't, oftentimes predict. And it's going to be that much harder to set up solo plays.
And you're just not going to see as many holes in general. Vitality, very cautious and methodical about how they approach their gameplay on the pitch. Fairy Peak will kick this one down for Alpha, and they've been able to successfully move down the field a couple of times in this opening minute already, and K-Dop just sneaks it into the top. So Vitality already start off with a goal.
And an interesting rotation on the defensive side. You can see Bro tries to get the bounce out. He went for the pinch, and it just popped right to K-Dop. And it's not the worst thing going for a pinch there, but you have to make sure you get in front of the ball as much as possible, because that is literally the worst way you can start a game, is for a pinch like that to go the other way.
Vitality, exactly how they want to start this kind of game, but when you're looking at Denied, wondering how they're going to adjust. Bruh can't get out of this next ball. Justice going right down to Chippy. The structure's good on both halves so far in the first minute. But Justice having to buy a little bit of time on that touch. He wanted to keep Fairy Peak off of it, and Bruh able to get back. But this is just a tactical retreat as Chippy has to make another save.
There's Alpha. I mean, this could be just the first wave of offense that we see out of Vitality. A lot of times we'll see them come into a game and, not throw too much out the window right away. They're just going to throw Alpha 54 up a little bit more, try and get some solo plays out of him, see if he can stall out, waste some time, waste some boost, and then you'll see K-Dop or Fairy Peak come in for the cleanup. And we've seen that type of play right now as that one goes off the post. Good look so far from Denied. They're bouncing back.
Nice stop from Chippy in front. He's got Justice on the wing. But the offensive structure, decent here for Denied, but what can they do with it? They got to get some shots on net. Getting the ball out to the corner is not enough. It's fine to, steal some boost away, but getting the pressure is really where you want it. Chippy rolls around again, forcing two up, K-Dop and Fairy Peak, but everybody kind of pulled back on Denied. Bruh just continuing the rotation. Justice also. Alpha gets in front of it, but Chippy might have a shot. K-Dop avoids a demo and gets the save.
Well, that was the defensive play from Alpha. He tried to get a clear out, so now both teams seem to have a couple of missed clears where they're just giving it to the other team, losing possession straight away instead of trying to find a teammate. And that's the main key here, is you have to find somebody else moving up. The transition game, I have not been too impressed so far with both teams, and those are big holes in the defense.
Well, this minute has been all Denied, but every time they try to get a shot, the K-Dop has been in the way. Still, they haven't let the ball go by the midfield line for the last minute. Alpha finally crosses it, and he has one to beat. Flips it up. Alpha 54 always dazzles.
Oh, he didn't have any boost. What options does he have? You think he's going to go for a regular flip? Nope. The backflip musty. It was so clean. Alpha 54 up top, and they go up 2-0.
Always have to watch out for the Alpha factor.
Wow.
With this guy, it's what helps set Vitality above everyone else in Europe.
Yeah.
Other than BDS, and it's just, pick your poison on Vitality. Oh, that's a nice shot, but it was a little too high. And I like what we're seeing from Denied in this first game. They had a lot of possession in the orange half turtle, but where it's really missing me, I think, is, the shot quality into Alpha that time.
I mean, they've shifted a lot of their focus towards keeping the possession, which I think is great, because against Vitality, you're not going to get too much of that. This 50, though, from Bruh, this slots in. I'm not sure how they had the angle, but that was a perfectly timed challenge.
Everyone really bunched up together. Wow. Alpha ready to move downfield, and Fairy Peak was playing the loss on the follow-up, but somebody has to stay a little farther back on that. K-Dop didn't have that challenge won completely. Alpha thought it was, a slam dunk from his angle. It looked like K-Dop might have the better angle on that, but Bruh, all it takes is one challenge. Justice catching the ball in midfield, and now they can take advantage of the confidence that they've built in the orange half turtle. If they can hang on to this ball, but Fairy Peak winning in midfield might make it difficult. Alpha slips it into Fairy Peak, and Vitality pick up insurance.
I mentioned it, the first wave. Just throw Alpha 54 all the way forward, make him do a couple of fancy moves around the defense, and he's setting up his teammates left and right. As long as he's got that aggression, you're going to find some shots on net. Alpha 54, this is the classic playstyle we expected out of Vitality, and they're showing up.
Denied, making a show of it. Maybe a lot of people came into this expecting Denied to, kind of fall flat against Vitality. But Denied showing that, they're not to be trifled with. In fact, they should be respected. It's Denied, Alpha 54. Oh, another great save. That has happened time and again in front of Vitality's line. They've defended that so well.
Yeah, and you think about the only goal that Denied have gotten so far is just off of that dunk from Bro, which granted was a fantastic shot and or dunk in the corner, but that is one of those goals that you will not be able to repeat. It's so difficult to continuously get shots on net from that angle. Also with that aggression, you need to set yourself up a little bit better. And now you finally get a good shot on net. Alpha54 goes up inside of the net, gets the save. It seems like everything you're throwing at Vitality right now just isn't working. That's just a huge credit to their defense and the rotations in the net.
The rotation for Justice will keep control for Denied. They're gonna have to score right now if they have hope in game 1, but make no mistake about it, they came out to play today, but Vitality just a little bit better in game number 1. And I think that when you talk about defense, you look at K-Dop's 4 saves and you remember every single one of them. One, he had to avoid a demo from Justice and he still got the save while hanging in midair. Another one, he had to come off his backboard and pick up the save. And Denied, not for lack of effort on their part. They threw the whole book at Vitality on offense. They just could not find the back of the net.
And they even got a goal out of the aggression, which is amazing because most of the time you're holding that aggression, holding the possession on the offensive side, keeping it in their half because you're expecting a mistake to come out. And like we talk about all the time, you can't expect that every single time to, get a couple of goals. You also need to throw in some creativity. So if we get that added element from Denied, that little creativity, maybe the double taps from Chippy, any little moments like that from Denied, I think that could elevate their play style to maybe even win this single game because they had some good solid possession, some good passes. It just comes down to adding the special factor, Jorby, and I think that they're close to getting it, but so far Vitality, they had a big edge in that part.
And look out for Chippy when he's behind the ball. He had a couple of slick moves around Vitality, a slight pull off on a challenge to grab control or coming in on a blindside challenge to take away a Vitality transition. They're going to have to keep defending that transition because I do feel like they let Vitality through on one too many opportunities, especially early in the game. But if they can close that down, if they can contest midfield more consistently in this opening minute, Denied might have a chance in game 2, but Vitality, tough nut to crack.
Gotta give credit though to Alpha still. I talk about him a lot just because it's obviously so easy to talk about the flashy player on the team. Give credit to K-Dop and Fairpeak holding it down on defense. Still amazed though about Alpha and his decision making with no boost to go for those mechanical plays, the musty. Also in the final moments, getting that save in the net. Those are individual highlights that we remember about how these guys won the series.
And the last guy in net on that play, you also have to think, okay, which option is Alpha going to go for?
Yeah,
it just makes it so deadly when you're that mechanically skilled as a player. It just makes the defender have to think about that many more options. So Justice, let's try to keep the push going for Denied. They did start on the orange half, but a long ball finds its way to K-Dop in midfield. Fairpeak getting across, and Justice coming back to take the ball. Now Chippy has a breakaway, but it's a little too slow. He flips over. It's not a goal. K-Dop denies him again. A brick wall for Vitality.
Oh, and that was so close. I thought we'd see Chippy start to pop off a little bit here in game 2. You can see Alpha54, he had the one-on-one challenge. He needed to make Chippy stall out some time. He went for a slower flick because he had to get it over Alpha. Then K-Dop, the beautiful rotations in. These guys, it doesn't seem like they want to break rotation at all, obviously, but they're just so consistent with knowing where to be in position and when to be.
Denied. Another challenge in front, but that one awkward, and it bounced right off of Fairpeak's car. Vitality having struggles getting beyond midfield. Alpha will take this push away, but you saw the rest of Denied were back on that. They knew Alpha had that, and K-Dop will throw it away. I thought Bro might have just tried to go for K-Dop on that play, but just let go and didn't have the boost.
It's really fun, though, to watch this team get more confidence from Denied. I mean, the first game, like I said, it felt like there was really no creativity, but now a couple of backboard hits, maybe some demos, the aggression seems to be taken up a little bit more because I think they've realized they need something else to be incorporated into their play style. Just as long as it doesn't create more holes on defense, you should be solid. And I like the backboard hits, the demos now from Alpha. That's going to be frustrating to deal with. But Justin has space off the ceiling. This is the creativity I wanted, and we get it. Bro is going to finish it. What a pass.
Massive play from Justice here. Wow. Gets off the ceiling, uses the rest of his boost, and it's perfect execution on the play. The defender you have to wait and pray on the line that your timing is right, and Justice was just a little bit better, and Denied have a lead almost halfway through game 2.
And I can't wait to see that again in the replays after this match, because the way he landed on the ceiling, he was almost reversed and still managed to go forward. So outstanding mechanics from Denied. We knew they had it in them. This time, it's not even Chippy, it's Justice, showing that everybody on this roster has what it takes to compete with the best.
Traded demos, and Vitality on that last push had registered their first shot on net. It took them over 2 minutes to get down to the blue line. That's how oppressive Denied's offense has been in game number 2. K-Dop, he's got no boost. All he can do is launch it, and Chippy will throw it out to the side again. I mean, this is really Justice coming out big time for his team. He's had a couple of really nice carries on offense. Chippy, he's had a couple of tries, 4 shots on net, nothing to show for it, but it certainly has been a full team effort, and Vitality are struggling to find shots at all. Even here in the corner, they're just being denied.
Yeah, and it's predictable. It seems like whenever they go off the corner as well, they're giving away free clears basically to Denied. We even just saw in that instance, K-Dop banged off the corner. Now it's rolling in here for Bruh to have a good challenge. That goes into the net, still saved from Justice, and boom, the transition is there. Huge clear. Vitality can't even hold on to that possession.
Oh, Chippy slips it through! The defense threads the needle, and Denied have a 2-goal lead against Vitality.
This is huge. Who would have expected it? Now we got the demo play and Justice coming in clean, baby. This is what we needed from Denied, and they are looking like they could get this potential upset.
I was going to mention the physical play. It felt even with the demos, like both Vitality and Denied trying to pick up demos, trying to break the rotation. Vitality especially have to feel frustrated that, you know, this passing play is probably as good as it's gotten as it looks towards the net. The K-Dop can't find the ball again, just can't hang on to the ball at all. Justice behind it again, slips under one, and he got the big bump that allowed Chippy to sneak that ball through the defense for this 2-goal lead. Vitality still struggling to get back behind the ball. K-Dop met by another blue car, and Chippy will throw it out down, and Fairy Peak dumps it to K-Dop. This might be good for Vitality. They can grab this next touch, but that's difficult for Alpha, and there's just no room for Vitality to work with. They're scrambling around on offense, trying to get set up, but there's no setup for them to have. Here's K-Dop one more time. All he can do is get a light tap that Bruh defends, but now maybe Denied in a bit of trouble. Another ball denied by Bruh.
And this is incredible. If you're looking at the third man rotations on the side of Denied, it is so safe yet aggressive. They're not wasting any boost. The efficiency, I should say, with how they use that boost and where they're positioning is outstanding. Denied, whenever they're that third man back, they never push up too far. They always keep a close distance. So if there is a quick counterattack from Vitality, somebody's in the net to get a save, which is a rare thing, and it's difficult to do, especially against Vitality.
Vitality are really trying to, you know, stick with that tight rotation on both halves of the field. But they've been unsuccessful in hanging onto the ball, and Denied have picked them apart on it.
Wow.
They jump at these aggressive challenges. That second man trying to play follow-up for Vitality is playing super close, but so is the third man. Everybody wants to push downfield for Vitality, but they have not been able to win any 50s that gives them that sort of confidence. And so Denied have picked them apart on it, and it's a 3-0 win for Denied. We're all tied up in the set.
Yeah, this is what we wanted out of this series. I think when we saw Denied get that crazy upset earlier, and they were popping off against Team Liquid, you know, we were thinking, what is this guy, Chippy specifically, but what does this team have in store for us? Now we come out against Vitality, and this is a very solid performance. And I also love the fact that they're very spaced out, Denied. A lot of times, like you even mentioned it yourself, Jorby, you see Vitality all wanting to push up pretty much at the same time, and it makes them very bunched up. When they're trying to get on that transition game, they're all in the same spot. Meanwhile, Denied, they're all over the field. Somebody's all the way back. Two players spaciously involved in the midfield, and that's what's helping them stop all the momentum for Vitality when they're trying to transition out.
Yeah, Vitality have to find a way to adjust against what worked for Denied. It just felt like Denied built off of what worked for them in game number 1, but Alpha notably quiet in game number 2. They had very little boost to work with. You had mentioned Denied winning that boost battle on the pitch. I definitely think that factored into Vitality's frustration of wanting to move down the pitch quickly. So we hit the crux point of the match. Game number 3. Can Denied continue their push and take the lead in the set? We're underway.
Yeah, it's also really easy as a pro player to just constantly use your boost. That's something you have to train yourself. Oh, bro, almost had a nice little dribble there. Cheeky little moment, but I was just talking about dribble or boost management. Basically, it's so easy to get into the habit, because especially when you're in free play, running around all the time, you're just holding down boost. So you come into this pitch and you want to do the exact same thing, but I've never seen so far somebody from Denied struggle with that. And now the demo from Fairy Peak opens up a shot. Bro with the save. The defense still strong, Jorby, yet again in game 3.
But you like how Vitality start. If you remember, it took them over 2 minutes to even get a shot registered on net in game 2. This time, they start with possession. Alpha, another good challenge over to K-Dop. But again, this close rotation, Alpha's just not close enough on that last play. Or Fairy Peak, excuse me, he bounces that one out. And Bruh has another save. Those are 2 big ones for Bruh as he launches it downfield. Another long ball in midfield, but those haven't worked for Vitality. It has been a struggle for them to grab possession for too long. Game 1, it did look like, you know, this game was going to be on par for what you expected. Denied showing a couple good looks, but Vitality ultimately the winners, and Chippy coming off the top of the net to pick up the save.
A little bit of a similar play from Alpha in game 1. Now Chippy does it himself. Nice little passing play as well in the transition game. The demo from Justice, but K-Dop doesn't even care. Pushes up forward. We got the first goal for Vitality. You mentioned it, Jorby. They needed to start out strong, and they have done so within the first minute and a half.
It started out a little bit better for Vitality, and then Denied getting a little caught up, everyone up in midfield. And so Vitality, you know, maybe that's all they need to right the ship. Already registering those 4 shots on net. They've absolutely returned to taking this possession and keeping the pace of play at their leisure. K-Dop, a nice little carry, but Chippy and Justice getting tied up on the back wall. You see Vitality pulling off. They don't want to overcommit there. They've lost a couple of transitions that way. And Alpha can't grab the ball here, but that was only to give K-Dop some room as he launches it downfield. Chippy couldn't grab it, and Justice gonna handle the ball out in the corner.
A couple of nice dribbles out of defense, 2 from Denied as the demo from Alpha 54 commences. Still looking for some pressure, some of that same performance we saw in the previous game where it seemed like Vitality couldn't even break out of their own half. It's the opposite way now in game 3. I'm confused right now for how Denied want to get out of this defensive hole they've dug themselves into. It seems like the passing isn't as strong, and now the mechanics from Alpha 54 you have to deal with.
Everyone just picked up all the boost for Denied. They were sitting on low for a little bit. They're able to manage just fine. Now Vitality gonna get set in the blue half. Fairy Peak rolls around everybody, and Fairy Peak pulls off the 1v3 from the corner. That's insurance for Vitality.
And he's coming from the corner himself. There's no way I would have guessed he could have taken this in himself. And that is such a tight angle too, Jorby, with only the bounce, but also the angle coming in from the side of the wall to get the double tap. You have no time to correct yourself if you're a little bit off with your first jump.
You can kind of understand Denied's positioning. Hang on, Justice. Ooh, Fairy Peak picked up save 1. Alpha picked up save 2 and number 3. Chippy just trying to get in the way to buy time for the retreat. It's got to be Bruh coming from the far side. Chippy already there, but he's going to leave the play for Bruh. Justice takes the next point. K-Dop waiting for this. Everybody diving in front, and Alpha got the next clear. Tried to hop the route, failed. Chippy in front, puts the shot on, and Fairy Peak grabs it off the crossbar. Still it continues. Justice again towards the box. Can he get there? K-Dop picks up the save. Everybody had to retool, refuel for Denied, but they got back to midfield. Chippy again, off in the corner. There's Bruh. Shot on, but it's off the crossbar and in! Denied! Split the lead in half.
When was the defense going to break? This ball went all the way from the left corner to the right corner, back across. And that was shot after shot. Vitality, they held on for so long, and the pressure from Denied did not break down. That was an incredible series of shots. Eventually, one was going to fall, and even after a double command, I thought Vitality would recover, but Denied. It was so good to exploit all that boost that Vitality were wasting.
There is no lack of confidence on this Denied team to go for any challenge they think they can get. Justice hopped right over K-Dop for another save. And this might be a breakaway opportunity if they can find where Fairy Peak goes with this ball. Fairy Peak knows exactly where Justice was going to go. He's like, I'm going to keep that ball away from you for as long as possible. And in fact, he was able to shovel that ball back out to the blue half. Alpha gets the catch. Chippy just takes it away from him. And Denied do such a good job of forcing Vitality to work for their food, work for every single pixel of the pitch that they can get their hands on. And it's been a struggle, but Vitality still have the lead. And as good as it's been for Denied, they're gonna have to put on some pressure in this final minute. Fairy Peak in front, back to Alpha. He's not gonna find that touch but he doesn't need to. He's able to throw Chippy off the course. Bruh and Justice plays it out to the corner. Might be the better option for them. But the longer Vitality stay in this half, the better. And Alpha takes the ball away. K-Dop has some space off the backboard. Bruh will take it away, but Denied have to give downfield.
Oh, we're back into that transition game where it's Denied stuck on defense, where previously it was Vitality for maybe a minute or two. They've broken back out, good passing between them all, and a couple of dribbles from Denied. They are really getting stuffed out on the challenge game. When they want to take it slower, it seems like Vitality are more and more realizing that they need to approach these balls a little bit slower and win at least on that 50. The final few seconds now, K-Dop wants to get something out. They need to hold on to the lead. And with the final 3 seconds left, Denied, maybe there's a chance here. And that one's going to hit the ground. Vitality still come back strong after that previous game where I would have thought Denied would steamroll him after.
So this has been a physical match.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of bumps, and some demos just happen because the challenges have been so fast in the air from both teams. Denied are playing up above their station right now. Make no mistake about it. I don't think anybody, even after that 3-0 Liquid win, to see it be this close with how good Vitality have been. And, that's why I love Europe, Turtle, because Europe always produces these kind of matches. The one you really don't expect to be great turns into, a match that you remember all week. And I think that this has shaped up to be that. But Vitality only need one more now, and they can put this one behind them and move on.
Yeah, and especially with the new format, we've got a double elimination bracket, which means every game, every series, so much more important. Previously, maybe in the Swiss format, we'd see Vitality going up against an underdog team. We'd see the underdog team maybe slip out with a win, and we think Vitality, they've got a little bit of leeway, to recover, to fix their mistakes and move forward. But now this is that much more important. You don't want to lose even a single game. This is everything right now for Vitality. They don't want to get sent down to the loser bracket. So there's a lot riding on every single series, Jordan.
Yeah, eyes have been on Chippy for Denied today, but I'm looking at Justice to be the great enabler, if you will. Fairy Peak taking one shot. It was Denied. And Justice and Chippy are able to get the ball downfield, but he had that great stealing shot. Chippy takes that, and Denied will start with a lead.
And where did this start from? It seemed like the defensive 50s were just on point. That's 2 challenges back to back. Last one going in favor of Chippy, and Fairy Peak doesn't have the rotations out. You need to just waste a little bit of time there. Vitality, again, not the best start. The previous game they took with that huge explosive start from them, but this time it's the opposite, kind of similar to game number 2. And Denied, like you said, Jorby, their confidence, I don't think it's gone down or up at all. They just come in here knowing, or at least predicting, they're going to be the ones taking this game.
Justice hops in front for a challenge, but the rest of his team sitting pretty far back. Bruh getting to that rebound quickly. Chippy also continuing to play very quickly. Denied always know exactly how they want to move down the field. They get set up very quickly. There's not this staggered approach on the rotation, on the transition. No, they have 2 players that know exactly how they want to move down the pitch, and they're pretty successful doing it. It has to be Vitality who stops them. Denied, rarely have they been their own worst enemy in this match. Chippy misses it, and that might be his own worst enemy there. Bra picked up 1 save, can't get the second, and Fairy Peak punishes.
Unfortunate timing there, because I agree with everything, and then all of a sudden, this one miss, an uncharacteristic one at that, from Denied. Chippy in the corner, should have gotten a hit there, and Vitality, of course, they're ready to capitalize, even after the first miss. It didn't go in, but somebody always coming in with that rotation from Vitality to seal the deal. They come back here. We've got 4 minutes left, a little bit under 4 minutes. And still Denied. I like their defense. That was maybe the one time we've seen a blatant mistake. But other than that, you can just recover and keep the rotations going.
Well, Bro just had a really good sequence there. He knocked Fairy Peak off the ball and then was able to get back and help his teammate out on a challenge that kept away what definitely would have been a goal. And Justice has to pick up another save. Vitality, the shots are getting stronger and stronger. Alpha putting one up higher, but it is difficult to get past this Denied team. They might need a couple more physical bumps, some more demos to break through. I don't think Chippy will whiff again. And Justice picks up another save. Bruh misses, and K-Dop off the rebound. Can't grab it. Fairy Peak does, but it's denied again there by Chippy. Chippy pulls off on the next play. Justice has to grab it. He does, and things slow down just for a second, but Vitality really want to keep the offensive pressure going. They have a massive clear to deal with from Bruh.
Oh, and that would have been an unreal goal if that had gone in from K-Dop. He actually faked the shot, and you could tell because I believe it was Fairy Peak who ended up jumping early. Fairy Peak or Alpha, one of the two Fenix in this lobby did jump up, tried to get the shot on target because K-Dop purposely missed. That type of creativity and the mind game from Vitality that you're gonna have to deal with, it's almost impossible to counter. And now the offense slips it under Chippy. It's too strong right now from Vitality. They're getting momentum. Jorby, how do you stop them?
Now Chippy rotating back here. He knew that shot was going to come, and I think he made the right decision there. He had two players that were potentially going to go for that shot, but he committed as soon as he saw K-Dop jump. He was just a half second slower, a little farther back on that turnaround. But I do think Chippy took the right decision, rather, just the bad angle. And now Bruh has to pick up another save. Denied, gonna have to pull some more tricks out of their hat to try to get by Vitality. The longer the match has gone on, the less Denied have spent on offense. In fact, only 4 shots on net. Compare that to the 9 from Vitality, and that shows you just how dominant that they've been in game number 4. There's another one just wide of the net. That shot's too light. Chippy knocks it away.
And we see this so much with the teams that Vitality plays, where there's all these shots coming in, the barrage of shots on the net. And you'll see maybe 2 players at least that are stuck in the net trying to dive across, get the save, and they're just bunched up. And that's because the pressure that Vitality puts on is so difficult to deal with, where your rotations are coming in. Nobody knows who's going to get the save. You just want to get a touch. That's how strong every single individual shot is, that you're having somebody fly across the goal line, hoping to get a touch, and you'll see them scrambling in net.
Vitality, a couple of chances, but nothing too hard for Denied to deal with. Oh, Chippy gets that next touch. Alpha wasn't quite expecting that bounce. Fairy Peak lost that touch, and now it's up to Alpha to buy just a little bit of time, and he's going to have the corner to help him out. The rest of Denied sitting in midfield. They'll throw it back. And now Vitality, how often can they throw this ball off the back wall before it finally finds its way to the back of the net? Justice has some space. Far over to Bruh, took the shot away from Chippy, but I'm not sure Chippy might have had it. Breakaway 2-on-1, no. Chippy immediately challenges the play, and Denied find themselves in a similar situation last game. 30 seconds left, only 1 goal to go, but not a lot of offense to show in game number 4.
We need to see some form of aggression or that creativity that we saw earlier on with the 1 game Denied 1. It was an unreal play out of Bruh and Justice, the duo, to set it up for each other. We need to see something like that. Maybe the demos that we saw earlier, some kind of physical play, anything right now to tie this game up.
Chippy wants Bruh downfield, and Bruh will win his challenge in midfield. A good bounce for K-Dop. He'll get it out to the corner. Justice has to keep it in the air. Fairy Peak stops it, but Bruh has to keep it up. That might not do it. Chippy just gets there in time. K-Dop wants to kill this ball. Justice will not let him. Maybe one more chance in the corner. He's got Bruh there. He finds him and can't find the net. Vitality. Well, that one was interesting. They squeaked by in 4 games. But Turtle, I have to say, all the teams in the lower bracket better be watching out for Denied.
Yeah, I would be terrified going into this game because you see Denied on the other pitch. You see what they've done now against Vitality, also against Team Liquid. You have got to respect them. You've got to respect the mechanics. And now, you know, at first I thought maybe it was just a fluke or possibly just Chippy popping off himself. But this was a full team effort. We didn't see one individual on Denied popping off. It was everybody moving up forward. The challenges from every single individual were solid. And one of the goals in this game were just a complete miss in the corner. That's an easy thing to fix up off the mechanics the backboard reads. Denied looking so good. I'm excited to see a new team, a fresh team kind of come to our attention. And I'm excited to see how they perform in the lower bracket.
I am as well. Vitality taking the win and moving on. And it gets, a little easier for them the longer they stay in the upper bracket. I think that, like I said, excited to see Denied in the lowers, but we're going to move on. Next up, we got Top Blokes versus Redemption, and we'll have that game after the break.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the European Winter Split. We are almost done for day number 1, but that doesn't mean we're done action. Lots more to come this week, but let's continue talking about today. I'm Leaf, and alongside me is Achieves and Gibbs. Talk about Denied versus Vitality. Achieves, it did go in the favor that we expected it to, but it wasn't a 3-0 sweep. Denied did put up a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, no, that game 2 from Denied, really quite fantastic adjustments to be found. But as per usual, as you expect, Vitality comes right back, does the exact same thing, and really kind of just squeezes them with the boa constrictor grip. And they really just couldn't get anything going after that game 2.
And that's the name of the game. Just hold the ball on the offensive side of the field and just wait for your moment. And Vitality, they obviously have 3 players that can make that moment happen at any time. It was a relatively low-scoring series, though, for Vitality, but they do get the win, and that's what matters most. They play Guild on day 3, so that one should be a good one.
So what? Just looking at these guys, the Chiefs, for Denied, you know, they showed some promise today. They showed they've got the mechanics to do it, the aggression to do it. What is it that, in your opinion, Denied is going to want to look to focus on over the next, you know, rest of the region or the rest of the split to make sure they can solidify themselves as a team to always be watched for?
Ooh boy. Well, it's funny because it's different for every team, right? I mean, if you think about what Vitality did to beat them, it's because of how aggressive they're willing to play and how much trust they have in one person to make a stop when it counts. I already think that Denied looks incredibly dangerous on a counterattack. So I think the biggest thing that you really want to see from Denied going forward is the ability to find consistently strong clears, because that's what Vitality was also doing. Because whenever Denied got over on Vitality's half, you see that strong clear come off the back wall, or always just get it back into a neutral position, and that's when Vitality's natural speed and really experience pays dividends. So, you know, you refine that defensive technique a little bit, and Denied becomes a very scary team very quickly.
Thanks, Cheese. I need someone on the desk to do some thinking. You know, Gibbs and I usually don't, so we need to spice it up. Let's take a look at the bracket here as we are getting near to the end of the day. We have a ton of our upper bracket matches done. To remind people, this is a double elimination situation here. You only get 2 lives as opposed to that fall split where you had 3 lives. So a couple teams already down in the lower bracket. We'll look at that later. But for now, these are the teams that are crushing through: Team BDS, Dignitas, Oxygen, Queso, Renault Vitality now with Guild there beside them. And you have a few more matches to figure out who is going to be in that quarterfinals.
Team Queso taking out Galaxy Racer in a sweep. Now that is 3-3 for these top 8 seeds so far. That is not a good sign, because if you have lost, that means you're in lower bracket round 1, and that'll be played out tomorrow. But that's a big one, because now Galaxy Racer tomorrow for lower bracket round 1, they play Team Liquid. One of those teams will finish last.
Yeah, and geez, you're laughing too. I know, because we were talking before. We're like, we don't know if this actually looks good for Liquid here.
It's a real roll of the dice, to say the least.
All right, well, let's talk about our next match coming up here, because we only have one more on this stream here. A reminder, of course, we also have the other streams going on throughout the week: Rocket, RB, and twitch.tv/UGC for those other matches. But here on this stream, we have coming up Top Blokes versus Redemption. Top Blokes, you know, we've had a few matches where we're like, okay, this team's for sure going to take it, and maybe been thrown for a loop here and there, but I feel like this one is going to be a little lopsided towards the Top Blokes here. What's it going to look like on the field of Chiefs when these two teams hit? What's Blokes really going to, what's been going well for them that they've been consistently at the top?
You know, Archie and Flame, I think, popped off towards the end of the last split. So I think they continue to come out here and have success. Of course, over on the Redemption side, you're looking at Cash, Mike Boy, and Ocelon. And Ocelon has been a guy that you kind of go, does Ocelon really bring it? And every now and again you go, yeah, absolutely. So I think if Ocelon's on today, Top Blokes might be in for a tougher batter than you may expect.
Yeah, this is 3 players that come from 3 different bubble teams. They are forming here to try and make another run at it. So these guys, sure, they have no points right now because it's a brand new team, but they're a threat, and they won round 1 relatively easily for a sweep. So it could happen, but Top Blokes, they've been incredibly strong when we saw throughout all fall split.
Well, chat, you get your votes down there in the chat. Let's get our predictions out. Last prediction for the day before we finish off game number 1 of this first regional for Europe in the winter split here. Who do we got going through, Gibbs?
4 sweeps in the Swiss stage, I believe it was, for Top Blokes throughout all of the last thing, and I think it's going to continue here. They beat the bad teams, and then they might lose in a bracket stage when they're playing another like high quality team. So I think the lower end teams, I shouldn't say bad teams, but I think Top Blokes will pull this one out too. Sorry, Redemption, you're not bad, you're just lower. Okay.
More to prove, but yeah, you gotta.
There you go. That's here. Better.
Gotta pick Top Blokes here.
Yeah, I think G said it there. You gotta tip. You gotta tip them too, I guess. If they, they have an org, go give them some tips. But you gotta pick them. Yeah, you gotta pick Top Blokes on this one. Chat. Some of you guys didn't. they're believing in the redemption story here, I guess. But Top Blokes have been so consistently near the top in that top 4 slot over the last split. They've had a lot of time to prove themselves. So I don't know why there are a lot of people out here that don't believe in them. But I guess we find out if that faithlessness is justified coming up into this match here. Join us on Twitter at RLCS Esports, hashtag RLCS. Top Blokes versus Redemption, our last match of day number 1. Let's see how it goes in the Skybox.
Top Blokes certainly what you might call the gatekeepers to the top end of Europe. At least that's how Split 1 went for them. But this Redemption team, I think the desk was alluding to it a little bit. Maybe not to be trifled with as we get underway, Turtle.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best ways to put it is the gatekeepers, and I think it's funny because, these guys' names are Redemption. We've got Aslan trying to literally redeem himself, pun intended, everything you want to say about him, but he's on the come up again, trying to make a name for himself. Aslan, anytime I hear that name, my ears perk up, a little bit, and I get interested to see how his team plays, to see whether or not Aslan is going to make it back into the top tier level that I think he was so close to breaching before on Method, I believe it was, and now coming out here making a statement against Top Blokes. It's going to be difficult. I think Gibbs had the best point, was just Top Blokes do so well against the lower level teams, but then against the upper ones, they fail. But I guess it's the opposite because Mike Boy's going to start out strong.
I don't even know why this one goes in. Let's see, Flame. Flame went up the back wall, killed his momentum. He didn't have enough lateral momentum to carry him to actually get to that touch, because that carry was very good from Mike Boy.
Yeah.
And that one just kind of fell in. But for Redemption, I mean, if you're looking at them and like, okay, how can they beat Top Blokes besides something that I don't think you'll see happen again there? Archie, he had a chance to put that one in, just launched it a little high. But most of the time, this Redemption offense runs through Cash. And he always seems to find good quality shots on net when he's asked to. So while all the eyes might be on Aslan, I do think that Cash has been finding his stride more and more. But for Top Blokes, obviously you look at Archie. Archie, the flashiest player and probably the highest impact player for them in that department. And you're kind of looking at Archie versus Cash maybe for this match in that department, but we'll see how it plays out overall. No one's really able to grab possession fully off that last goal.
It'll be a difficult thing as well for Redemption, like we talked about earlier, to break down the defense in the same way they just did to get the first goal. That's something that almost, I feel like, never happens against Top Blokes, is a simple little defensive error, because normally we have people like Cassio getting the save where he's in net off of a difficult shot. You might give up some space, but the defense will always hold on if you're Top Blokes. It takes a very mechanical shot usually to break down this defensive play style. So for Redemption, the question isn't really forcing out a mistake. It's rather, okay, we're given a little bit more space. What are we going to do with it?
You talk about Cassio. I've always felt like Cassio has been one of the best passers in Europe, and it's helped get Top Blokes to where they are. Instead, he passes it to Archie, and those are always tense to look at. Flame grabs the ball again, but it's taken away. Aslan having trouble getting back to this ball. Cassio just takes it away from him. That was well done by Cassio to keep that ball away and block the angle out.
A couple of first game jitters maybe from the defense, and now from both teams, awkward bumps all around. Seems like the positioning from everybody's trying to get a little bit more confident. We're seeing some double commits too from Top Blokes. That was the second one, I believe, in a row from one earlier on defense. So things a bit shaky, still trailing by 1 goal. I mean, this is half the game down. Redemption are still happy with getting that one freebie.
Cassio last in net. Got that next rebound. Top Blokes have gotten tied up together a couple of times on that last push. They do get back downfield, and they do pick up a goal. Flame will tie up the game.
And I love the delivery of that, because it was just so casual, because this is really some of that we just expected. Bounced off the corner, nothing too crazy. The rotation a bit slower from Redemption to get into net. Also, the player behind him coming into the far post was a bit slow as well. And Top Blokes, again, a classic capitalization goal, and they make it look clean.
Aslan lets that one go for Cash, who let it rip. Easily handled. But Redemption, this is looking like it's going to be a tight match just with how the progression has gone. Here's Aslan, couldn't get it below the crossbar. And Cash just trying to prevent Archie from getting to the ball, harassing him at every step, but Archie still got there. Cassio up quickly and takes the ball away from Aslan. Couldn't find an angle through, but he stole the ball away again, and that's going to buy time for Top Blokes to get back. Easily handled from Archie twice. Archie seems to be feeling it in this first game, but they haven't really found a lot of space to work with. Ocelon, the ball taken away again from Archie on the blindside challenge. Cash coming down quickly, but couldn't get the ball away from Flame. So Top Blokes, when they have been pushed against the back wall, it's been pretty solid. Archie pops that up. That's dangerous, but everybody stopped on Redemption. Mike Boy just wanted to steal that ball away. You saw everyone just hit the brakes at the same time, Turtle.
Oh my, that was another weird situation. The first goal from Redemption just slipped in where the defense didn't know what to do. Now the bump from Casio sets up the shot a little bit better. I'm not even sure what's going on the defensive side from Top Blokes. Casio just completely whipped, then gets a bump, but it actually works out for Cash because he has more time to go for the ball.
And Archie only had 14 boosts, made the most of it. The ball was made a let when it was launched towards it. So good luck trying to save a ball shot that hard. And Redemption have a late lead.
And even before that, it's almost like Top Blokes didn't know who's going to go for it. Maybe the communication is breaking down a bit with the comms, trying to see, you know, which player is actually pushing up forward, because a lot of times we'll see nobody decide to go for it. They're a bit slow to jump for this one, as the pre-jump from Flame wasn't slow. Got in front of that ball. Still trailing by 1 goal, though. 30 seconds left. Let's see what they have.
Redemption. Mike Boy attempted carry, knocked out by Casio, finds the pass. Archie pass to Flame. That was a beautiful play from Top Blokes. Top passing to tie the game.
Oh, and I got to go to his perspective. Look at this. It is so nice. You think he's going to go for that shot. He has so much of the net to shoot at, but instead, the nice little tee up for his boy Flame to come in. They tie it up, Jorby. That is the best way you want to do it. Not off of a mistake, but instead your own play. That was a great one from Top Blokes.
And, you know, most of Top Blokes' shots have been saved. You can understand the frustration. Maybe you have to go to one extra pass to finally break through, and Redemption were definitely hopping the routes. Here's a shot, no wide, another one Ocelon denied by Casio, and Cash turns it around quickly. He's got enough boost to get back to it, but not before Archie denies him. Time ends, and we're in overtime.
I'll see how this starts off. We've seen a couple of rough overtimes on the past few series. A lot of it has to do with who's cheating. This one actually going to get pinched to the wall, and I've been paying more attention now to the cheats of a lot of these pro players, where they're going to go up and follow that kickoff with. And this time does get a little bit flat here on the possession. Top Blokes looking strong out the gates of the overtime, but I want to see more passing plays. You mentioned it yourself, Jorby. That last little string of passing could be the difference maker to get them this overtime win.
The Top Blokes will pick up the demo on the third man. That'll give them a little bit of relieved pressure. Flame just blows through a defender on his way back to the ball, but they weren't able to break out towards midfield. Casio uses the rest in his tank to buy a little bit of time, but Top Blokes still having to defend off the backboard. They do on that touch, but they might have to do it again. Flame keeping it away. Archie sends it back downfield, and Redemption still retain possession. Here's Mike Boy on the catch, up high, on the carry, but it's taken away by Flame. Nothing really developing for them off of it. Cash, though, got it out to Mike Boy, slowing it down against Casio. Ocelon wanted to come forward so many times, but just kept having to turn around because it felt like the play was just about to develop, but Redemption can't find that next touch through. Here's Cash underneath, can't get behind the ball.
Oh my goodness, and the play style of both teams now has been a bit more grounded. It seems like they're trying to dribble it just like this. Casio bringing it down on the clear. You'll see it happen on the other side now. A couple of attempts off the backboard for Redemption. Both teams itching for that extra opportunity. They're getting so close, but these dribbles, they're not working. You need to go a bit higher with your positioning and try and bang this one off the ceiling, or put the other team in a difficult situation that they can't see coming.
Now, they've had to defend a lot of balls off the back wall, and Mike Boy catches another one. He loves going to this pop-up air dribble, flip, reset, can't get it. Archie picked up the save. Cash throws another one too late. Casio, that's not the touch you want. Here comes Ocelon underneath. It's off the backboard, already up his Cash. Off the backboard again, but nobody can commit just yet. It goes right back to Ocelon. No one is ready for Redemption. They have to wait for Archie's touch. Mike Boy will be next up. Can he get back to this before Flame or Casio? They got tied up.
Oh, no.
Here's Cash. It's going to be off the post. No! How have Redemption not picked up the goal? Archie gets Top Blokes out.
Not picked up the goal, but how have they not picked up the pace either? They have had all the boost game, and Top Blokes have been running around with maybe 1 or 2 pads. They're so slow in the net, the rotations. If you speed them up a little bit, you should be capitalizing and getting stronger shots, but instead, they're just keeping the pace the same as Top Blokes, deciding not to use that boost and be a little bit more efficient, but they're not taking the risk to get that extra opportunity.
They're missing the hard clears. Redemption have done a good job of making the plays awkward for Top Blokes, finding gaps on the back wall where earlier Top Blokes were able to cover those up pretty well. And now Redemption struggling to get back into the blue half. Archie will keep the ball back over in the right corner here for Flame. Dump back to Cassio. The Top Blokes passing coming through. It comes clean off the crossbar and it bounces down. The shot can never come for Flame. Redemption hanging on, but that's a bounce. Awkward for Redemption. Now they all have to scramble. Archie knew it. I don't think he got the touch he wanted there. It bounced right off of him. Still retained though for Flame, carrying the ball. Nothing just yet. And Redemption keep out. That was a good touch from Aslan, and we're in a battle turtle in this overtime.
Yeah, we've got the ingredients right now for a very long overtime. I would love to see how long this one can actually get, because both teams so passive, trying to keep it low, go for some dribbles, make sure you get that extra touch. But this one's wide open. Does Flame get the save in time? He does it off the crossbar. Cash sinks this one in and ends the overtime.
Finally got him. It's such an aggressive challenge from Cassio. He thought he had him beat, and he missed him by a pixel.
Wow.
That was so close from Cassio, and Top Blokes did not want to have to play more defense. You can understand the decision to take the risk there. Flame still rotating back. Cassio wasn't really in a position to turn around, and Cash just beat him to the ball. That's really all it came down to in the end, Turtle. But Redemption taking game one.
I'm a little bit sad though, because that really had the makings of a fantastic overtime. That would.
I mean, that was like
maybe
a 4-minute overtime. That's a pretty long overtime, man.
I'm talking 10
do you want like a 20? You want 10 minutes, man? How long do you want to be here?
Okay, how many times do we get the chance though, Jordan, where both teams are dribbling the ball constantly, being a little bit more passive? Okay, we could have seen a 15-minute overtime right there, but of course, Redemption come out, and that final shot from Cash was actually very impressive to get over the ball and hit it with that pace. That's what we were missing earlier on, was just the strength when you're hitting the ball.
And, I did say that this offense typically runs through Cash. He did get 2 goals in that game, but Mike Boy to me is what kept Redemption on offense for so long. He, picked his battles. He would leave when he knew he didn't have a chance to play it out. But when, Redemption just had the Top Blokes flow on read. And Mike Boy was always shifting to wherever the flow of the play was going. And the ball just ended up on his nose every single time. Yeah. Other times he'd pull off. He let Aslan come in and do the work there. But Mike Boy always loves to keep control. He loves to pop it up, get that air dribble 50 to create opportunities for his team. I think that was a big proponent of Redemption's offense.
Well, and it also feels like that's what's helping them keep the momentum of that ball in the other side. A lot of times whenever he slows that play down, he just lets his other teammates, get some boost, relax a bit, and he'll be able to stall out, beat one player, and also get a pass off. So you're exactly right, Jorby. That Mike Boy presence crucial right now to get a comeback, or not a comeback necessarily, but the upset, against Top Blokes.
Now Top Blokes, you got to clean things up on defense. You got to find clears in quicker succession, and you can't let this backboard become leaky. They got to patch these holes these rebounds that have come a little too cleanly for Redemption, or a little too cleanly for my taste if you're looking at Top Blokes to figure things out on defense. A couple of explosions, and Flame can only dump the ball away, but they're already finding trouble getting the clear out. But Cassio launches it downfield, and this could be the start for Top Blokes.
Oh no, and Archie, the pressure is not going to be here. There's going to be a lot of space here given to Flame, as he actually has a solid job holding the midfield. But earlier on, you could see Archie deciding to rotate back, and that's the passive rotations I was talking about for Top Blokes, where they'd rather go back for the corner boost instead of maintain forward with a couple of pennies. And that can sometimes be a curse and a blessing. So we'll see how that plays out for him.
So far, no one really able to find the angle over the other, and that was personified in the amount of demos that are coming out early on. Cassio can't get beyond midfield. Aslan falling back onto it. Passing play attempted from Top Blokes, but those long field passes haven't really worked. Redemption have hopped on those routes pretty consistently and effectively, but when Top Blokes do end up trapping the ball on offense, that's where their passing actually gets really dangerous. Cassio with the attempts in front of the top, and then Archie launching that one straight into the center of the net. Top Blokes find the lead.
I wanted to see a demo play because Flame just took that corner boost, then tried to hunt down Aslan, but instead turned off of it. And it doesn't even matter because the speed at which Archie hit that ball was massive. That is an incredible play from Archie, just to bang it into the top of the post. And that reminds me of the overtime goal that they actually got previously for Redemption. A little bit of a revenge now for Top Blokes.
That was beautiful, but Mike Boy picks up the save. And Casio able to pop that ball out, but that's going to be a Mike Boy Cash passing play. He wanted Mike Boy, who just couldn't, get enough speed going the other way. Casio almost picked up the goal, but Cash will pick it up again. But Top Blokes, they're really starting to grab momentum. Every consecutive touch they get, Cash is diving towards the ball. He has to handle it past Archie, but that just buys time for Casio to get a read on the play. And Top Blokes, they're staunchly in the driver's seat right now. Good passing, Archie, another dump in front. It was handled by Mike Boy, but you need more than just that one passing play. They need more of a presence in midfield. And maybe taking out the midfielders will do it.
Oh my.
But Cash takes out 2 players, but Mike Boy's still gonna have to handle the ball in his own corner.
And even when you get 2 demos and you can't transition this ball out, that's how you know the other team has some solid offense and also beautifully timed rotation. That's Top Blokes. That's the signature of Top Blokes, really. And we're seeing them right now keep this ball in possession. And what I like to see is more of a planned out execution. I feel like Top Blokes know a lot more of where they're trying to pass this ball, how they're trying to move it forward, instead of the first game where they were just going for a clear and just saying, you know what, they'll probably make a mistake eventually. Let's just wait it out.
Redemption, while they were able to get to the blue half, weren't able to really net a lot of pressure. And in fact, Top Blokes just come right back and put some threatening opportunities up in front of the box. They are really dangerous on the opponent's back wall. Casio grabs that next shot, but another one might come also on. Overshot the ball, and Flame will get a clear out. Casio on the wing, Flame to Casio, and that's a Top Blokes 2-goal lead.
The idea to go for a pass here is what really caught me off guard. I saw this bounce off the corner. There was an open spot in the net, and I think even the goalkeeper, Cash himself, didn't expect the pass to come out because it was difficult to read that, but kudos to Flame. That's 2 moments now where he has been trying to give the extra effort to make a play. Before it was going for the demo, and now it's getting that crazy pass in the corner. So I'm very impressed so far with Flame.
Flame has had his ups and downs in the RLCS. And even in the last game, or you saw it in this game actually earlier, had trouble grabbing one read off the backboard. But once he gets onto offense, Flame can be such a nuisance and such a force for his team. And he's been a lot cleaner on defense besides that one wave. I don't want to harp on that too much. Mike Boy's shot taken away by Casio here. But this has been such a cleaner game on defense. And that's exactly what I wanted to see from Top Blokes. Fix the backboard reads, grab those rebounds, and Redemption are going to find it a lot more difficult to get shots on net. And it's a 3-goal lead, a forced own goal from Casio. The attempted dive. Bang.
Oh, yeah. You talked about grabbing the rebounds, but also now grabbing the interceptions off of those passing plays. Really good positioning from Casio to get in that passing lane. Lovely job. And now 3 goals. You've got confidence going to the next game. You just think to yourself, that first game, warmed up. Now Top Blokes are ready and pretty much prepared now to take on whatever Redemption had to throw at them.
Redemption really struggling overall on offense. They have 5 shots on net, but there's 9 for Top Blokes. There's another one, but that's what a lot of Redemption shots have looked like. One chance, kind of quarter chance opportunities that Top Blokes were always ready for. And then they've been scoring a lot of these. Redemption feeling the pain right now, just caught a little too far afield.
Yeah, and it's more planned out. It seems like when they do move forward, like I said, that they have an option in the midfield. Before, I thought that both players were rotating out at the same time, and therefore we just leave one Top Blokes player forward. It's the opposite, where we're seeing a lot of spaced out players and also throwing 2 players forward while 1 player's back, which is the typical rotation we expect to see. And Redemption, how are they going to bounce back? What left in store they have to fight up against Top Blokes? Because it's going to be difficult now that they're gaining momentum.
Casio picking up that MVP for Top Blokes, and this is the form that we're used to seeing this team in when they are playing teams like Redemption. But I do feel like these are fixable mistakes for Redemption. Really, Top Blokes are. It's the quality of looks that Top Blokes get, but also the variety of looks. You talk about Flame against Cash earlier, Turtle, in that corner where Cash is initially expecting Flame to push that along the back wall, but really the whole time he's looking at Casio a little farther out in front of the box, and that caught Cash out. That happened to Redemption multiple times on different areas of the field where they couldn't hang on to possession that way.
Yeah, and that little pass in the corner from Flame, I'm still amazed at. I think the mechanical passing ability now from everyone on Top Blokes has extended to a different level that we didn't expect. And also, you know, I think it's still a relevant point, was the first one you made in game one, where, you know, sometimes that extra little pass and rotation is what you need to beat out a defense who's predicting you're going to go for the shot constantly, and they're getting in front of those shots. So if you go for that little extra pass, that little touch in the midfield, which is what Top Blokes are doing, it is paving the way now to success.
So Redemption, how do they respond after getting shut out in game two? Well, they win the kickoff and can't find a shot. Cash takes the next play away. And Archie gets in front of that, winning more and more of those challenges in those tight passing windows. Flame winning 2 challenges in front. The rest of Top Blokes having to come up a little late. Everyone a little passive on that last play. Cassio pass to Archie, back to Cassio. And you love to see that Top Blokes offense. They never really go away from that passing game. If they have the option, they usually take it. Ooh, Cash faking his way by Cassio, and he has a lead on the ball, but Flame takes the ball away from him again. And Redemption, they're starting to adjust to that. They aren't winning as many of these 50s, so you're seeing them, that third man relax a lot more than they were earlier. Flame missing that touch, and Ocelon, Mike Boy, both on that assignment. Mike Boy got a clear out and got a 50 win, but now they bump into each other, Ocelon and Cash.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about a bit, is the positioning now of the defensive rotations for Redemption. I think that is where things start to get a bit, I guess, concerning, because against Top Blokes, every mistake you make, there's somebody going to be there now. I mean, in game one, it wasn't really that case, but for Redemption now that they've given Top Blokes a chance to warm up, it is very difficult to make a mistake without somebody being right in your face to punish you and put a shot in.
Archie flips this over, and Cash and Ocelon panic. They missed the ball. Archie almost punished, but Mike Boy got there in time. Flame diving up, but Mike Boy keeping the ball away. Can Redemption actually get back onto offense? But they keep having to scramble in a jagged retreat. Archie just trying to make things a little more interesting. They finally get a touchdown field, but where's the consecutive touch? They can't get the 50th win, Turtle. And Redemption are just in damage control mode constantly. Ocelon grabs another rebound, but Flame is here quickly. One touch and misses it. Archie gets it, and Cash will lightly catch the ball and caress it out.
So now I'm a bit concerned, because at first we were waiting for Redemption and them to keep possession with their little touches and keeping it close to them. Now, as Top Blokes get more opportunities, they're not hitting their shots. I'm a bit worried that maybe Redemption have a chance to bury themselves out of this defensive hole and start to get a couple of good looks on net. Top Blokes, solid rotations in Redemption. They're out of boost constantly. Even earlier, I saw Mike Boy. He just gave away all of his control of the ball, panicking. You know, it's that lack of boost that infiltrates that panic element that you start freaking out about. You know, how am I going to control this ball if I don't have any boost? Where am I going to go? And you can see Redemption, they're hunting right now for any boost they can get.
Mike Boy finally got one in the attacking corner, but they were sitting on 25 or lower, all 3 players. They're pretty much managing that for a little while, but they finally got back on the offense. A couple of nice challenges and a little bit more pitch control go a long way for them to grab control of midfield again. And for all the pressure the Top Blokes were able to put on, they came away empty. And that'll be big. One transition can be the only difference. Cassio keeps it away. Wow. Mike Boy had an angle on net, and Cassio robbed him of it.
Yeah, and he saved his team basically from an interception in the midfield. You can see it now. Oh my goodness, off the crossbar. We're still waiting for the shot. Both teams, we've seen aggression from them, and yet there's no final shot. We want to see anything that's accurate, because there are great chances now even getting built for Redemption.
Redemption, a couple of nice opportunities to rebuild the confidence, but a whiff might destroy all of it in an instant, and they are happy that no one from Top Blokes was able to make a touch. Flame diving in front, but that's going to be an Ocelon ball off the backboard. Who grabs it? Cassio.
Oh.
Cash wanted that ball desperately, but Cassio has been a defensive mastermind, and Mike Boy having to pick up another save. Can Top Blokes keep the pressure going? Archie got a demo on the backside. That gives Flame a little bit of space to commit, and Archie's up for it. But Ocelon makes the job difficult, nigh impossible, and Cash hard off the back wall. and it slows down just a little bit, but Cash just gets bumped off the play again. And Redemption, even when they're on offense, they're struggling to get those consecutive touches, and Archie just steals the ball away again for Top Blokes.
Yeah, and games like this are just so fun to watch, Jorby, because you can physically see the shift in pace that both these teams make whenever they acquire boost. Now, Archie in the corner, things so threatening on both sides. I'm a little bit worried, mostly for Redemption, seeing as we're getting more tough angles put on net from Top Blokes. It seems as though the mechanics are a little bit better. Here's Flame now from the corner, and Mike Boy, the transition out. Both of them are just firing shots left and right, Jorby.
Mike Boy is what got Redemption on this last push. The demo opens up the net, and Archie denies Redemption, but Cash wants one more chance. Ocelon dives, and we go to another overtime. Let's dance.
Oh my goodness, I love it. I love it. I'm so happy that Redemption have decided to pick things up a little bit with their counterattacks, where they're placing these balls whenever it comes towards hitting them forward and keeping possession. Now the clears are much more methodical, and they're finding teammates. They're competing with Top Blokes, and that's why we've got overtime.
Archie gets the clear out here for Top Blokes. They did not want to stay any longer in the blue half at the start of overtime. Now Mike Boy behind the ball. He's dished it out to his team time and again. Ocelon might get caught out, but makes the touch necessary to get it to the corner. Still, they're going to need a couple more on defense. Archie can't hang on to that, and now Flame trying to keep the ball locked in midfield, but here come Redemption. Cash up over one. Ocelon was trying to harass Archie on his way back to net. You saw third man Mike Boy just making sure that he wasn't too far forward. He wasn't going to get caught out. Archie's attempt on the backboard taken away by Cash, and Mike Boy again denies. Top Blokes an opportunity. Cassio makes a great save. Archie stops Mike Boy, and wow, a lot of high balls, a lot of takeaways on both sides. Cash flips it over one, and Cassio is there again. They might have to demo Cassio before Redemption can finally get a goal.
You've got to take him out. Cassio doesn't miss on the defensive side. He's hitting every single save that he needs to, every single clear he's getting in front of, and also trying to find those interceptions that proved to be pivotal in the previous game. That's what got them that previous goal as well for Cassio. We'll see if he can find another interception, but as long as he can keep the defense up, there's no way Top Blokes lose this one.
Now, Mike Boy's challenges have been really difficult to deal with for Top Blokes. He makes a great second effort on that last push, but Top Blokes just keep launching the ball back downfield, and Redemption are stuck on their own back wall. Mike Boy looks for a gap, but Cash is way too far off the ball to grab the follow-up. Now Ocelon, it's his turn, but Cassio makes the challenge happen for Archie. Steals the boost, steals the ball. Flame plays it quick on the follow-up, makes it a little awkward for Cash, and now it's even more awkward for him as Archie grabs the ball again, but Top Blokes, just when you think it's about to develop, Ocelon grabs the ball again. Cassio challenges Mike Boy against the backboard.
Archie.
Cash is still a little far back, and Archie off the corner, got two taps. Cassio's there, up against Ocelon, who picks up the next save, and Flame off the corner again. Archie off the top of the crossbar, and Cash clears it out. Ocelon, quick transition, and it's saved again by Cassio. Mike Boy can't keep it going, and Top Blokes somehow deny Redemption again.
Why would we ever doubt Cassio? I'm telling you, when he's the third man rotating back, he's gonna get that save. Regardless of where it's shot, how fast it is, Cassio, you can count on him to keep you in this overtime. Now it comes down to hitting those final shots. The accuracy for either teams hasn't been the best. Top Blokes now looking to be on top with their shots, and now Archie the save. He gets it above, not the 50, but it was so close. The overtime ends. I am freaking out, Joby. This was so fun to watch.
Oh, Archie stuffed that ball, and the difference was that he used all of his boost so that when he goes to flip into that ball on the challenge, his timing has to be perfect, and he was too far onto the right. Ocelon just made his Fennec as long as possible. He had enough boost to force it through Archie after that. After an incredible initial stop, it was the depletion of his boost that ends up ruining his second attempted save. And what an overtime Redemption put Top Blokes on match point. Man, Europe is fun.
I thought we were going to get a save again out of Archie. You were talking about that 50. I could have sworn after he landed on the ball, I was like, okay, he's got enough coverage now to get the final save. And then even looking at these replays, look at Cassio on the defensive side. Does he ever miss a save? Does he ever miss a hit? It doesn't seem so. Archie didn't miss that fall down save, almost got the 50. Redemption and Top Blokes, this is the series so far, at least in my opinion, of the day, Jorby. This is great.
And our last match of the day, definitely delivering for sure. Game number 4 about to get underway. Can Redemption pull off the victory here against Top Blokes. They've long been the gatekeepers to the top-end teams. Sometimes they do end up dropping these, but Redemption have, put on a game of their own. This has definitely been theirs. I feel like it almost feels like a, how do I want to say it? A higher version of Denied, I guess. Like Denied, full team effort, everybody really contributing in all aspects of the game, and that's really what's happening for Redemption. They have to play so much defense against Top Blokes, and to get another one here? No, Castillo will sneak this through, and we start off with a Top Blokes lead.
Yeah, and when you're playing so much defense, you get a little bit tired a lot of times of figuring out how to clear against somebody who's suffocating you. In this instance, you want to go to the corner, try to get this one out, maybe just dish it off to your teammate, but Top Blokes, they crash in from the walls, they get a solid touch out into the midfield, the pass is connecting, they go up 1-0. Could we see a repeat of the last game, though? Top Blokes started out strong, we thought they had all the pressure, which they did, but then Redemption slowly crept back in, and in overtime, we're able to punish.
Archie working his way around, and Castillo always there on the backside to clean it up. Top Blokes, when they have that much space in the third, it can be so easy to force the play into a certain quadrant that you're looking for. And they've done that a lot of times to keep the pressure up against Redemption, but they're back on offense now. Ocelon shovels a pass out to Mike Boy, and a massive win for Castillo on the challenge. Isn't in the best spot for Top Blokes to deal with it, but this is all to build a little bit more. Oh, massive fake from Archie, and he almost picked up a goal on top of it.
Love what I'm seeing from Archie. Almost saw a backflip musty flick earlier as well that we did see from Alpha. So we're seeing some crazy mechanics so far today. I've been happy with the performance of everybody. And of course, the last series is definitely living up to the hype that we expected. Now Flame coming in from the defensive side. We'll see what he has to offer. Can't get the transition game, but Cash is there to stuff him out. And that's something we also have to compliment too, is the 50s from Redemption. I think whenever they're going up against Top Blokes, who is a very challenge-oriented team, they do pretty well, and they definitely hold their own.
Oh, nice couple of flicks here from Cash, but nothing really to scream about. Flame got back down towards midfield. But Redemption have gotten control of the ball. Mike Boy, pot shot taken away by Archie. And a nice catch here from Castillo, making Ocelon wait a little bit, and Flame was able to win the larger share of that 50. Top Blokes finally getting a bigger clear that they were hoping for, and that's right back to Archie. He found a sneaky net and a sneaky goal. Archie finally collects, and it's 2-0 Top Blokes.
Oh, this man is just playing mind games constantly. He gets this first hit, it's a miss, and instead goes for a little bit of a slower hit here to get it right around the defender. It was a little bit scary, but still found the angle earlier on. We remember him getting that fake. Now coming out here with a little bit of a soft hit. Things working out for Archie, who a lot of times doesn't necessarily show up to our expectations when we put all the pressure on him. We definitely expect him to be the mechanical guy, but sometimes he won't come out as the star, and that's often against the top tier teams. But here, he's really starting to prove himself, and I've only seen better things from him.
Castillo worked his way around the corner, and once that, or maybe was thinking about a bump onto Ocelon, but he immediately switched back on his cam and moved away. Here up high again. Oh, a nice touch out to Ocelon, and that's in. That was a long pass in front, and Ocelon sneaks it into the top.
Oh, and it was the double commit from Castillo and Archie. And then you can see I was Flame in the corner, didn't know where to rotate. He turned outwards instead of going back towards the net. That's what really prevented them from having a safety net. And Top Blokes, it's a frustrating mistake. I remember in the first game, there's been a couple actually throughout this whole series where we're wondering what has happened. Where's the defense been? What happened to the rotation? And now this one flicked off from Ocelon. Redemption, it's the same thing that happened last game where they're picking the pace up.
Top Blokes even keeping the ball out past their own third. Now Mike Boy's got a little bit of space. He's got Cash who already jumped. The Castillo hopped that route immediately. Ocelon works his way by. He's been looking deadlier and deadlier, especially on this right side, which Redemption seemed to be favoring, or that's just how the flow of the play has gone pretty consistently. And Mike Boy back in front. Oh, midair demo, and Mike Boy! Splash play for Redemption. We tie it up.
Are you kidding me? Look at this demo. Cash snipes him out of the air to allow for Mike Boy to get the ground pinch. That is a brilliant team play and one that is nearly impossible to execute because you've got two contradicting elements. You've got that pinch and then also the demo. That is going to be so difficult to execute, and yet they make it look easy, Jorby. What a play.
If Rocket League gives you no options, create your own. Aslan doing that for Mike Boy. And now Top Blokes need a third goal to get this lead back. Archie, too light. Aslan can handle it, but Archie grabs it again. Cassio will wait patiently for Aslan's next touch. He's gonna retreat now. No real angle to take. Flame killing it in front. That was potentially dangerous, but Archie was right on top of it. Flips by Aslan. Has to win this against Cash. Can he? No, Cash got that ball away from him, so Redemption stop what could have been a deadly push. Cassio takes that ball away. Flame wasn't ready for it, had to make up lost time, and Mike Boy launches it downfield. We could have yet another overtime if these last 30 seconds go the way it has. Aslan trying to prevent Flame back in, and he hops over two. You know, if it was Mike Boy last game, it's Aslan in this game who has just popped off. Here's another shot to commit, and it's a hard pinch from Archie and Flame. Does it get them set up for something quick in the final 15? Archie back over to Cassio, plays it low, and it's saved by Aslan. Back around the corner again with time running out. Flame wants to play it out to the right corner. Cassio's gonna wait for Aslan yet again. Plays it slow here. Archie wants to go quickly, but Cash took the ball away. A high ball in front. Mike Boy wants to play. Flame takes it away. Cassio lets it drop, and we got overtime.
You can't count Redemption out. This is an unreal comeback from not only the previous game, but also this one to make a clutch play. Now this one out of the midfield, I'm getting scared so far. These clears, a little bit worrisome from the side of Redemption, but they are keeping up with the pace. Now the clear's even more massive. You can expect something crazy to come out of them.
Ooh, Aslan. Happy that Cash was a little farther back on that last play. In Redemption, this is where you start getting a little antsy, and jumping up was Cash to make the next save. You got to be careful once they do get the transition push that they don't overcommit on the play, because Top Blokes have been able to challenge them in midfield pretty consistently. But look downfield here. Oh, Mike Boy wanted the demo on the Cassio, but he's not going to bite. And now it all stops again here in the corner. Turtle Flame, does he got the Archie? And it's denied again by Aslan. Redemption hanging on defense. They'd love to end this in 4 against Top Blokes.
Oh, and it's still the booming clears out of Redemption. Whenever they are stuck on defense, they'll get one massive clear, and that's their time to strike the counterattack. But this one dropped down from Flame to Archie. It's saved by Aslan. How did he get a touch on that? I didn't even think you could predict where that one was going to get put up, and we're still in overtime.
Aslan, that's a good bounce for him. He's going to play it off the ceiling. He's got a little bit of boost to work with, but that ball's only going to be down to Flame. You see Redemption, they will not overcommit. They don't see the structure to be able to do it. They respect Top Blokes' ability to boom that ball downfield. They've gotten killed on the transition a couple of times. They don't want that to happen again. Otherwise, Game 5 could be quite the effort to take a win. Here comes Archie down the field, and Mike Boy will play it back out to the corner. Flame again slows it down, but Mike Boy wins. Another good 50, but can they get by midfield? This is becoming a pain point in this next minute. Aslan coming up big for his team multiple times. Does he do it again? Back out to Mike Boy, denied by Cassio, and now a breakaway opportunity. Playing it back to the corner, flips it over one. Flame is there, but way too behind to do anything about it. Archie on his way out of the stadium will at least get Flame back in front of the ball.
We're just exchanging punches at this point. Both teams can't maintain too much pressure, too much possession. And it's fun to watch, because I feel like at what point are we just going to see some horrible 50 gone wrong? We've seen great shots on net, really beautiful passes, and they're all getting saved. That one could have been stellar from Aslan. Still waiting for the final shot, Jordan.
It was a laser. I would have been that was such a fast shot to try to hit.
That's what I expect to end it. That's what we need. Something crazy like that. With how close all of these shots and passes have been, but not go in all the way. We're gonna need something like that. And here it is. Archie gets it. We've got Game 5.
Game 5 coming up. Cassio takes a nice shot in Cash. He just ended up flipping it up, and it hit the crossbar. He really wanted to pop that up and try to get it out of the net up against the backboard, but the shot power made it impossible. He couldn't get there, or couldn't get in front of it far enough. And here we go, Turtle. Game number 5. Could it have ended any other way for these two teams?
You know, whether or not it was a 500 miles per hour pinch or a double commit like that, and then I'm still happy. I'm still happy that we get game 5 because that's something to be grateful for. Okay.
What would 500 miles per hour look like in game? I would love you wouldn't even see the ball. It's just like, like
that's what it felt like with that one pinch out from the midfield. I would have guessed that one was up there because if I think it was Aslan trying to get on the receiving end of it. If he had found that in the reaction time to get it, would have been crazy. But just taking a look and reflecting at the shots, there's so many great plays. That's why watching this series, it's like you expect these crazy passes, these unreal shots that go into the top corner to go in and be the game deciders. But instead, it's little simple mistakes on both sides and the defense lacking a little bit in rotation to go in.
And Archie, there were 14 shots for Top Blokes. Archie got 10 of them. And I did feel like Archie was taking every single shot for Top Blokes, whether it was from midfield, the third, the corner. It didn't really matter. And I mean, that's how this offense has always run. It's run through Archie. So yeah, feed the machine, if you will. And they're going to need the machine on Champions Field. Game number 5. To end the day, can Top Blokes take down Redemption, who have put on quite a show? Cassio will grab the ball off the cheat up, but he won't have any boost to get back to the ball. But it's all to set up Flame, who was looking for Archie. That actually comes clean for Cassio. And here we go, starting off. Cash back on the transition, uses everything in his tank to get back to that ball. But this is all going to be about a goal for Top Blokes. It is Archie who just launched it over a defender who had no chance at it, and it's a Top Blokes lead.
And the question is, where's the rotation? Mike Boy's coming back. Aslan just needs to get a hit, and that placement off the post for Archie to follow it up. Even if it was on target initially, that would have been ideal, but still he had time to get the follow-up off the post, slot it in. That's not the way you want to start things out.
Well, I think Aslan got smoked by Archie because Archie blows through on the demo.
Yeah.
And then he was kind of coming up, but he couldn't see Archie immediately looking at his cam. So maybe that, I don't know. Either way, forced him to hesitate on the decision, but it's a long game. And that one coming down. Ever since that game 1, the backboard has been closed for business for Redemption whenever they've been on offense. They have not found the same success that they were able to find against them, but they're still going to continue to test it. As you have to in these games, you got to come out with the mix-ups as often as you can, but we're in a battle for possession right now in the first minute.
Yeah, that's going to result in a lot of midfield passes. You can see Aslan now going forward. Sometimes I will see only one player pushed up and 2 players then from Redemption playing the safe route and being a bit passive. That one, he gets bumped. That was Mike Boy who got Goomba stomped basically from somebody on the backboard. And we still didn't see the accuracy. That's what I'm talking about. These crazy plays occur from Top Blokes or Redemption where somebody should finally put a shot in and you have the best opportunity you've seen in minutes and you can't find the back of the net.
Top Blokes are finding the seams on offense for passing plays, but Redemption get down the field quickly on the transition. Cash, he hasn't had a lot of success getting up to a lot of these follow-ups. Your Top Blokes have beaten him to the ball several times, but it's been tough for him when he's not been on the lead point. Whenever he's in that follow-up position, it's been a struggle to find that ball or find the read against Top Blokes. But game 5, starting to be difficult for Redemption to hang on to this ball, and Cassio winning another challenge, but it only turned into a quick transition for Aslan, and nobody is going to find anything on either backboard right now. Both have been closed. Aslan kicks it away, but Flame might be the first to it. Kicks it down in front of the box. Dangerous play for Archie, slowing it down, and the fake could have got him. Cassio shot denied by Cash again, but Archie grabbed the boost and takes the ball away. Flame coming too far on the right side, and Cash will get the clear.
I'm still not sure if that fake from Archie was intended. He should have gotten just some form of a touch. There was a small space in the corner of the net to put it in and finish it. But now Flame again, does he have the backboard double tap? Instead, goes for the pass. Cassio, the accuracy still failing Top Blokes. It is the plague right now on their team. Finding a shot that does hit an accurate spot and still tied up here. Or no, actually not tied up. Top Blokes leading by 1, but they don't have the security that they need so badly.
Top Blokes really wanting to open up the options on offense. You saw Cassio earlier. He's going to take a wide-angle shot that's blocked by Aslan. But earlier, he's sneaking up on the opponent's back wall, hoping for a cheeky pass out. And he just hasn't been able to find one. Mike Boy, Aslan, both able to get Redemption out of harm's way on that last push. Cash also starting to look a little cleaner on those follow-ups past the first minute. But as better as it's looked better for Redemption, they still got to get down the field. And in fact, the gates are wide open, and Flame punches another one in for Top Bloke's insurance late in Game 5.
Off the backboard, Cassio gets that dunk, smacking it forward. Then the demo to just add a little cherry on top. We've got a secure lead now for Top Blokes. That is Cassio coming in clutch. That dunk was massive. Mike Boy, couldn't get the read off the backboard. It was a difficult overhead shot or angle to get a touch on. And Top Blokes, they've had so much pressure, and this time it's resulting in a monstrous and a threatening win.
Archie just gonna wait. Now every single touch for Top Blokes is just time management, wasting more time off the clock. Don't give Redemption a chance, and Cassio doesn't want to give him any, but Astalon will keep things alive for Redemption, splitting the lead with a minute left.
Don't give him a chance, but this time he's just creating it. Doesn't matter if Top Blokes want to give him it or not. Cash just with a double tap opens everything up for Redemption. There's a chance. 107, Dorby. You got to believe that we'll get a Game 5 OT. With how Redemption have exponentially increased their performance in every single individual game, it is surely possible.
Archie back over to Cassio, and just like that, Top Blokes take it back, a 2-goal lead.
Well, now, I just gave that whole speech, and of course Top Bloke's going to come out with that midfield pass. That was a beautiful shot. Cassio, not only can this man save every single difficult shot that gets placed on his own net, he's also coming forward and receiving those great shots, putting them into the corners, and being that consistent rock that Top Blokes rely on.
Well, this is crunch time now. Redemption, they can't even grab onto the ball. Cassio forcing Mike Boy to dive for the next play. That's not the touch you want. Flame just gonna sit on the ground and force an awkward challenge for Astalon. He did get the first and flipped it over the second. And now Mike Boy, a crucial follow-up goes right into Flame, and now they're forced into a quick retreat. Flame making it awkward for Cash. Archie just throws it out to the side, and every single touch for Redemption is just a boomer downfield, and then they're hoping it gets right back into them. Cash, he had Mike Boy on an option in front, but could only hit it downfield.
And that's the hardest thing to do, is to not panic when you're in the final few seconds where you have to make a comeback. You can see Redemption, all their hits, like you said, Dorby, just going to the other team. They're panicking a bit. Final 10 seconds, Top Blokes, it has been too clean from them all series long. They were a little bit difficult earlier, but Dorby, Top Blokes, how can you not credit their success?
Top Blokes take down Redemption in 5, but not for lack of trying from Redemption. That was an excellent match and a really fun one to watch. We talked about Denied last match, and teams do not want to play that team in the lower bracket. I'm feeling the same way about Redemption right now after that performance against Top Blokes. But Top Blokes really performed when it mattered. In crunch time, in high pressure, that's where they were elevated. Cassio, to me, especially, Archie might be at the top of the scoreboard, but without Cassio's defense, this Top Blokes team would have absolutely lost to Redemption. Cassio bailed their team out of so many situations, and that was phenomenal performance from Cassio and the rest of Top Blokes.
Yeah, I think what I'm excited for now is Redemption coming out here, getting some more practice and experience, and also learning how to maintain any energy or momentum that you gather on early in the series, because there were individual games where they would end, and I would think, okay, these guys, if they can keep this up, they will go on to absolutely stomp out Top Blokes. With the performance that we saw from them, the speed, all the mechanical plays, Redemption have all of it that it takes to be a great team. The question is, can they consistently put together those pieces throughout the whole game and continue to move on throughout the rest of the series? That's the question here. I think they'll do well, though.
The end of the day gave us some quality matches, and we'll have the desk, Leaf and the guys, come back and break it all down.
Yeah, no, I think you said it wasn't for a lack of trying from Redemption there. That was quite a close call for the Blokes there, to be able to eat that one back and barely pull it away at Chiefs.
I'm with Jorby all the way. Cassio, big linchpin on the defensive side of things to keep them in the series and come away with a win. But I'm also bang on with him the other way. Redemption is going to be a lot of fun to watch, and they've earned themselves a lot of fans. Curious to see how they play tomorrow in the lower bracket as well, because a lot of potential. I think all of those guys absolutely stepped up and had a great series.
It was so close. That game 4, the demo from Cash coming out, and then They don't win that long overtime. 2 long overtimes here. So incredibly close, but Top Blokes, they pull it out, man. They will be at least guaranteed top 12. They will be moving on the upper bracket. They don't have to play tomorrow, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
They get a day off, they get the rest up, and get ready on Saturday.
So I just want to ask, now that we've seen, you know, the Blokes play today, you know, it's a team that we continuously talk about being one of those top 4 or 5 kind of slots in Europe overall. Do we feel like that's carrying over now, achieves into this winter split? Do we feel like they're still at that same level? Does it feel like they still have so much more room to grow? How are we feeling just overall with this Blokes squad?
Top Blokes to me is I think Jorby, again, I am with Jorby on so many things about things he said today.
Wow.
Top Blokes, because like you threw to him and he goes, you know, Top Blokes are kind of the gatekeepers to the top of Europe, right? And he's absolutely correct about that. They're a team that you must go through if you want to play that everyone at that top level. So Top Blokes, do I think that they've cemented that sort of position? Absolutely. Room to grow? Definitely. They can become far more dangerous than they already are, and it only gets better, hopefully.
Yeah, no, I think overall what we're seeing here, just from this bracket situation, is that it gives an opportunity for teams to really show up on that individual day, right? You know, it's not this long haul anymore. It's just like, well, plow through and just eliminate people as quick as possible. Let's take a look at that bracket that I'm speaking of here. As you know, we see teams like Redemption, you see teams like Denied really making these cool storyline run gives throughout these brackets.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like if you lose in the first round or that upper round 2, you're going down to the same lower bracket round. You'll have an easier matchups here or there, but at the end of the day, we have 8 teams that are now guaranteed for 12 of those spots. So there's only 4 teams that can advance through that lower bracket to meet up with these guys. It's going to be brutal tomorrow. But for today, we've seen teams like Dignitas and Oxygen, I think, are huge winners here, where they need to begin this split well. So there's not a lot of questions being asked about them. And so far, they have done that.
And just looking at this right now, are there any surprises for you as we look at the lower bracket achieves of teams that are down here? I think I can pick out a few that shouldn't be. I guess, sorry, these are the matches we saw today. Looking at that lower bracket, though, do you feel like there's any surprises that shouldn't have been down there right now?
Well, you know, the usual Team Liquid. Surprised to see Triple Trouble knocked out. Even with Giants Gaming, you know, they make that roster swap for Itachi. So I was curious to see how Triple Trouble was going to handle that one. But the fact that it was in 3-0 fashion, I think, is what was the most surprising thing and convincing. 4-1, 7-3, 5-2. Giants crushed them.
This lower bracket is going to be brutal. You see all these teams down here. All these names, only 4 of them will be here at the end of tomorrow. That's how brutal this whole bracket is. That's why you got to win every single match that you play early on, because once you lose, now they have to win, 5 or 6 in a row to even make it back to the grand finals. It's going to be so difficult.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking at this. We'll be showing the upper part of that lower bracket on ours, but that lower part of the lower bracket looks a little stacked right now. Like that is, I do not want to be down
Galaxy
there.
Racer, Liquid, you know.
That is,
I mean, like everywhere, it's going to be brutal because, again, you can only have top 8 teams on that upper side, but here it is. Look at that. So these games will all be on the B stream, but Galaxy Racer versus Liquid, then the winner of that very likely has to play Endpoint, and only one of them will advance from those 4. So that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, that is destructive part of, but we will be showing the upper part of the lower bracket. As you guys saw in the overview, there is Triple Trouble, Rick's Redemption we get to see again, Denied we get to see again, and of course a few other teams there, but we get to see then if those Redemption and Denied storylines continue through, but it's not like they're going to have an easy route. We do know names on a lot of these other rosters, Gibbs.
It's going to be an interesting day. I don't know what's going to happen because we've seen a lot of big upsets from the top 8 teams. They only went 5-3 for today. So now we're going down to the lower bracket games where these teams are not supposed to be consistent. And so if the top 8 aren't consistent, I don't know what to expect from this lower bracket at this point. But if someone gets hot on day 2, maybe they can make that into day 3 and make a run to go further and further throughout this bracket.
Yeah, no, I think this is what's cool about this double elimination situation is that you get those really cool stories, and then you get people that are now sitting, teams like Team Liquid, like Endpoint, all these teams that are sitting in that lower bracket that only have one life left. This isn't a 3-life situation anymore. This is an incredible, tight and stressful moment for some of these teams down there. So watching the lower brackets tomorrow on day number 2 is going to be intense. Even though it's the lower bracket, some teams you're familiar with might not make it. But we only want to talk to winners right now. So let's talk to a team that just won. Cassio is joining us from the Top Blokes to talk about that match. Thanks for joining us, Cassio.
Hey, how are you doing, Leaf?
Doing great, man. Not as good as you. You guys are still in the upper bracket here.
Yes.
It definitely looked like it was a bit of trouble for you guys, though. What?
Yes, kind of. To explain, it's a brand new team like Redemption. So I knew that Oshilian and Cash could be really mechanical. And it was always a problem that it could have happened, that they would have dominated us and put us in defense all the time along. So going on to the series, we knew we needed to not underestimate them, and even while we didn't underestimate them, they surprised us kind of. And we had a little bit of a slow start. I didn't think I think we still had our cards in the hand, even being 2-1 down in the best of 5. And yes, I think they played really well, and hopefully we were able to come back. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, it's good. Sounds like you never lost faith in the team. You knew you guys could pull through.
Yeah, I even 2-1, 2 or anything, I knew that we should be able to come back definitely. We are top 3, top 4 RLCS team in Europe right now, so we definitely need in those situations to show the experience and why we are there, that we belong top 3 and top 4.
So now tomorrow, you guys have off because you're still in the upper bracket. What are your plans for tomorrow? Are you going to get some scrims in or just take the day?
Tomorrow I need to go to the shopping to buy food. That is my main thought. And of course, we are going to look at the brackets and see who we probably face. The question was about Giants, I think, that we face tomorrow.
Yes, they're playing.
Yes. And then if we win that, then I gonna say that's probably Vitality. I think I assume that we are gonna play Vitality if we play Guild. So we are gonna scream as usual and look a bit about the player again, what they do to make sure we know how to counter them, etc., and play against them.
And I am just curious because it's kind of a fun question that I got asked recently.
Yes.
Do you do anything in particular before every game that just locks you in, just out of pure curiosity?
Ritual.
A little pre-game ritual for Cassio.
In a really important game, I have a necklace that gives me luck from an old manager from Method back in the days. So when I feel like I need a tiny bit of luck, then I get it, I put it in. And then, except that I wouldn't say I'm the best player with I don't know, always being not stressed or anything. Sometimes I'm stressed before the series and anything. So I always take a deep breath. Then I try to go to listen to music so I can isolate myself so nobody can interrupt me or something. So yeah, mostly deep breath and listening to music.
Hey, no, you got to get yourself back into that flow state, and whatever works for you, it's all good. Yes. It sounds like a good way to do it. So it sounds like a lot of hard work for you guys coming up. So I'm gonna let you go so you can get prepared on that. And good luck in your shopping tomorrow.
Yes.
See you later, Cassio.
See you guys. Bye bye.
There's Cassio. He's got some errands to run tomorrow.
Yeah, errands and work. Busy day.
And then some bigger errands, and that's taking out Giants come the next day. So we've just witnessed our first look into what this split is going to look like for all the regions here now that we've hit the double elimination situation. 24 teams. Everything's on the line for these teams that lost. They're down the lower bracket now. So early thoughts from you guys, Gibbs and then Achieves, on just on this new situation coming into the winter split.
We'll see tomorrow because it's going to be brutal. We got a ton of teams down there. 12 of them are going home. And I guarantee you on Twitter, players are not going to be happy because this split, it doesn't matter. Like, it is just brutal. Once you lose a game, you're like, oh, now we got to play this team. Like, it's not going to be great. I guarantee you'll see like a few players on Twitter probably complaining a little bit, but that is the name of the game. You got to win. You got to win early or else you're in trouble.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm listening to a Jorby rant from 3 years ago. It's coming back to me. But it's just, I think for me, it's a lot of fun because I love a big double elimination bracket because, you know, it kind of feels like you get a lot of the, you know, dream hack events or the live events that we've done across the history of the RL Esports ecosystem. So I think a lot of those have been just like big, like fairly open, you know, qualified type of double elim brackets, and they're always a lot of fun. And we get a bunch of that, and I'm totally here for it.
I think every format honestly has its ups and its downs, and the ups right now for sure for a double elimination is that it brings the stories, and we're gonna have some more of those stories for you guys tomorrow as we head into day number 2 of the first regional of the winter split for Europe. That starts at 11 o'clock Eastern for kickoff, 10:30 for your pre-show. So make sure you guys are here, but thank you guys so much for watching today. We continue tomorrow. We'll see you then.